No disrespect in my house, No heavy for laws. Name for kill me apart. I'll put her to our table and put out with a plate. No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. Visitors should be thankful. Oh, I don't come at all, No disrespect in my house, 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 in my house. Visitors should be thankful. I don't come at all,
This is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American. My people have died and done everything for this country. Built this country too.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know that.
I'm always going to be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because
I am not an African American. I'm an American. I am a Black American. I am definitely Black. And yes, so
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American and shout that.
Yes, I'm Black. I'm proud of it. I'm Black and beautiful.
I am not Black, okay? Hear me out. Growing up, my mom absolutely hated when we refer to ourselves as Black. She's like, you're not Black, you're Nigerian, you're African. I feel like the term someone is Black obviously comes from the slave era. Stop referring to yourself as Black. You know, if you know where you're from, you're raised in a certain household. I feel like when we say Black, it just sounds so harsh and like, this is Black. I'm brown. You know, I'm Nigerian at the end of the day. Like, that's who I am.
So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite, eat on and play down, because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
You know, Somalians are Somalians, Ethiopians are Ethiopians, Nigerians are Nigerians. Like, if you know where you're from, why refer to yourself as a color?
There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
Racially, we are together, but
economically, we may well be enemies.
At a building made famous by the man who freed the slaves, Obama isn't the descendant of slaves.
So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this.
And Malcolm was able to handcuff scholars all over America, some with 2 PhDs. But when white folks can't defeat you, they'll always find some Negro, some boot-licking, butt-licking, buck-dancing, bamboozled, half-baked, half-fried, sissified, pokified, pasteurized, homogenized. They can trot out in front of you. Now here you have one of these Negro.
You gotta show me love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show me trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show me trust. If you're looking for inclusion, then talk to me. Talk to the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. And we can all ride when it's time to override these policies. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies. You gotta show me trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies. You gotta show me trust. You wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show me trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies. You gotta show me trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies. You gotta show me trust. Trust. If you wanna ride with us,
up because yeah, this ain't what Reggie was saying. This is something totally different than what he was saying. Okay, all right, we good now. We're live.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you the link to this. What's it called? Restitution, slavery, and then we're gonna go to her site and the laws that was passed. Restitution, slavery, Deidre Farmer. Yep, there she go right here. Where's the link to her thing though? Her case is there. But in any event, the argument in court was the judge said, how could you prove you are African? That was the question he had. So then she was like, okay, what about DNA? And then she said, okay, the judge said, well, you're going to have to go get that because anybody could say they are African. We could just give money to anybody. Like, how's this going to work? So this is when Rick Kittles first comes out. And then right after that, he does the thing with the Black Cherokee to help them get on their rolls and stuff, that they got to prove that. So when she came back with that DNA, he said, okay, you can prove that, but now how can you prove that you have been affected by this slavery? How can you prove that? So now she went at insurance companies like Athena, multiple different banks, and what it came down to was, because we don't know our names, like, because these people have, like, if we doing our genealogy on Ancestry.com, you only gonna go to a certain point. If you look at the Feedings Bureau, you only gonna go to a certain point. But all of these companies have our ancestors' documents so that we can trace ourselves. So he said, okay, this is a harm right here, and you can prove that you are harmed via this point. So he agreed with the DNA to prove that you are a person of African descent, and that's really it. And that slave disclosure laws that she has, that's going all around the place. So if we are about reparations, then genealogy is a major point, because this conversation is that's the first thing that can, how you prove you are African? Who's a part of this? We're not just giving money to anybody. And
Yeah,
that's what they agreed to. So that is really interesting.
That's a whole argument, because we know in Cobra and other folks who argue for reparations was arguing it incorrectly. They were arguing race-based. They were arguing it from, we're just black or we're just African, and as you can see in the court, that doesn't fly. You have to be a specific harmed group. like the Japanese internment camp. Japanese people who are not part of that don't get no money. You had to prove that you were part of this internment camp, and those people got paid. Those 9/11 survivors or people who relatives who perished, and they collected on their behalf on which way they did. Same thing. You had to prove that you were a part of this harm group or a loved one, however they decided who was tied to it, but you had to show some type of connection to that harmed group. So it's always been about the harmed group, not the entire race. Because in race, you have Asians. That can go from Japanese to East Indians, whole different people. So,
right. So
to make a racial based claim when it comes to a harm, like that's a nothing burger. That's 100% L.
Right. So you see the thing I put in the back in the Zoom chat, so you can see what that is.
I come outside, shit cold as hell. I see it.
All right, so let me add some context here. This is the start of our conversation, okay, which I didn't know was a debate, because we're agreeing. So he was showing me a case in point of a young sister, or at that time a sister, who was suing corporations and companies for slavery connections. I found that interesting. I wasn't aware of that. You know, we're both on the fly. We're both on the phone. I'm outside in the freezing cold, taking a normal long walk to get some coffee, and he's definitely on his phone. So both of us is off the top. But so I just added on to what he presented. Like, yeah, reparations is going to have to be, in order to prove it, it has to be specific to the individual. So he showed a woman who was arguing for herself, and who had to prove that she was connected somehow to these companies, slavery in one way or another. All right. But so he just sharing information. That's how I'm taking it so far. Right. And then, I'm making sure everything he's saying is accurate. Then it's all good. If he says something that I believe is inaccurate, I'm aware of, I'm going to speak up and challenge it. So right now, as you can see, we're just vibing. There's no debate. There's no disagreement so far when he read the lady. And for me, when I said what I said, there was no disagreement. But somehow this is framed into a debate. All right, but let's go.
All right, hold on.
So what we're gonna do is,
but let me make it very clear in my Javari voice. I do debate two hardcore points: reparations and delineation. That's what this channel's about. Anything else may entertain, but our hardcore 2 points we stand on when it comes to representing FBA talking points: reparations, delineation.
we're gonna go to legislation. When you see slavery era disclosure laws.
Hold on. Wait, how far am I going down?
Huh?
You said how far am I going down?
Where it says on the menu where it says slavery era disclosure laws, press that.
Okay.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit because I was trying to look for it. So let me just fast forward.
Oh, legislation. Yeah, legislation. My bad. Legislation.
All right. Yeah, I see this.
Right. So as soon as you pop that up, you'll see that's the case right there in 2000. There's a former Pellman. It'll tell you her first target. And they wrote life insurance policies on the lives of enslaved Africans. Slave owners were the beneficiaries. The practice made buying captive Africans a safe investment. The edge demanded that they disgorge their profits from their policies, pay restitution into a trust fund to benefit descendants of enslaved Africans. To aid in the edge's quest for justice, California Senator Tom Hayden began drafting a bill that required insurance companies to disclose their slavery past. The law passed October 2000. Since then, over 13 disclosure laws have been passed around the United States. These laws have morphed into international legislation, with the United Kingdom passing an anti-slavery disclosure law, requiring companies of certain size to rebuild their modern anti-slavery efforts. Anyway, keep reading down there so far. It's Berkeley, California, Richmond, California, Chicago, Illinois, Iowa, Maryland, Detroit, Wayne, Michigan, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Milwaukee. And then the year 2021 saw much progress and blah, blah, blah. You already know about that. I don't know about that North Carolina one. I don't agree that that's reparations, or that Evanston, that's not reparations. But the point here is this. What this person did, you got to look at the case, and I think that's a video that you should show. So I'll give you that link too, so that you sit there and you look at what the argument the government has. Their major...
Okay, so what he's saying is good information, but now I'm just trying to see how is this tying into reparations for lineage, right? So that's why I'm listening to see the connection. So right now he's telling me about a Black beautiful woman personal journey, right? Personal court battles in court, proving her ties, her lineage ties to slavery that the companies were, I guess, found guilty of exploiting or having connection. I don't know, but I'm trying to see how does this ties into our reparations claim at this point, because he's not making it very clear. I'm just walking with him. I'm just walking down the yellow brick road. I'm trying to see where we're going.
The thing is that you can't show that you were harmed through slavery. So this is the importance of genealogy. So when you talked about Cobra and what they did, when you look at HR 40, they start with 1619, right? And then it'll go.
All right. So now he's going somewhere else. So I want to respond to this. What he says. So now he's right that this court case, because now I'm at my computer. Again, both of us were just freestyling, just talking on the phone. This case I'm not familiar with. I'm at my computer now. Okay. So this did end up, well, let me just say this. So the court did not create some official rule. So if he was implying this, because he wasn't kind of like straightforward. Okay, so the court didn't create some official rule that everybody needs DNA to qualify for reparations. So if I don't know if he was alluding to that, but that's not what this is about. Okay, they was asking Deidre, what's her name? Deidria Farmer. They was asking her, do she have any solid evidence that she personally were harmed by the company she was suing? Okay. And the laws that came out of it was what he said, disclosure laws, but not payout laws. And I'm not saying he said payout laws came out of it. He did say disclosure laws, but he's saying one thing and he's tying to HR 40 other things. I'm just like kind of like, okay, what this guy do with HR 40? This is her personal court battles. HR 40 is something different. This is something tying to her personally. She's not on behalf of the lineage. She's not suing for reparations on behalf of the lineage. She's suing companies. Somehow she's trying to tie her personal harm to the companies. This has nothing to do with HR 40 and Cobra, which are all reparation claims for the lineage. So I'm seeing he's going somewhere else, and sometimes you can give facts, you can give historical, events, but the conclusion can be pseudo. So I'm trying to see, how does her personal claim of these companies got to do with HR 40, something, the HR 40 and then Cobra, ADOS, their FBA, we're arguing for something way more crystal clear. I mean, the entire country understands that we went through chattel slavery, Jim Crow, civil rights, all that stuff, penis. Then like this is not something that's like irrefutable in this country. Her case, it wasn't that popular. You know what I mean? The judge and whoever was unfamiliar with it and wanted her to source up, say, hey, do some DNA stuff. But that is not the standard. So genealogy matters. Okay. Genealogy definitely matters, but I was trying to listen in to see how does this connect. So this is what they wanted her to do for a personal case. And I'm believing he's trying to tie this into reparations. Again, he's not being very clear. I'm just following him. He told me about her. I didn't know about her. He said HR 40, said in Cobra. So we're kind of all over the place right now. So I'm just trying to follow to see where he's going. And my hunch is leading that he's somehow going to tie this into reparations and how we can't get it, right? So that's what my antennas are focused on right now.
So to people who are part of Jim Crow, people who are part of convict leasing, people who are a part of those specific things that affect said ethnic group. So no individual person who is who just comes to this country and because you are African American, because that's the box that is put inside of the census, you can't claim that because you're not a part of that. Your lineage doesn't trace to slavery. Here. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. They can't claim it.
No, I'm going to get coffee. I'm not worried about you. Now, I'm walking. This pants got back like I was going to walk up on him.
Be careful.
Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying. So when we looking at it's not a race-based thing. It's just that this is the term that is used to express this ethnic group and specific things that they went through. So if you a person from the 70s, and I mean you could say that, but if it's telling
that's
you
a new term.
What?
African American. That's a new term. 89 national with Jesse Jackson.
Are you aware of when the first time African American was used?
Okay, so you're talking about 1790, Brother Richard put it up. And we could talk about Richard Allen. I know about all that. This is a small, tiny about
don't do that.
People. They were all free,
don't do that.
No.
Do that.
So that was an actual fact. He was wrong. You heard my argument. I said the people who you're saying, the people you're referencing that call themselves African American, the Pan-African community blows this up to mislead us and misapply it that majority of us was calling ourselves African American during the 1790s or early 1800s or mid 1800s, anything after the 1890s, whatever. Never no time the masses of us or majority of us, even close, were calling ourselves African American. So I was pointing out correctly that the group you're talking to is a small elitist group. They didn't represent a large mass of people. Okay. He said that was not true. And I called him out on it. And here we go. So I got to get some context here because I know how the Pan-African community going to do. Chop this up, screw it, and rub it down. Oh, no.
No, I'm going to do that. This term,
Don't
that
say
was
small.
not the majority.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, tiny. The majority term floating around. And again, this was only free. This was only free blacks. And we know that there's only about 300 to 500,000 free blacks, and a small, tiny percentage of them were using African American. Every enslaved person, damn near, I'll say majority of the enslaved people were using colored and Negro. A tiny percentage of free blacks were running around saying African American.
Okay, so let's go.
Small, tiny percentage.
All right. Let's go slow here, brother. So when I hear you speak about Pan-Africanism and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
A part of that definition is representing your Africanness. So when you look at the people, Africanness, meaning your origin, where you come from, right? So when you look at the first institutions that we make, what do we name them? We're not talking about the European.
Okay, so now I'm gonna call him out on his we. He's saying, what did we? He speaks French. I'm like, we who? Like, so again, this is called word salad. He's saying we in a way where this is like the consensus. Like we all agree to African American, and I'm calling him out on that real time. I'm like, yo, what's up with this we thing? We who?
So when we see the African.
But you can't say we because this was not a collective. See, I'm gonna ask you what percentage.
I'm gonna get
when
to
you
the
say
collective.
we, that could be three people.
No, it's not three people. And let me build, brother, because we talking straight lineage history, nothing else. We only talking about what black people wrote for themselves, no white people. So when you look at
what black people wrote for themselves, again, he's framing that majority of black people did this. Again, when you say what black people wrote for themselves, that can be 3 people, that can be 5 people, that can be 50. But the way he's framing it as the masses were doing this. Okay, that's the semantics, the play on words that I'm checking in real time.
African Union Society that started in 1780 in Rhode Island. We know that Rhode Island is one of the biggest places of
You got a
slavery.
handful of, that's up north too, right?
Excuse me. Yes, but hold on.
Okay, so yeah, we know it's the biggest society. What does that mean? So again, the biggest society. He's also implying the biggest means a lot of people in the majority. No, that means whatever society that was the biggest society, and they probably had whatever amount of people in there. But it still is a small percentage of the 300,000 to 500,000 people. That's my claim. He has not debunked that. He has not showed me anything where majority of those 300 to 500,000 free blacks were calling themselves African American, was part of these organizations. He has not done that. Now, those organizations, they got names, they got signatures, they got membership. And we can look up all the membership of all these organizations. I'm telling you, it's going to make up a tiny, tiny fraction of the 300 to 500,000 free blacks. This is a bad faith argument.
Right, brother. If you're going to tell our story, there's a reason why people in the North is free, but they was working to free the people in the South. Let's just deal with what we talking about, the term African. So when you look at our first organizations, that the people who are originally.
And by the way, that's not what we was dealing about. That's something that he's dealing with. That wasn't right. This is the discussion that started with Deidre Pellman, HR, and Cobra, and now Free Blacks. Like, so there's no title, there's no topic. He just spitting off the top. I'm just trying to follow to see where he's going. And it's all over the place. Because we start with reparations for a woman, and then he mentioned HR 40, then he mentioned in Cobra. So now I'm thinking we're talking about reparations for the lineage. And now we're talking about free blacks and what they call themselves African. So as you can see, there's no pathway, like there's no sense of direction where this argument is going. I thought it was going to connect somewhere. So no, we're not actually talking about African. You're talking about African, and I'm challenging you that there was a small elitist group that called themselves African American and created those societies and organizations. That's my challenge. That's my claim.
Enslaved in the South who came to the North, they got together and made organizations and told us specifically why they made it. So during slavery being ended in 1809, and in different states, slavery is ended in different states. So like 1827, these things of that nature, right? Every black leader all across the thing, even in the South, you have the African Baptist Church in the 1780s. These people are writing about us being African, where we come from. They're talking about Ethiopia. They're talking about Egypt. They're talking about these things. When you look at 1827, our first newspaper called the Freedom's Journal, they said we need to speak for ourselves. They're talking about Timbuktu. They're talking about this, right? So now when you're looking at this, they're talking about the things that affect all black people in America. So now we get into the point of what you said. First, we have institutions. Our first ones that we made. African Union Society, 1780. Free African Society, 1787.
You see, he keep playing on his word, we. We made. We the people. That's everybody, my guy. So he's playing with the word we. Why not say some people or people? He's saying we made this. And I'm looking like, we who? Like, what you mean we? Like the collective? I mean, that's a common sense question. Like, yo, who's we? We. And he's ignoring that, pushing the narrative.
New York African Society, 1784. And in the South, we have the African Brotherhood, all these things going down the line, right? So now, in 1831, we make a national organization. And this organization is called...
We make a national organization, family. Again, y'all don't see the language trick bag. We, like everybody, like the black people, like we FBAs. We who, my guy? He keeps saying, like, he went to start naming people by names, and now he's playing the we game. We did this, we did that, we did this. Bro, I can also make a claim where we also were enslaved doing none of that. He's saying we who? He's not making a distinction. Was that who is doing this? Those part of the organizations, all of the free blacks, all of the enslaved blacks, everybody, all of the blacks in the country. We who? These are bad faith arguments, man.
The Negro Color Conventions. This lasts from 1831 going all the way to 1819, 1899, around that point. All of those people, everything from the Underground Railroad to the militias that we built, all of those Boston Vigilance Committee, all of these things that we did in our whole history, these people are telling you we are the people of African descent. We are the people of this. We are the people of that. This conversation didn't
And they
happen.
call it Negro colored people, right?
No, Negro Color Conventions is what they called it. But the people who are part of it, such as Richard Allen, and the first organization they made was the Free African Society. And it says me and Absalom Jones decided to come together to form this group for our people. And they said, we are two people of the African race. This is what they say. So even to the term of black people, you have the narrative of the proceedings of black people during the late awful calamity in Philadelphia, 1793. He's calling the people black people. So now we getting mad at, because we've been stripped from our home. You got people utilizing European languages to describe
Stripped our home
themselves.
from who? See, now that part you gotta
Yeah,
add some
I
context.
can't.
You said we're stripped from our home. Who stripped us from our home?
What you mean who stripped our the slave trade?
Who? Right, but who particularly? Because like we say that in America.
Okay, so let's
wait. So he said the European. I'm telling you, family, these guys. He said the European stripped us from our home. That's a bold-faced lie, and that's why I challenge them right away. I know their game. Dude's not on my level at all. So you Pan-Africans, you can watch this all you want, and you can reap. We're stripped of our home. People, when they say it like that, I told you that trick bag. When they say it like that, they're giving Africa a pass and they're blaming the so-called white man. That's why I said, who stripped us? Oh, the slave trade. The slave trade can't strip you, my guy. Like, so he's like, he don't want to name the strippers. And then what's the first noun or people he bring up? Europeans. So he omitted African. Then he's going to deny that the main people stripping us and selling us to white people were Africans. He's going to do some psychobabble with that. Watch, listen.
Who stripped us from our home?
What you mean who stripped our the slave trade?
Who? Right, but who particularly? Because like we say that in America.
Okay, so let's
no.
I'm not.
No.
Brother, slow down, bro. Because we're not gonna jump around the thing. We gonna get to that.
Nah, but you're using language, and I know how that would sit if there's no context behind it. Because when you say that, the average person would say what you said.
What I'm
saying,
saying,
not Europeans.
No,
the
brother,
majority was
listen,
Africans.
Brother, listen. Okay, if you want to say majority was African, that's up to you.
Well, that's a fact. That's a historical fact.
So that's not an L. If you want to say majority of the people stripping us from our home are African, that's up to you. But I thought you were a historian. I thought you were telling me to tighten up my arguments. Yeah, family, none of these Pan-Africans can admit Africa's dirty, filthy bushmeat role in selling us to Europeans. If you want to say the African, that's on you. Wait, but everybody should be saying it's the African because that's what happened. See, I don't do that. That's not how I research.
Look,
what you said.
What I'm saying,
not Europeans.
No.
I'm
not.
No.
Brother, slow down, bro. Because we're not gonna jump around the thing. We gonna get to that.
Nah, but you're using language, and I know how that would sit if there's no context behind it. Because when you say that, the average person would say what you said.
What I'm saying,
not Europeans.
No,
the
brother,
majority was Africans.
Brother, listen. Okay, if you want to say majority was African, that's up to you.
Well, that's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Look, listen, brother. Listen. You heard me talk about Aaron.
So he just Eurostepped that. Like he didn't want to deal with that at all. That's why, like I said, he's going to call this a debate. I don't call a debate because I just let you just skip past it. Had we're debating, I'm gonna make you stand on that. I'm gonna make you no. Let's go over the transatlantic slave trade. Who was the major people kidnapping us and selling us? But since it's not framed as a debate, I'll let them just keep going. Okay, but after we're done, it's all of a sudden a debate. Like, oh wait, what? I was unbeknownst to a debate.
Lopez. Let's put him on the screen. Let's put him on the screen. Let's put Aaron Lopez on the screen. Aaron Lopez, slave trader, right? Let's put him on the screen. This is happening in America, right? Where is he at? Aaron Lopez. Let's put him on the screen. Aaron Lopez.
Okay, so before we go to Aaron Lopez, let's do some fact checking. Like I said, those people, those blacks, those free blacks who we're talking about, those elitists who were calling themselves African American, those were tiny, free black elites. Okay, he don't want to debate that at all. They made up a small fraction of the free blacks and an even smaller fraction of all the blacks in the country. The majority, the reason why I know it's a tiny percentage, because the majority of us were enslaved in the South, and we didn't get to name ourselves anything. You know, but even out of the free blacks, a lot of them didn't buy into the whole African thing. Okay, we mostly were called Negro, colored, and sometimes black by law in white society. So there was no single settled name at that time, family. There was no single settled name for by anybody about us. Across the, as I always said before, across the 1800s and 1900s, we know we were called Negro, colored, Afro-American. A couple people called themselves African American, Afro-American, and Black under special terms, like as a derogatory term. Okay, and these a lot of times overlapped. Okay, so now a small group. This is where he's misrepresenting, misapplying this information. A small group choosing African in 1787 doesn't mean their descendants in 2026 are locked into that name forever. Oh, because a few people said African, so we just always going to be African. No. And that's why I kept saying, hey, bro, that small elitist group, remember them? Who's trying to name us, give us a name that they believe is fitting? Well, you guys call us that small group today. So you're going to see me check them on that. Like, hold on. Why is this group able to do that? This small group, and you guys call us an internet group. We're small, right? You call us small, but we can't do it. It's like, yo, when did the law say they can do it, but you can't? So that's why I said it's a lot of just bad faith arguments. You know.
Look at this cocksucker. Fucking bastard. Can't stand this fucking dude. But anyway, he commissioned over 1,000 transactions of slavery from here. Now, are Africans involved in slavery? Absolutely. How do we know this? I don't even have to use them. I can use
Adriano Diaries, and we know the Asante, we know Dahomey, we know Queen of Zinca, and we know Ghana itself.
No. We're gonna go. Hold on. I know this is who you want. We're gonna go to that, but first, let's finish off with how we defined ourselves. Let's finish right there. Let's do that first.
Okay, there we go again. How we define ourselves. Who is this we? He's talking to a small group of people. That's what they're doing. They're doing what we're doing, right? They're defining the masses. So now, family, the counter argument I gave was, wait a minute. When FBAs, you guys say, according to Unc, we're only 1,500 or 1,500 deep. We're 1,500 deep, Unc says. All right, so we're a small group that's attempting to rename the masses a better fitting ethnonym that's very exclusive and inclusive just to us. What they would say is, yeah, but the majority of FBA is going to call themselves Foundation Black American or ADOS. Well, this small group, he keeps saying we, French. Well, the masses at that time didn't call themselves African American either. But somehow this small group is allowed to rename and represent the masses, and they call us a small group, and we're not allowed to do that because they're stuck on this word African. It's a bad faith argument.
Hold on.
All I'm saying is
Wait.
that we is not the we. That's the two
Listen,
people.
brother, listen. You made a claim and said that this is talking only about 5 people, a little bit of people. That is a national organization.
Yeah, okay. Now he's lying and misrepresenting me. I said, when he kept saying we earlier, I said, who's the we? I said that could be 3 people. I said that could hypothetically be 3 people. I didn't factually say it was 3 people or 5 people. Lying, misrepresenting me. Yeah, these guys can't beat me in an argument because they can't even be honest. I never said 5 people for sure. I said that we could be anybody. It could be 3 blacks that escaped from slavery and wrote something in their journal. Because he's not defining the we. I had to force him to name 3 organizations, which proves my point. It's a small group of people.
I'm saying a small percentage.
You saying that, but I just described to you that we can all look up right now and put color conventions in there, and we can see all of the memos and things that they wrote for themselves.
Like we can see all. Look at the language, family. We can see all of the. Why are you saying all of what? Again, like he's trying to make you. We can see all of what they wrote of themselves. Again, okay. If you get 5 journals and 5 writings from 5 individuals, ain't that all their writings? But that all represents 5. It doesn't represent 500,000 or 5 million. So you could find all of their findings. Yeah, but if that group is only 100 deep, that's only 100 findings. That's all of 100 findings. But all of 100 isn't all of the free blacks, and nowhere near the enslaved or the total population of blacks in the country. Just again, play on words. It doesn't work, my guy. It doesn't work.
You can hear them what they're calling. And then I'll even give you this. At one point, you had a person named William Whipper who comes along, and he is debating, saying that he doesn't want us to name our institution African no more. And he said,
I know a bunch of them in the AME Church is doing that. I know.
Who? So what do you know about William Whipper?
A bunch of people. I know him and a bunch of people in the AME Church. They want African tied to that AME Church.
Nah,
I know about.
Okay, so why? Tell us why.
Because they felt like African was a term that was a trick bag to deport them back to Africa.
Yep. But why though? What was going on?
Well, you talking about free blacks. You talking about blacks who have freedom but don't have no rights, and they're sticking around in white folks' mind, causing trouble, and maybe inspiring blacks to be free, or maybe possibly inspire rebellion. So they're trying.
Right. Exactly. And this was their fear.
Yeah. So my microphone sounded horrible because I'm walking and I'm talking on the phone. So anytime I say horrible like that, I'm probably walking with a whole bunch of wind towards me. And my fault for that, family.
But there was an organization, the ACS, that is brought forth.
Oh yeah, the American College Society.
Right. So this is the reason. This is the reason. Right. Now this is the reason why. Right. So this reasoning behind this is because the ACS want to get rid of the free blacks so that they can continue slavery in the South.
Okay, so far, family, the only debate on the table so far, the only thing that we vehemently disagree with is the number of the we were calling ourselves African. So far, let's track this so-called debate. The only debate on the table right now that we're disputing of each other's position is how many of these we people were calling themselves African. I'm saying with a small elitist group, he keeps saying, what is he saying? But he's implying it was a lot of people or the majority of the free blacks. But the dude is speaking in riddles. He's not being straightforward. Like he's just talking and he's leaving it up to me to, well, he's implying and he's leaving it up to me to use my own imagination, and I'm constantly calling for a number. Like, yo, who is this we? How many? And then I made an absolute argument. I said, hey, that's a small percentage of the people at the time. He said, no, it wasn't. But he didn't say it was large. But he's implying it's large. You're not on my level, man. I don't argue in bad faith. I say what I say. I say we got to delineate. I say African American is a goofy word. See, I stand on stuff. So far, he's standing on nothing. He just arguing, he's making arguments, but he's not supporting them or standing on them very clearly. And by the way, this on the fly, so I'm trying to figure out, dude, stand on something. But so far, he disagreed that those elitist blacks were not a small, tiny group. I can easily prove that.
And this was the argument that was brought forth, and it was more of you being an American citizen to get your rights, not denying that you're a person of African descent, but in the political aspect of we not identifying with this because these people were using this so that they could just ship our people away. So we clear on that.
Now, in spite of us disagreeing on the percentage of those black elitists, those free blacks calling themselves African, where are we going with this? You did, because this went from reparations, a single personal court case. He briefly mentioned HR 40, which is the lineage-based reparation claim. He mentioned in Cobra that's speaking on behalf of everybody. And now we're talking about free blacks calling themselves African. So I'm totally lost, and I just want to catch you guys up. What's going on? How does all this connect? Even talking about 40 minutes. How much time you need, bro, to connect this stuff?
Now, during this same time frame, around 1834, there's the revolt that's in Jamaica, and that's the Bishop Samuel revolt. When that happens, now they wind up breaking up those colonies over there. All of the black leaders that are over here in the Americas do what now? They are now going to all of the Caribbeans. They're making orations, and then we have our holiday, which is dealing with August 1st, and this August 1st rights. So now when we talk about delineation in the time frame that we are, we want to stick to the lineage of our people and our history and what they did.
Okay, you see? So the topic, now he gave you the topic of the debate. The topic is delineation. And I said that's my hardcore argument that I love to debate. So we're talking about delineation. So now you know how to judge this so-called debate. Who won the delineation debate? Okay, because now we're going back to delineation, and we know that's what I advocate for. That's what I preach. That's what I teach. All right, so delineation. Is he going to make it so he would have to be arguing that's not necessary for us to delineate in 2026? And I'm saying yes. So everything we're saying during this exchange, it has to either be yes or no for delineation.
Now, when you're looking at William Whipper, Frederick Douglass, all of these, Martin Delaney, all of these people are part of these.
Did he say Frederick Douglass? So I'm going to cook him on that. So I think he's just testing what I know and what I don't know. And if I know it, he's going to misrepresent it. And if I know it, he'll fall back. Because he mentioned Frederick Douglass.
August 1st rights. That shit went on for
Cromwell. Yep.
That shit went on for 50-something years. So now they in Jamaica, they all over the place with this. So when I'm looking at this, right, there was no delineation made there. There was no delineation when the Fugitive Slave Act came into place, when people left the South and came to the North and the kidnappers come try to get them and bring them back.
I know Frederick Douglass definitely delineating.
In what way? Because
he didn't want no ties with anybody referring him to it as an African or Africa. He made that very clear.
Right, and then now we have to get back to the reasoning why.
Well, you shouldn't have mentioned Frederick Douglass to begin with, because he was not part of no African smoke at all.
Reasoning. These are the people who are against the ACS. All of those people we talking about, Richard Allen, Absalom, Joe, all of them was against that shit.
Yeah, I know. He had 3,000 people in Philly somewhere arguing, against the ACS.
Right. So they arguing against it, right? So then during that Negro Color Convention, what is the argument that they're having for Black America, period? What do we do? Do we leave or do we stay? That's the first debate that we have amongst each other. Do we leave or do we stay? So Sierra Leone gets put on the platform. You already know about the revolutionary dude, Thomas Peters and all of this. And they was like, nah, bro, that ain't working. So we gonna go to Canada. So they agreed in 1835 to go to Canada. So we go to Canada. They built a black college. The white people didn't like them. They kicked them out. So that ain't gonna work. Now they're getting invited to Haiti. They go over there. Shit don't work. That's not happening. Liberia then comes into play. Now people are going over there dying because of the malaria, diseases and shit like that. And then there's stuff where they're not getting what they were promised. And they begin to write their slave master talking about, I want to come back. These are just facts. So if you in America and the newspapers is coming in and black people is telling you like, yo, this is what's happening, that we not going to Africa. So now they say, yo, we staying here. Now we're going to stay here until we basically free our people here. and that begins this long trajectory down the line. So, in your point from delineation, I think if we're gonna talk about it,
See, we're back to delineation. Don't let these fools lie to you what we're talking about. And back to my point of delineation. I even make the point. I didn't make that point so far during this conversation, I don't think. It was basically him giving a storyline of the woman who sued for reparations for personal harm for herself, not the lineage. He briefly mentioned HR 40. He briefly mentioned in Cobra. He talked about free blacks wanting to name themselves African, right? And I was saying, bro, that was a small percentage of people who had that in mind. And he mentioned delineation, and he did it again. And so in between him giving the storyline, I may challenge something or not. But so far, I didn't make an argument at all. Or then I challenged him when he tried to omit Africa's dirty, filthy bushmeat hand and kidnapping us and selling us, stripping us from our homeland. Okay, he tried to sneak that in there. The white people did it. Same thing Unc did. Okay, I'm like, oh, the same thing. Oh, they all do. They all do that. And but then they'll say that they're not Pan-Africans. Like, yeah, that's mighty strange that all of y'all talking points are that of Pan-Africans, but you're not a Pan-African because you never claimed it. Sure.
we talk about it from the American lineage point, why we did it, why we didn't do it, and to today. And how does it harm us today? Because when we look at our history, like I just brought up, that whole August 1st thing, they never did that. That's something that they didn't do. They didn't look at themselves as being different or you're politically harming us.
That's because they were all the same. They had a shared ancestry.
How are they the same? They took it. They don't got the same ancestry. Them niggas in Jamaica, bro. Them niggas was over there fucking going crazy, y'all.
Now, what I'm saying is that they're all like they understood whether they're all the same in status, whereas it's free blacks or enslaved people. Like that's what I mean. They were all in the same condition.
I get what you're saying. I understand that. But do you get my point of why I see this?
Okay, so let me further elaborate my point because my audio is so terrible, and that's why I wanted to do a review, my own review before I let people have the original copy because you can't really hear me. You hear him he kind of muffled too, but you can hear him better than me. You feel me? But I said they didn't delineate because they seen themselves as the same. And he said, in what way? I said, well, the free blacks seen themselves the same. They're all free blacks. They're the same status wise. And then the enslaved seen themselves the same too as enslaved blacks. You dig? So they that's why I don't need to delineate. They're all the same in their status, free or enslaved.
Talking about like lineage history, when we just talking about what we did and then how it sounds today. I don't know, I haven't watched the video. I don't know if you're like the guys on Twitter. You said no when we was just talking before this went online. Those dudes is attacking Africans, Haitians, Jamaicans, all type of shit, bro. It sounds crazy to me because I'm like, yo, what about the white immigrants that are here?
Another Pan-African argument. FBAs are attacking innocent Caribbeans, innocent Africans. They did nothing wrong. They don't talk about us. They don't antagonize. They don't have their little TikToks. They don't call on our shows and disrespect us. They don't do none of that, right? The revenues don't exist. A Jamaican man revenue never told us that the dogs bit our relatives up and was laughing about it. Yeah, the revenue, the tethered dreams. You're right. We're just attacking innocent Africans and Caribbeans who just come over to this country and with no thanks to us, and they just want to live their best life. You're right.
Hold on, wait, stop. So we got to stop there.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's one thing Black Americans don't do. We have zero testimony about our parents training us and cultivating our minds to stay away from immigrant Africans that come over here. So we have hold on. Let me go because I know I have gazillions. I got this. Yeah, that's never our. Yeah, we never had no like that.
Right. All right, so
okay.
So I'll just say it right now because again, my microphone's muffled. I was saying that there's no such testimony of foundational Black Americans, parents teaching their kids and offspring to stay away from African descendant immigrants, whether from the Caribbean or Africa. Right? We don't say we watch movies and that's why we hate Africans or Afro-Caribbean people. That's not what we say. That's what they say. So I'm gonna fast forward my part. That's all I said. I was muffled.
We come out of America, so like we were deaf anywhere else. It was on my own.
Especially if you live in urban cities, like I live in New York, that's gonna come across.
Yeah, his microphone is way more clear.
Why? So
Okay. So I got to cut the bogus ass reasons. For one, which I think is like the most retarded shit somebody could say.
So all I'm saying is that, bro, are you about to justify these tethers disrespecting us? Now, he just said a family, just 30 seconds ago, he said we were attacking Africans. This is a Pan-African position. It's the same thing brother Reggie did. They all say we're attacking these tethers. And then when we point out, wait a minute, they've been attacking us the whole time. Now they want to justify their attacks. Now he's going to justify their attacks because, oh, they just poor puppets of white supremacy. So they're not attacking us? No, it's not their fault. It's the white man's fault. But with us, oh, nah, yeah, FBs are just aggressive. That is white supremacy talking points as well.
It's like, brother, that they get just 100,000 slaves.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
No shit. So as a kid, right, this is a reverse thing. Yeah. And then I'm going to bring it back to your exact point so you don't think I'm stirring off. When we first heard about Africa as a kid, this is not from my parents. My parents didn't teach me nothing about none of that. I know that my grandmother practiced Santeria, but she never taught it to me. I never went to church. I don't know why. I wanted to go to church because my friends are going to church. Well, I can't go to church. That's another story. When we looked on TV, bro, when we wanted to watch them Saturday morning cartoons, what is the commercials that we saw, bro? Every time we saw Africa, bro, we saw them hungry, starving motherfuckers, bro.
So no, you did, but let me give you the proper context behind that.
Let me finish though. Hold on. So when as a kid, as I'm internalizing that, right, by looking at that, I'm like, damn, son, the niggas fucked up over there. And now,
but it didn't make you hate them.
No.
It didn't make you say. It made us want to help them.
Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. Now, hold on. Yeah. Let's build though. Okay. Let's build because we're gonna tie this into the lineage history too. So now, when that happens, and then we see Africans in our community, what was they doing? They were all, they used to have the cab driver thing. This is before Uber. This is before
I'm
all
gonna
that.
be honest, bro. I didn't see too many Africans. Hey, bro, I didn't see too many Africans growing up. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I know, like
you from Jersey, bro.
Yeah, but I'm telling you how non-existent they were in Jersey. I seen two.
What part of Jersey you from?
Nah, I'm from Central. I'm covering North all the way to New Brunswick. But nah, it ain't just me. I could call my brothers older than me. We had this conversation.
So cool then. So I'm gonna finish it up. So like in Harlem, we saw them. Those were the people that was outside selling T-shirts, selling the bootleg shit. And you a hip hop person like me. We saw Tupac and all of them make videos. Yo, stop selling my shit. We all saw that. So this is the perception that we have of them. On the vice versa, right? When the parents of those children, their whole objective is to have a good life here, right? Today, right now, is to have a good life. That's what they come here for. They think that we these thugs. What was the #1 show in the 80s about black? One of the shows, besides the Cosby, which is positive. But
you had different strokes. You had
we had a whole bunch of shows, right? But that cop shit was crazy. So when cops.
Yeah, with the Jamaican guy singing?
No, cops. Yeah, bad boy, what y'all gonna do? Right? So these people.
So this dude said, so out of all the positive shows that we just named, Fat Albert, Bill Cosby, Different World, What's Happening, all these shows, The Facts of Life, all these shows that show us in a positive, happy, harmless sense. They watch Cops that by the way show white people too. So he's saying that they watch Cops, and that was enough to erase all of the positive depictions they ever seen of us. Okay. But wasn't Michael Jackson big at that time? I mean, like, what are we talking about? Like what time frame is this? Is the 80s? Michael Jordan's going crazy. Magic Johnson's going crazy. Like there wasn't like, yeah, no, like there was like, listen, man, there was movies that you can personally watch, which I highly doubt. But then there was things going on. James Brown, there was things going on that was undeniable. That the world, Muhammad Ali, the world was forced to respect black greatness, black kings. And you're trying to tell me a real person you see in real life that the world is praising. You watched Cops and said, man, the hell with these real people. Man, they ain't SHIT. And all I'm saying is, if that's the mentality of these folks, then they got to stay away from us forever. If you're that dumb to ignore real life and the positive movies and just stick to a show named Cops, and that's how you want to depict us, then stay over there, man. You're tethered for real. Those folks that believe like that are tethers. The people he are speaking on behalf of, all those people excuses, the show Cops, all those people that take that position are tethers permanently. Like any way out of that.
People are thinking that, yo, if you hang out with these black Americans, you're gonna fucking commit a crime. And I'm telling you, this is what it is. I'm telling you what it is. Wait. Let me finish.
I'm not buying it at all.
Listen,
I'm gonna fast forward my part because I already kind of explained my part.
This goes into an experience point. If you say you lived in a place where you ain't around them, I'm around all of these people. I'm growing up with Jamaicans, I'm going to Puerto Rican people, I'm going to these people's houses. And then they would tell me as a kid, my parents told me don't hang out with you, bro. And I'm a kid, I don't know why. You know what I'm saying? Now that I'm old, I'm like, oh shit, this is it. But now,
let me get some words.
Wait, hold on, brother. Let me tie this back in. So this is a media.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm cutting in because I am livid. I'm mad that he's justifying their behavior, their hatred, they're shitting on us, or their attack. He's justifying their attacks on us, but can't justify ours and just say we're attacking them. That's the part that's why I'm livid and I'm just cutting in because I'm just so mad he's doing this in real time.
Aspect. This is a European aspect. Let me finish, brother. If you left the country, right? You've been out of this country, right?
Nah.
All right. So I went to Italy, right? So I used to go back and forth to Italy a lot. So while I'm in Italy, these people would walk up to me and they would be like, "You play basketball?" I'm like, "No." They're like, "I see you TV, you box." I'm like, "No." They say, "All right, you from New York? Oh, you know Jay-Z, you know this, you know that." Your perception of these people are associating me with hip-hop and basketball or a fucking boxer because I'm fucking tall. And because I'm from New York, you asking me about fucking New York rappers. Why I can't be a doctor? Why I can't be anything else? Why the fuck I gotta be that? This is the power of media and how people present themselves.
Hold on.
Now I'm going like that. 1 minute, and then you could cook. So
yeah,
and
we're playing double dutch. I gotta jump.
Yeah, I know you're gonna go. So in our lineage history, when you look at one of our greatest people, you know the black atheist. We ain't gotta tell you about him. You know who he is, Hubert Harrison. When you look at this individual who comes here, we called him the Black Socrates. He's the one that's responsible for bringing us Marcus Garvey and all that. Even though Marcus Garvey stole his shit and did him dirty, that's crazy.
He's a scammer. Go ahead.
He stole his flag and all that. Yeah, but Hubert Harrison was a beast. He was piping his girl. Yeah.
So far we're 30 minutes in. We're all over the place. Like off the top of that, I could give you a recap of all the areas he talked about, and we ain't stick to none of them. So I'm thinking we're just having a dialogue, but it's just a, we're like on the phone. Like, so if somebody look at this as a debate up to this point, like you're just jealous of me, my guy. You're just mad that you're a failure online and I got shit lit in a small limited time. Because so far, 30 minutes in, nobody can name the debate. We're talking about 100 different things.
Yo, they do the same thing that we do today. But those people, they could have came here and just chill. So you look at Cyril Briggs, you look at the African Brotherhood, you look at what's going on in Tulsa, and he goes and they make this little thing to go over there So you have this aspect in our history where you got these people from different countries coming here for this specific reason. You have the woman that we call Attica Kofi, who they called the great mother warrior. That she said her whole point was to come to America because of what happened in Africa to save black people. She made a whole movement, whole black.
My fault.
We have this aspect in our history where you got these people from different countries coming here for this specific reason. You have the woman that we call Attica Kofi, who they called the great mother warrior. That she said her whole point was to come to America because of what happened in Africa to save black people. She made a whole movement, whole black church, and guess who she got killed by? The UNIA. They blew her head off because they was jealous of her. This is just our story. This shit is crazy. So, but when you looking at the lineage history, you see this dynamic of people coming from these Pacific countries forming organ. They don't got to do that. They could just sit there and work and mind their fucking business. So when we fast forward to 2025, bro, we in a whole different world, whole different thing, and all of these social things you're talking about is true, bro. Niggas don't want to hang around us. We lazy, we this, we that. All of this shit that you just said is a fact.
They're the most laziest man. I work with these dudes. They don't work harder than me. Laziest people on earth. Well, hold on, but let me go back.
Yeah,
I mean,
Mike,
not athletic. Yeah, these guys ain't on the average athletic. Like the average Black American, like we're kind of like athletic looking. We ain't all fat bellies hanging over like these guys drinking a red Stripe. Yeah, we kind of athletic. The big tone. Look at the
soldier. You don't see a lot of fat Black Jamaicans.
Man, you the hell I don't. I hardly ever see Jamaican chisel. All right, but anyway, let me say this. Let me go back.
Bad.
Okay, I'm not buying the whole movie music bullshit. Again,
that's cool. You don't have to.
And I'm gonna say this because it's the most ridiculous excuse ever.
I already explained this with my microphone, so I'm just gonna fast forward my part.
The same movie.
I'm not double talking.
What the hell are you so mad if they believe that shit? Let me hear you break that between the Hebrew.
Say that again. Say it again.
Yeah,
I need you to say that. Say it.
The Hebrew Harris and I always mix up two names. Steve Coakley and
There's a bunch of them, bro. Cyril Briggs, there's a bunch of them, bro.
Yeah, okay.
A whole bunch of them.
We're asking, where are those folks today? So it's like you can't hang your hat on people who was here 1,000 years ago. Where are those folks today? But hold on.
So now that you said that, since we brought up the edge of farmer, so we all got to go all over the place. One of the things she did, she also had to get international backing. All of those countries in the Caribbean, all of them countries, not all of them, but a majority of countries in Africa all backed her thing when she went in that courtroom. And this is for reparations for us. They don't get none of that. They're not asking for it. They're not doing none of that. So when you say that, it's sort of like, it would be like,
wait. What you say? No, they were. They were asking for that.
No, they weren't.
They were.
Not in the edge of, okay, what is the organization of Black immigrants that are saying that we need reparations? Put it on the screen.
No. I'm saying, yeah, you don't need an organization. You don't need an organized effort. Matter of fact, Black people today in our crimes are not organized, and it's still categorized as organized. Categorized as organized crime. You know, we don't need to like right now. You got a lot of illegal. You got a lot of justification going on. They're not organized.
What's not organized? Gentrification is organized. That's an organized thing.
Not this.
Gentrification is organized.
Nah. What I'm saying is, like, I want you to prove that this white person. What's up, man? I want you to prove that this white person knew that white person. Yo, let's get together and let's buy Ron City.
No. It doesn't work like that. That's not that.
I'm not trying to go too far. I'm not trying to go too far. My point, because you're like throw a man in somewhere else where I don't want to be. I know this. I know the reparations conversation. I know that we had to get it from race based to lineage based. And once we did that, once we try to make it specific, and we start to give acronyms for people who look like that person, but you're not part of this lineage or this harm. So you're not involved. I know that you had people who are not of the lineage, would we say, mad as hell and talking shit.
Okay, so
I know that.
oh, hold on, brother. You can say that all you want. So when we looking at these reparations, even if you're looking at Cobra and you're looking at that, and you're looking at, you know, those founders and their sons and all of these people, those people that you're talking about are fighting for us.
No, you're not.
That's what. Yes, they are. So you got to prove it. All right, hold on. Wait. So I thought that we established in the beginning of this conversation when we talked about race-based reparations. Again, HR 40 is specifically talking about by 1860, it gives you a number, and that is the census of 1860. It's talking about the 4 million blacks that were here in America. It's talking about those people. Then it talks about them going through convict leasing. It talks about Jim Crow. That is Pacific. That is not anybody is from Jim Crow. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I need you to show me that.
Okay, pull up HR 40 right now. Let's pull up HR 40 right now. Pull it up right now.
So bookmark that 1 second. So are you saying in Cobra wasn't race-based?
No. Because it's talking about... No.
All right, so now that's the part where I dispute. So in Cobra, when they first started, I showed their website. They were leaning towards race-based. There was race-based. They made modifications since ADOS and FBA had put the pressure on these folks and other people to change their stuff from race-based to lineage-based. So what he did was pull up a screenshot of the HR 40 bill 2025. The HR 40 bill was first introduced in 2013 or 2014. So like that was like some slick stuff. It's like, dude, you know, we're talking about the origins of the claim. The origins of the claims, definitely in Cobra were race-based. Okay. HR 40, I wasn't sure. You're gonna hear me concede on that point. I wasn't really sure, but I knew that they used the term African American. Both did. And whether if it's race-based or lineage-based, the term African American muddies the waters, and they make it race-based anyway, because now the race can claim reparations from their studies or in the Cobra mess. Okay, so
because the reason why I'm saying
I read the website online, bro. It's 100% race-based.
Listen, brother. When we're talking about HR, first off, bro, do you understand who started Cobra?
I do know I don't know exactly the major players, but I do know some of them.
All right, so we gotta go. No. We gonna have to do it. We have to do this. Listen, brother. Listen. We talking about a bill. We sticking on topic. I'm telling you that it's not race based, and the bill that
is not a bill.
Okay, it's not a bill.
It's I'm sorry. It might be a bill, but it's something to look at and research. It don't have no specific recommendations. It's saying, hey, the harms.
It tells you what it is, brother. It's a thing to study the joint. That's what it is, bro.
But who's gonna?
So now keep in mind, we're both just off the top of the head. I'm not sure what the hell HR 40 says verbatim. I'm on my phone walking. He's on his phone, so I'm trying to best of my ability to recall. Well, I can't even claim I ever really studied the entire bill, period. And then I just knew that it was something that was directed for a study from our ops, white people. And that was enough for me to be like, nah, this is nothing. You know.
But who are they asking?
Wait.
But I did read the Cobra website.
Who? You mean who are they asking? They're asking for the United States to recognize what took place.
Why would they do? And they're the defendant, because we're taking them to court.
Listen.
Okay, so this part I made was major. I said, why would we put together an HR 40 bill and ask the people we're suing to look into it and study it and give us remedy? I mean, they're gonna look. Why would we do that? Because they're the person we're suing. So they're gonna look at that and be like, all right, now I don't see no harm, no foul. Okay, the case dismissed. But no, like we have to present our own argument, our own study, and that's what ADOS, FBA, we all are doing collectively together.
Listen, you're taking the same
That wouldn't be
people to,
wise.
I know, but you're taking the same people to court, brother. You're doing it. Where you getting reparations from? It has to be passed in some bill. That's how it's gonna work. You're asking the same
That's
white
not what I'm
man.
saying.
Yeah, no, 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 no.
I'm not
Hold
asking.
on.
I'm saying
Hold on.
our argument can't be the white man. It's got to be our argument.
Okay, cool. So let's just go slow here. So let's back up here. So the Republic of New Africa, you're familiar with the with the Oldabali brothers, right? Those are the
No,
people.
I don't know.
Okay, so one of them is Malcolm X's or his autobiographer. This was the one that was running around when he was in Africa, filming him and this things of that nature. That individual, what's his name? Chinwe or whatever. They had their little shootout with the police or whatever. He then becomes the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, and then he makes what you call the Kush Plan, and that's to stop gentrification and all these specific things. And now his son became the mayor, etc., going down the line, right? So, and then you have mother, what's his name? I can't remember at the top of the head. So at the end of the day, this whole thing been about the people of African descent, and they're fighting for the same thing that the people from the 1700s, from Belinda Royal, the first person to get reparations, going all the way down to our great sister, coming all the way down to now. Same exact thing. So when you saying race, we know that's a crazy term because of what that white person said. How could you prove you an African? How can you prove that? How can you prove you've been harmed? This is where your genealogy comes into play, which I don't hear y'all talking about. Because the more of us that can prove, the more of us that can prove that, like, I traced my shit back to 1801. I got the slave ship that brought my people on my maternal line that start my shit. I'm a part of this. My story has to be a part of this. And this is what we should be pushing, because this is what you want to push, what against that argument, or what they're actually making, or what you can't prove, and how you this and this things of that nature. So now we going to HR 40. Let's pull it up on the screen.
Yeah,
let's look up
HR
HR 40. Yeah, you said it's race based. You said you wanted this thing.
I'm not sure what it is, but I said it wasn't.
How you gonna be talking shit about something and you don't know what it is?
No, I don't.
Ooh, he got me talking shit about something I don't know what it is. Oh, you won. You won. On that, delineation is no good. You won the debate. Oh, okay. You read a little bit more about HR 40 than myself. Congratulations. I lost the debate. Stop it.
I don't know if it's race or lineage based. I'm saying it doesn't make.
It is lineage based. Now, if you're talking about it asking for money, if it's like, it's not like, okay, so no, it's not doing that. That's what's his name? Henry Bishop. He did that. He asked for bread.
But it's asking it's asking for a federal commission. Why? We're suing the federal government.
Bro, where are you gonna get okay, what is your reparations bill? Wait. Who's we suing? What are you suing?
Okay,
because I'm not in tune with what you're saying.
We're suing the federal government, and we're also going to sue the states too, and maybe even companies. But everything starts at the federal government.
So you're gonna sue the people who did the harm to you and expect them to pay you? Isn't that the same thing?
Yes, because they also pay. See, we got case studies where they actually make payments. The Japanese internment camps.
Yo, you know what? Yo, brother, listen. This is why I told you. Study the Republic of New Africa and the reformation of the reparations movement, because you have to, because they made that same argument and they lost. This is
no. Hey.
Yes.
Hey, bro, so, they did not make the same argument that Adolf was making.
Yes, they did, son.
No,
yes, they did.
Okay, so I forgot he said that. So I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna research that right now. The new Republic of Africa. Did they argue the same argument that ADOS? Because what he's saying is they made the same argument that ADOS and FBA is making, and they lost. So therefore, we're gonna lose. Like, what else conclusions you could draw from that?
So, brother, listen to me. They lost. The Republic of New Africa.
They also pay. See, we got case studies where they actually make payments. The Japanese internment camps.
Yo, you know what? Yo, brother, listen. This is why I told you. Study the Republic of New Africa and the reformation of the reparations
hell no.
movement, because you have to, because they made that same argument and they lost. This is
No. Hey,
yes.
hey, bro,
So,
they did
brother,
not make the same
yo,
argument that
brother,
Adolf
yes,
is
they
making.
did, son.
No,
Yes,
they
they.
didn't.
Hey, yo, brother, listen to me closely. You just said that the Native Americans got it, the Japanese got it, they brought that up in court, bro. So if you're
All
gonna
right, wait, hold
have
on.
this,
Wait.
hold
So,
on, brother.
wait, so what's the name again? I'm looking at it right now. What's the name again? The new Republic.
The Republic of New
I know they
Africa.
did.
Yes, they
Okay.
did. What are you talking about,
No, they
bro?
did. I
Yo, how
got
you
you.
gonna be talking about something that you don't know about? And how you gonna be talking about reparations and you don't know the history of reparation of Black Americans? How
Bro,
you gonna have this conversation?
because yeah, my man said I can't talk about reparations because he said I don't know the history of reparations in Black America, so I can't talk about reparations as a Black man. That's dumb. Like that's a dumb position to hold. What are you talking about? So no Black American can talk about the civil rights movement if they're not a historian on it. Like that is okay.
Because I'm an advocate.
You got to know the history of reparations to be an advocate to say harm was done to you and your lineage. Cut the check. You out your mind, bro. That's a white supremacist talking point, and typically a Pan-African one. So basically, stop talking about reparations, like because there's requirements to talk about it. Man, you out your mind, bro.
How you gonna have a conversation if you don't know it?
Because I'm an advocate. What are you talking about? Do I got to know about the entire civil rights movement to be an advocate?
Because
no, you don't. No, you don't.
Because we're making an argument.
What I'm saying, I'm part of. Hey, bro, I'm part of a body. Like when you protest something, you don't need to know all the details of the
No, brother.
You got to be out there. Yeah.
We talk. Yo, listen. This is how law works, right? If a case comes out, if a case comes out, right, and we got a case, and there's case law that helps your case, you use that. That's how it works. So if you're making an argument that was already made in court with the same thing that you just said,
we're not
and
though.
they lost,
we're not though.
Yo, brother. All right, bro.
I mean, like you got to
tell
show
you, bro.
ADOS. Like no, but what I'm saying is you're just saying something. You got
I'm not just saying
show
anything.
ADOS is, but you got to show ADOS is making the same argument of the Republic of New Africa.
What are you talking about? No, I'm talking about the reparations movement part. Their organization. Yes, brother. And in that where you think this
they delineated too? Wait. So
what do you mean
did they
delineate?
delineate?
Brother, the whole bill is delineation. It's clear.
All right, I'm talking about the Republic of New Africa.
Yes, brother.
This guy said it's clear. Which I'm gonna cook him on that. He said it's clear, but they use the language African American that serves as a dual, that has a dual usage. It represents the entire race. That means everybody who's African descent that comes to America, and also that's inclusive to everybody of African descent. And it also speaks to a specific harmed group from U.S. chattel slavery, Foundation Black Americans. And he said that's clear, a usage that represents everybody and then only one body. He said that's clear.
But those are the people who made the goddamn Cobra in the bill.
Oh, no. Okay, so in Cobra nothing burger, because we know that Cobra for sure was race-based. I know that for sure.
No, it's not, brother. The people that you don't even know the history of this shit. Yo, how you go?
Yeah. The origins of Cobra were leaning towards race-based. They were not lineage-based. I'm gonna stand on that. The origins of Cobra were all inclusive of everybody of African descent in this country. People of U.S. chattel slavery and even recent immigrants that claim they experienced racism or housing discrimination, they definitely couple them in there.
Argue this shit, bro.
Why you think I gotta be historian?
Let me share my screen.
Why you think I gotta be historian? I never said I was a historian of reparations. I'm an advocate for it.
I'm just saying.
I stopped hard for it.
Yo, you could advocate it. All I'm saying is it makes the argument stronger, son. When we're having these conversations about reparations, bro.
But no, what I'm saying is, we already got the experts. We got the experts out there. I'm supporting them I'm supporting myself, my lineage, and I'm signal boosting the message. But am I out there like Laura Abba in the courts? No, I'm not doing that.
No, I'm not telling you to do that, brother. I'm just saying if you're online and you're saying something and I'm telling you it's not correct and you keep saying.
All right. So the short answer is no. The Republic of New Africa, RNA, did not make the same reparations argument as Adolf and FBA, what we're making. It says they overlap on U.S. owes black people, but almost everything else is different. So, I mean, this guy just be lying. I'm like, yeah, so they made a case for reparations and they lost. So basically, you making the same case, it's already done. You're a liar. They did not make the same case. Watch this. Everything is different. Who the claimant is, what we're asking for, and what legal theory they use. Watch. So, okay, so now let me go to Adolf's FBA first. From the 2010s to now, the claimant is a class of U.S. citizens, descendants of enslaved black people in the United States, U.S. chattel slavery plus Jim Crow plus 20th century discrimination. And we have very explicit lineage gatekeeping. Immigrants from Africa, Caribbean, and their descendants are out, even if they check off African American, black on the census box. They're out. So that was our position on who the claimant was. Okay, now look at the RNA, who they believe is the harmed people. This is the 1960s all the way to 1990s. Okay, so they claim to represent a separate black nation inside the U.S., the New Africans. Dude, do I gotta play any more of this so-called debate? They claim to represent a separate nation inside the U.S., the New Africans, and the New Africans equal black people whose ancestors were enslaved in the U.S. plus other African descended people who chose to join that nation. Dude, this is race-based by its core definition. They didn't obsess over post 1965 immigrants versus FBA the way we do it today. Okay, so what were they asking for? They was asking for some crazy stuff. I ain't even mad at them. Yeah, okay. This part is crazy. They was asking for 5 states. I'm actually with that. So the RNA was asking for 5 states: Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, South Carolina as the national territory of New Africa. Look, I ain't now that New Africa stuff is garbage, but asking for 5 states, I'm not even mad at that. I actually like that, to be honest. But they wanted to be political independent. Okay, their own government, constitution, and international recognition, like Algeria or Mozambique. Okay, so they frame reparations as decolonization damages, payment for centuries of slavery, centuries, colonial occupation, and going. Now we're good. Colonial occupation. See, this is going into tether babble. Also denoted release. Okay. You stole our land, our labor, and our political rights. Now return the land, recognize our nation, and pay damages. Yeah, nah. Yeah, this is not what we are standing for. So nah, that's garbage. Okay, so he lied. They did not argue. When did we argue for 5 states? Now I would like to have 5 states. I wish that wasn't our argument, but nah. They said any black people who joined their nation, not black people, I'm sorry, any African people of the Caribbean or the continent who joined their so-called nation of New Africans, they also were miraculously entitled to reparations. So that means that every goddamn scamming African was going to align themselves up with this new scam. Okay.
Saying no. And then I show it to you, then you're like,
What you're
okay.
saying is not correct.
Okay, so let's show the screen right now. Let's show the screen right now.
Yeah.
How you share the screen? What is this? Show? Oh, this whole shit is different, bro. Oh, I can't share my screen?
Yeah, you can. It's a little tricky. I found out how to do it. And you gotta click the
the whole screen is different now, bro. Damn, that's how long I ain't been on this whole.
So we're 44 minutes in this so-called debate, and it's no debate. We're talking about a whole bunch of things. Here and there, I disagree with certain things, and then the show was going on. So that's why I said, no, let me put this out and frame it the correct way. There's no debate. He's talking about history. He's talking about certain things, and certain things I disagree with, and I challenge him on the spot. Okay, but we don't have he says delineation, but we're not arguing delineation because I'm not even talking. Like he's doing most of the talking and I'm picking my shots where I disagree. And then we'll go at it for a little while and then we'll move on to something totally different. All right. So I know y'all was hoping that this was y'all king to dethrone me. Didn't happen.
Shit look different, bro.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you click the audio button too, or we ain't gonna when you see the screen, what are you
Oh
talking about?
shit, bro.
Believe me, if I'm debating, I won't be this calm and poised and happy and go lucky. Nah.
So where's the okay? We got participants. Oh, here it is. Share. Okay.
Yeah,
Share.
reparation. I'm an advocate for it, but I'm more of a representative of delineation, not necessarily reparations. Like I'm an advocate for. I push it, but that's not my strong
Okay,
argument.
so
None of my
I'm
videos
reaffirming what
are
I
strong on
debate on a
reparations. All
regular
my shit is
basis. I'm
on
not gonna
delineation.
lie.
All right, my screen is sharing now, right?
Hold on.
So I'm basically on my lives. I argue delineation. I support
Yeah, I see it
both,
now.
but
All
my
right, so now
strong
we're gonna go
arguments are for
into
delineation. Reparations, I feel like
the
there's other people of the
text.
lineage who got that handled.
All right,
I'm gonna focus
so
on
we're gonna start
delineation.
right here. To address the fundamental injustice, cruelty, brutality, and inhumanity of slavery in the United States and the 13 American colonies
Not yet.
between 1619 and 1865. So we clear on here, we have two dates right there, right? We got
Okay, so this part is right. So when he's reading HR 40, the study to so everything he's saying right now, he's going to be correct. But I didn't notice he's reading the 2025 rendition, but I'm gonna let him get it anyway. So I'm gonna say he was right about HR 40. Okay, and then I'm gonna point out what I disagree with in the bill. But overall, what we disagreed on, I'm gonna say he was right on HR 40.
1619, we got 1865, right?
Which I don't give a damn anyway. HR is a nothing burger. HR 40 is a nothing burger, but no problem.
Then it says, in subsequent de jure and de facto racial and economic discrimination against African Americans and the impact of these forces on living African Americans. So let's go down here.
I'm so
Right
push
here.
man.
Yeah, you there?
Yeah.
It says approximately 4 million Africans and their descendants, because that's who we are, we're the descendants of Africans, were enslaved in the United States and colonies that became the United States. This 4 million is talking about the 1860 census, right? It talks about the institution of slavery from 1789 through 1865. So we real clear here. Now let's go down right here. Hold on. We want to get to the things that exactly happened to us. Talks about Reconstruction, the brutal overthrow of Reconstruction. Who traces themselves back to Reconstruction? You can't do that if you just came here. If you're an African that just came here in the 70s and say, oh, I want this and I want that, you're not a part of this. This is real clear on who is talking about. Now let's go right here. Let's keep going.
Not real clear, but all right. Yeah, it's not real clear.
Following the abolition of slavery, the end of Reconstruction, the United States government, through laws enacted at the federal, state, and local level, continue to perpetuate, condone, and profit from practices that continue to brutalize and disadvantage African Americans, including sharecropping. Can an African who comes from Africa today say that they're part of this sharecropping? No. Can they say they are part of convict leasing? No. Can they say that they are part of Jim Crow? No. Can they say that they are part of redlining, unequal education, and disrespect? No, they can't. So when you say something is race-based, this is not.
Okay, but it's going to so is that he's right about all of that. Okay, where it's talking about the lineage, right? So again, it's 2025. I'm not gonna argue that. So I'm gonna let him get that. Okay, this is talking about lineage, but then it gives them the back door. It says African Americans. Okay, so it gives it's lineage based with a backdoor clause, and the backdoor clause is naming the claimants as African Americans, the same name, the same people who are excluded from this bill. are now included because they also use the name African American legally. So they are legally African Americans. So if there's an HR 40 bill for African Americans, then they're gonna be like, hey, I'm African American. Let me see what's up with this money. All right. And we see a glimpse of their scamming behaviors. Look at Minnesota. That's baby Somalia. Like look at Hash Puppy, Hush Puppy. Like these guys known to scam. Okay. So no, yeah, you leave that terminology open for them, they're definitely going to be coming in the back door.
Race based. This is talking about a group of
All right,
people.
so wait, so I see what's going on, Red. Okay,
Yeah,
listen.
it's talking about
So
no, I'm
wait, hold
done.
on.
I'm done. Let me
Okay,
finish this off. This is talking about a group of people that is an ethnic group that is defined as an ethnic group that went through specific things. This is not
cool.
race based.
Okay, cool. Now look, so now I see what we're doing. You keep going back to nobody can do this. Okay, so reparations is one argument. That's why I said we got two core bullet points. So like, let's say if the government said, "Yo, tomorrow, stop asking, you'll never get it," and just exit out. We're still delineating. We still are demanding a unique ethnonym that's only ours, like every other human being in every other ethnic group on this planet. Okay, we don't want to be called something like somebody else. We have a different ethnogenesis, a different shared history, shared culture than everybody on the earth. We're not going to be generic Africans. We're not going to be generic blacks. Jamaicans are Jamaicans, Haitians are Haitians, Yoruba, and Kenyans are Kenyan. Ain't nobody now we all just Kenyan now. No, these guys are Kenyan. When they come over here, they're Kenyan American, and now all of a sudden, thanks to Jesse Jackson, they could check a box and be legally and see. And this is the trick back what you're saying, because there's no word for us. It's just you got to be descendant. Well, guess what? But there's a name for us right now through Jesse Jackson. We're called African Americans. So when there's a lineage based claim for African Americans, and we got immigrants who came over just yesterday, and they are signing legal documents as African Americans, and a lot of these guys are scamming like hell. Just look at Minnesota. Okay, yes, they're gonna say, "Hey, I'm an African American too. Look what I just filled out. Look, I got benefits on behalf of." There'll be a bunch of lawsuits derailing what we're doing. We don't want that confusion. We don't want no dual usage ethnonym. We don't want it to be race-based. African American Black is race-based, and is also lineage-based, or is used as an ethnonym for us. We don't want that. Ethnonyms are supposed to be specific and unique.
So your argument, okay, so at this point in our linear history, right, from prior to Reconstruction, our goal was to become American. And the reason we wanted to become American is so that we could have the rights of an American. This is what the This is what the fight was. The idea of who we are, as far as our origin and where we come from, was African. Now, yes, we already did this already, bro. Bro, you could keep saying nah all you want. The history is.
Bro, we're not African, man. We're Black American.
Listen, bro.
Africa's a continent, man.
Well, listen, brother, listen. I showed you in the 1780s.
We got African ancestry.
Brother, listen to me, brother. I showed you the history of Black people calling themselves Black people in the 1700s.
Yeah, calling themselves African, but they're not actually African.
Brother, it's African.
So he showed me people call themselves something. That means we got to call ourselves that today. Well, I could show you more Black people call themselves Negro in color. So what does that mean? That means we should start calling ourselves Negro in color. This is a ridiculous argument to make in 2026.
African American. Once you say African American, that's what it is.
You can't be. You can't. But first of all, look what you just said.
What?
You said they're calling. Okay, look.
What did I say?
All right. Okay, you said they're calling themselves something. You can call yourself a Hebrew Israelite. That don't mean you're that. So what I'm saying is, we know we had an ethnogenesis. We're not African. Africa is a continent with 54 countries and some tribes like that. Okay, there's no African country that's where the ethnonym is a continent. Matter of fact, there's nobody out on this earth where That's named as their continent. People are named after their country.
Exactly, brother. What
Right.
do you call
Okay.
the people?
All right. So that's why I said, because I cut them off too. So I can't complain about being cut off. But again, like I'm kind of like, we're arguing almost everything. Like there's no clear cut debate here. So I know y'all Pan-African booty scratchers thought y'all king dethroned me. He didn't. Right. We talked about everything under the sun. I was wrong about HR 40 and maybe something else, but he was mostly wrong about everything. He was wrong about RNA. Republic of New Africa argued the same reparations claim as ADOS and FBA garbage. That's wrong. He's wrong about the we thing. We wrote Africa and African, okay, but that same we, right? That same we also wrote Negro and colored. And it was more of them writing Negro in color than those writing Africa. So how does the minority, override the majority? How's that possible? So he's the one that justified Africans and Caribbean people disrespecting us. He justified it, but then said we attack them. So like he's holding complete L's with bad faith arguments. So aside the HR 40, it appears on paper to be lineage based, but when you read the language, it says African Americans. It says those who are descendants and living. What does that mean? Are descendants and living? So I'm gonna pull that back up. By the way, I'm gonna pull up the HR 40 thing. We read it together.
Who that never would have really had contact, like.
Wait.
Hold on, let me finish.
I'm just trying to pin down to see what you keep. Okay, what you established earlier. Look, what you established earlier. You established how we use African American. So now let me go from there. Let me piggyback from there.
Yeah, because he ain't gonna let me talk too much. That's why next time we gotta do 2 minutes. But I'm not gonna be so easy on you, bro. I'm gonna make you stick to a topic, and it's gonna be delineation. Is it necessary, or is African American good enough?
Okay, because you won't let me speak to that. No, you won't let me speak to that.
We having a conversation about it right now. What are you talking about?
I want to finally, but we spoke about everything under the sun.
All I know, we're talking about. Listen. All I need you to do, brother, is use our lineage history. I'm gonna pull the shit up again. I do this shit all night on your show. You keep playing, I'm gonna pull it up. They're going. We are the people of the African race. We are the people of the African race.
You're arguing. There's no such thing as an African race, by the way.
No, brother. It doesn't matter what you say, brother. We're talking about what our lineage people said for themselves. You don't have no alternative history. You don't have no other alternative history.
What are you talking?
I do. More of us were calling ourselves Negro and colored. That's the alternative history. Yes, I do have alternative history. I know for a fact that the majority of us called ourselves Negro and colored.
Bro.
Okay, so here we go. So at that time, the same time you're speaking about a handful of guys or hundreds, how many, 1,000?
Stop calling them a handful.
Okay, so how many would you say? Because it can't be more than 500,000.
Hey, yo, brother, they represented all of the black people here in America.
There you go, family. You see, he's speaking in code. This is called semantics and word salad. I said a handful. He said, stop saying that. He said, stop saying a handful. So I said, how many? I said, it can't be more than 500,000. So then his answer to how many is this.
Stop calling them a handful.
Okay, so how many would you say? Because it can't be more than 500,000.
Hey, yo, brother, they represented all of the black people here in America, bro.
This small group represented all of Black America. You see the word salad, family? So the all ain't them. The all ain't they. He used the all separate from the they. That's why I kept saying the they is a small hand group of people. It's a small handful. Stop saying small because they represented all. So he's throwing all out there, trying to confuse us. The all is the they. This is weak, man. There's levels to this, my guy.
Okay, so here we go. So at that time, the same time you're speaking about a handful of guys or
Stop
hundreds. I mean,
calling
how
them
many?
a
1,000?
handful. Stop calling them a
Okay,
handful.
so how many? How many would you say? Because it can't be more than 500,000.
Hey, yo, brother, they represented all of the black people here in America, bro. These
Nah,
is the free.
well,
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
okay. So watch this.
Stop playing with me,
Watch this.
bro.
Watch this. Hold on. Stop. That doesn't stop. Listen. That doesn't stop. When does that stop where people can't represent the masses? We're doing that right now. We're representing them. We're doing what you're saying they did. We're doing that right now under FBA.
Okay.
We're
Yo,
representing the masses.
Okay, brother, listen. Check it out, right? 'Cause I gotta go shortly. You can
Yeah,
call them that.
it's not a one and done.
Okay, so he straight dodged what I had to say. But this is your king. Like you guys got to stop. You Pan-African booty scratchers. Oh, yo, play the audio. Play the video with you and RaBorn. Like he did something. I'm like, oh, so you're talking about the small representing the masses, the large. Well, don't you guys call us the small? And you're small representing the masses. We're introducing a new term. I thought you guys hate new terms. Oh, FBA, that's new. ADOS, that's new. We don't like it. Well, African American was new in 1989. And what he's talking about in the 1800s, that's new because we were called Negro and colored. So now all of a sudden, see, family, they pick and choose. So these Black Americans in the 1800s, they can come up with a new word, and this small group can represent the masses. But we in 2026, who they call small, can't represent the masses, and we can't introduce a new word that's more fitting today. Because those people he's speaking about, they thought that word African was more fitting for free blacks. That small group he's talking about. So they argue for it and they represent the masses. We're doing the same thing today. And he doesn't see the equivalence. But I think he did see it. He got kind of quiet.
And they did it, so it's over? No.
They did.
Okay, so watch this.
Stop playing with me, bro.
Watch this. Hold on. Stop. That doesn't stop. Listen. That doesn't stop. When does that stop where people can't represent the masses? We're doing that right now. We're representing them. We're doing what you're saying they did. We're doing that right now under FBA.
Okay.
We're representing the masses.
Okay, brother, listen. Check it out, right? 'Cause I gotta go shortly. You can call them that.
It's not a one and done. They did it, so it's over. No,
brother. We basically doing this, right? If we're gonna keep talking about the lineage of our people, we're gonna look at what they did, what they said for themselves, what they called themselves. So here you have the Afro-Baltimore newspaper, right? This is one of the biggest newspapers of the time.
So listen to the language. So he keeps saying all, large, biggest, and he keep using these demonstrative words to try to be synonymous with the small they, biggest newspaper, biggest organizations, all. So somehow that makes this small group large now because it's the biggest newspaper. This is trick bag talk, man. This doesn't work nowhere in life. All right, so give me a second. I'm trying to pull up that Congress HR 40 bill. I got it. I'm gonna pull it up from 2013 when it was first introduced by Kanye. Okay, so here we go. So y'all let me know if this is clear language like he says. 2013, 2014, 113 Congress. I think his was 117. Like he put up a latter rendition. See, it says latest action House, January 25th. No. 2013. Now that's different than what I'm referring to. Okay. Anyway. This is exactly what I pulled up. This saying this is the latest action for this date. All right, so 2013, watch this. He said it's clear language. It says Commission to Study Reparation Proposal for African Americans Act. That's not clear language, my guy. Establishes the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African Americans. That's not clear language. That represents a race of people in the millions. You dig, more than 43 million, and it also represents an ethnonym, a unique group of people that went to experience a shared ethnogenesis in the United States of America. Okay, so it says proposals for African Americans to examine slavery and discrimination in the colonies and the United States from 1619 to the present and recommend appropriate remedies. So this African American, this is so my argument was so now his argument is this is lineage based. And I will agree. This language right here is lineage based. That language, but not this language. This is race based and lineage based. Okay, because African American represents two peoples, foundational Black Americans, and it represents recent immigrants. So that's not clear language. All right, and that's our problem. So we're saying, although some of it is lineage based, but this language right here sneaks in the diaspora, making it not lineage based by a technicality. That's all we're saying. That's all we're saying. It's not that hard to follow. Okay, so I paused because my laptop's about to die. I think I'm gonna connect from my phone. Let me see. Shit. All right, hold on. Because I gotta switch over to my phone now. You know, my phone be muffled as hell, man. Ain't nothing I can do about that. So I'm gonna try or maybe do a part 2 tomorrow. Okay, come on. Yeah, I'm gonna try or do a part 2 tomorrow. 'Cause I know y'all heard how I sound from the phone. Shit. Man. All right. Second. Yeah, we're not worried about Dr. Ruxpin. We're gonna handle him maybe tomorrow. Do a part 2 of this. Maybe tackle 2 birds in one stone. Ruxpin and then RaBorn. RaBorn says if I ain't do nothing, tell him play the I am playing the video. I'm giving commentary. I'm playing the video because I'm pointing out what are we actually debating? We're not even debating nothing. I'm disagreeing with things here and there. And you know, wherever you're going, I'm just following you. It's not circling to anything in particular. Um, hold on. But so far I played my laptop. It's 54. We're 54 minutes in, right? We're 50. So far I played the first 54 minutes with me highlighting. We're not talking about nothing. I'm highlighting the parts where I was wrong at, and I'm highlighting the parts you were wrong at. So nobody could take this video and spin it like we're actually debating a topic. All right. So there's no particular topic. You're just telling a story, and I'm hoping you tie it to something, and you are speaking on some things I disagree with, and I challenge you on the fly, and other things where I agree with. But HR 40 is lineage based on record, but the technicality is backdooring other people of African descent with the language of African Americans. I mean, that's just irrefutable. And that's the part I want to debate. I don't want to talk about all this stuff. Because right now you're just talking about a lot of stuff. I want to focus on delineation and the terminology African American versus Foundation Black American. That's what I want to, that's what, if we're going to debate or have a real exchange, that's the exchange, not talking about several different things. And I'm just like trying to follow you to see where you're going. He said live. This is the original video. I'm playing it flat out with the commentary. And then I'm gonna do a part 2. Then I'm gonna play the whole thing. But I want to point out, highlight, what are we talking about? Like, what are we debating? At what point are you correct and I'm wrong? And as a result, delineation is not needed or reparations ain't needed. Like, you lied about the RNA reparations claim were identical to ADOS and FBA. That was a flat out lie. You said that we were attacking Africans and we were attacking Caribbean people. But then when I point out they're attacking us, you justify their attack by saying, oh man, the colonizer, man, they got their mind. So like, but with us, we're just violent creatures. But when they attack us, it's, oh man, you got to understand their position, man. When they watch the show Cops, they see us in a what? Yeah, that made no sense. Like, that's clear. You're justifying poor actions on their behalf, and you're condemning what you would call our poor actions. Bruh, that's not that's not balance. That's not blind justice. Okay, hold on. So we got so I played 54 minutes in it. The laptop gonna die any second. I'm gonna switch to my phone. I'm gonna play the rest tomorrow. Because like I said, my phone, if I go back on my phone, it's gonna be muffled again. Like, I'm gonna defeat the whole purpose of the microphone. And that's another reason why I wanted to like do it this way, because I wanted to represent my points on a microphone. You couldn't even hear me. My phone was so muffled, can't hear anything I'm saying. You can hear me now though. I'm crystal clear. All right. So damn. Trying to think what headsets, because I want to play the rest of the video, but what I don't have no. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try. This laptop gonna die. I'm gonna switch to my phone, and I'm gonna try a different headset. I'm gonna do an audio test. You feel me? And if my microphone is good, then I will play the rest of this, the rest of the debate. He said play the video. This is the original video. I'm just pausing it and talking in between. Okay, so all right. Okay. Oh, so let me play until it dies and break. Let me back it up. Yeah. All right, let me switch to my iPad. Hold on. I'm at 53-minute mark, 53 seconds. All right. Let me just switch to my iPad. Yeah, this is going to die. I was switching to my iPad, but then eventually I switched to the phone.
We are the people that
I'm saying
we the people with the African race.
You're arguing. There's no such thing as an African race, by the way.
No, brother, it
Africa's
doesn't
not a race.
matter what you say, brother. We're talking about what our lineage people said for themselves. You don't have no alternative history. You don't have no other alternative history that says anything other, bro.
Okay, so here we go. So
What you
at that
got?
time, the same time you're speaking about a handful of guys or
Stop
hundreds. I mean,
calling
how
them
many?
a
A thousand?
handful. Stop calling them a
Okay,
handful.
so how many? How many would you say? Because it can't be more than 500,000.
This probably
Hey, yo, brother, they
Where people can't represent the masses.
here you have
How many of them?
iPad got me
chose.
backwards.
They had to pick this
Now,
yes,
in
you have the
2020,
listen,
in
listen, you
2026, in
yes,
2026,
yes.
we are
Uh-huh.
doing it now. So whatever
Right.
they did at that
Well,
time,
that's not representing all the people. You need to show me this shit happening all across these 52 states. So the next time you do this thing that you're
okay,
trying to
but are
do,
you okay?
hold on.
That's not how that works.
Ron, listen
Yeah,
to me.
see, now you're in my area now. That's not how that works. That's not how ethnics work.
Listen, Ron, I don't give a fuck about an ethnonym. What do you keep saying this for?
That
What is
matters.
it? Yo, listen,
See now,
Ron.
that's what. So when I'm trying to present arguments, like the FNM, now we don't give a shit about an FNM. See, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, so I'm trying to put forth an argument for delineation, and now we don't give a shit about it. It's just focus on what he's presenting. All right, but whatever.
The people who were brought here are from Yoruba, Akan, all different places. They chose amongst themselves to name their first institutions that. They called themselves that because they don't fucking know, bro. How you like we're the only you keep saying we're the only people that's
My screen sharing? Hold on.
Hey yo, mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. Continent. Why? We're the only people who went through the goddamn diaspora. Do you
Why did we
understand
go through a
that?
diaspora?
What?
Why did we
Why
go
did
through a
we go
diaspora?
through that? Because of the slave trade. What the fuck do
Okay,
you
and
mean?
what two parties were part of the slave trade?
Europeans and Africans.
Okay, right. And there was a buyer seller, right?
Yes.
Okay, so which one is your friend, the buyer or the seller? As a lineage, which one is your friend?
What do you mean? Which one is my friend?
The person who's selling you in the largest human trafficking event ever, or the person buying you from the largest? Which one can you seek alliance with? That's like you could see as your brother or family. Which one, the buyer or the seller?
Well, I'm not in that time no more. So if I was at that time, because this is what you're doing, you're trying to juxtapose a time for me to put myself at that time. So let's be clear. So again, I'm gonna use Black American history on you again. So we got Paul Cuffey, 1811, one of the richest Black people in America. He decides he uses his own money to go to Africa to whatever to be
make food, like Sierra Leone, right?
Yeah. So now
he took 39 people with him. Right. Got it. Go ahead.
So now let's get to what he says. When he gets to Sierra Leone, he's telling the people like, yo, I have a new thing that I'm doing over here, and I'm dealing with whaling and things of that nature. The slave trade is doing this, and that to the people. I think you should stop doing it. He described them as being Muslim. He called them Mohammedans, the ones he came across, and they told him something specific. We don't sell the people in our tribe. We selling these other people, and we not stopping. That's a fact, my nigga. So when you
exactly,
so wait a minute.
It's my mortal house.
No, son. You gotta make this clear because now you sound like a white man. So let's get clear.
I'm
gonna tell you why. No,
they were team white supremacy, not us.
Hold on, brother. Let's be clear.
They had a joint venture with team white supremacy.
Hey, yo, bro, hold on, bro. You gotta tell the history right. So now, when you're talking about this, you have to look at it. What's going on at that time? These people never saw themselves as one people. The Yoruba didn't look at themselves as they was the Igbo. They didn't look at that. When you start talking about that,
they don't do it now.
But your brother, hold on, brother. We talking about a time frame. You're not going to juxtapose today's time frame in the way we see it and the outcome of it to then what's going on then. They had different languages, different gods. They didn't see themselves as the same. So the rule was to sell every motherfucking person that wasn't a part of their tribe. Yes, that was the rule. And you can't post nothing that says anything different. The only person that hold on, brother, listen, you got one king, King Abazadon in the Dahomey Kingdom. They call him the evil West African king. That's what they called him. This dude here, during the Napoleon Wars, he decided to the slave trade began to slow down and stop. He wanted the shit to continue. This dude sent 5 missionaries over here to Brazil to continue to negotiate the slave trade. He sent people over to Europe to continue to negotiate the slave trade. But he
right, so he was team white supremacy, right?
Yeah, son. But at the end of the day, son, listen very closely. He went against their rules. He was selling his own people.
Yeah. I know some of them. I know. Well, I don't know about the rule thing, but I know some of them end up selling for their own tribes and things like that. But that ain't justified.
Yeah,
but that's still human trafficking, bro.
Yo, we all understand that. It's no different than this, bro. I'm close to your age. We're in the crack epidemic. There's something that we all did.
No. Hey, family, this is a Pan-African talking point. Yeah, I already cooked this, bro. You cannot compare a bunch of Negroes who had nothing to do. No, stop. Bro, this is a piss poor analogy, man. This is a false equivalent.
Come on, brother. You don't even know what I'm gonna say.
And then you're gonna compare the crack epidemic, us selling crack to each other, the same as us selling each other. When there's no leader of the community.
I'm not saying that. Hey, yo, brother, I'm not saying that. First off, even if I was saying that, that's not a
piss poor analogy. Yes, it is. All Pan-Africans say that shit.
Hey, brother, stop. Because then I'm gonna tell you to define Pan-Africanism and the tenets of it, and what you just said is not Pan-Africanism.
A Pan-African would say shit like that.
No, brother. If you Pan-African is talking about all of the people in the diaspora, we have the same history and that we should get together and that we should fight against oppression, economic.
But they don't ever do that though.
That's a lie. How you gonna say that, bro?
Okay, slow down. Are you familiar with the West? Wait, hold on. Are you familiar with the West Indies Federation?
You taking me over? Yes, you taking me over.
They don't do that shit. All they do is fight against each other.
Don't stop the play button now. Don't stop the play button now. Don't stop the play button now. You see that little clip up you did, Ron? That little clip up that you pulled off, that little stunt? But now you see what happened when you play the whole thing without doing that little cut. You should play that whole part. Why you lie and say that Deidre Farmer was only dealing with her situation? Why you lie, son? Why you lie? We need to share the screen, bro. I know you hear me talking to you, man. It says I'm in here. I don't hear nothing. What's going on? Oh, you cannot share the screen while the other participant is sharing. Okay. Yo, stop, bro. You're taking me off my point. During the crack epidemic, when we were selling drugs,
I already debunked it, bro.
Bro, stop. You don't even know what I'm going to say, son.
Yes, I do. I already debunked it.
When we was hustling, so tell me what I'm going to say right now.
Okay, so you're going to say that we're doing evil to each other. We're selling drugs to each other, harming each other. That's comparable to those African booty scratching kings selling us to white people. Now the difference is the difference is that we were the victim. So the people who were selling drugs, we were victimized by COINTEL, CIA. They planted drugs, and these were not leaders. These were not the kings of the Dahomey tribe. This wasn't Queen Nzinga. Okay,
Ron, listen, Ron.
This is a false. And by the way,
Ron,
this is last thing. This was illegal activities. Slave trading were legal. Slave trading was legal. This was illegal.
I'm biased. You're wrong on one thing right here.
That's a horrible false premise.
I wasn't gonna say that. You jumped out the window again. You making yourself look
you
bad.
Can't mention the word crack near the slave trade.
Hey, yo, bro.
You're trying to justify those disgusting African selling, man.
What are you talking about, bro? I wasn't gonna say that. You making yourself. You jumping out the window. You scared, yo. Let me finish talking, bro. I asked you what I was gonna say, and then you said it, and that's not what I was gonna say. What I was
let me hear you say.
As I'm a hustler, one of our rules of hustling was you don't sell to nobody on the team family. That's what I was gonna say. I wasn't gonna
No,
say.
our rules, but don't hustle at all. That was our rule. Crack is left. Say no to drugs. That was the rule.
Just because you ain't never
Dare.
been on the street, just because you ain't never did this, just because you never, that's my life, son. That's a part of my story.
Yeah,
And
but that
in
was
our
negative.
hood, yo, that's fine, brother. But in our story, in my hood, when we did this, the rule was, nigga, you better not sell none of that shit to none of our family, bro. But we would sell that shit to everybody else. That's what I'm saying. So when you saying Africans serve
Nah, that's a
Africans,
false equivalent.
listen, brother, I don't care what you saying. This is the fact. If you wasn't outside doing this shit, that's not my. I don't. You can't speak on it because you don't know it. You looking at movies and shit. I lived this. So now when you
Bro,
when
I
you
got friends who sold crack,
hey,
bro. Stop.
whatever, bro. You not outside with it, bro. You not. That's irrelevant. I gotta
Yeah,
go, man.
you're right. I never sold
Listen,
drugs, but I had friends who did, though.
yeah, that's cool though. That's irrelevant. That's not nothing to be proud of or any of that. All I'm saying is this: when you say that, you gotta understand the time frame. Those people never looked at themselves as the same. They would. Hey yo, mic check, bro. What am I doing here if I can't hear nothing and nothing's going on? What the hell is going on, bro? What the fuck is going on here? Mic check, mic check. I don't know what's going on. I don't hear Ron. I don't hear anything. So, bro, I can't share my screen because you're sharing your screen. I don't hear you. I'm looking at YouTube and that. I don't hear anything. So you lied about Deidre Farmer. You lied about that, bro. You lied about it being one person, two people, or her personal thing. When I gave you the source and it's on the screen where it shows you that what she did passed the slavery disclosure laws in 13 different states and it became international. That's about all black people really in America. And then those same companies also exist in England. That's what that's about. Number two, you lied about Abadali, the founder of the modern reparations movement, when you say, oh, they didn't use the Japanese thing, and I gave you the source. If I can show my screen, I can show me giving it to you in the chat, and I can show me giving it to you on Facebook. I said, look at this, they're making the same argument. Bro, you need to play this video from end to beginning to end, so the people can see it. I don't know what's going on with this live because I can't hear you. I don't hear nothing. I got the YouTube on. I don't hear shit. All I know is that it says I'm in here. Oh, y'all can hear me. So that's really it. That's all I got to say, bro. If you're going to do this, you play the live, bro. Don't sit here and cut it up and cut these points. Oh, it's only talking about a little bit of people. The Negro color conventions, and since y'all so smart in the chat, put Negro color conventions in. Put it in the chat. Put it on the stage. And when you look at it, it's a national thing where it's in all of the states, bro. Shit is crazy, bro. Play the video. That's all I gotta say,
I was
bro.
on. I got you. Now, wait, did you hear me earlier when I was just talking?
I don't hear nothing.
Okay, I mean, when
Wait. Hold on. Now I can hear something. Hold on. Let me pause YouTube. Say something.
Yeah.
Now I hear you.
Okay, so the whole time I was talking, the audio wasn't connected. All right, so I was saying, dang, I got to say that all over again. I said after you left the live yesterday, the video was made public. I was on the phone. I didn't know how bad I sounded, how muffled I was. So the video was made public. It was still public all the way till I got to work. Once I got to work to do my normal morning live streams, I played some of this, and I heard how muffled I was. Nobody could.
You're not muffled. We can hear you the whole goddamn thing. What are you talking about?
No. I was very muffled.
Hey, yo, why don't you show the screen, show the Facebook page that I sent you a message that asked you why you took the live down. You said that you wanted to be the first one to react to it. You didn't say nothing about no muffled nothing, bro. Why you lying?
Okay.
And why you lied to the people and said that I didn't show you the Abu Dhabi versus United States case that made the same arguments that you making today, talk about they did it wrong. The Japanese got it. That I gave it to you.
Wait, you talking about the RNA people, the Republic of Africa?
Yeah, you don't even know this. You're supposed to know this.
They did not make the bro.
Yo, put it on the screen. Okay. Yo, so unscreen your thing and let me show my screen, and we're gonna show the people how you a liar.
Okay.
Unshare your shit.
I'm not sharing. Am I?
Yeah, so now I'm gonna share my shit right now. Hold on. Let me go to.
I know you're lying.
Okay, so we gonna go to.
They did not. They asked for 5. Did they ask for 5 states?
No, bro. That's one part of the Republic of New Africa. I gave you the link that tells you the history of reparations cases, and it talks about the things, the barriers that is to reparations. Where it's talking about when you talking about, oh, we gonna sue the federal government. The federal government uses something called sovereignty immunity, meaning that you, as a citizen, you cannot sue them unless they agree to it. And then they have 2 acts that go with it. One is called the FACT, and the other one is called the TAC. And this is the part that the Japanese used, and this is what Abu Dhabi used when he went to court. He said that the Japanese did it and the Native Americans did it. And then they begin to talk about I gave it to you in the Facebook chat. Why are you lying?
If you that don't mean I looked at it. What you talking about? I'm at work.
Hey, yo, listen. Listen, bro. Listen. You kept saying no, it's not true.
Yeah, they didn't argue this. So you're saying they make this. Okay, share your screen. You're saying they make.
Hold on. Let me see.
And I'm gonna go to Adolf's website. Go ahead. So you go share your screen. I'm gonna go to Adolf's website.
Hold on. Why won't let me share whole screen?
You can.
I want to share my camera. Share camera, photos, Zoom whiteboards, Zoom docs. It won't let me share the whole entire screen. How do I share Facebook? That shit won't let me. All right, let me see what happened.
You gotta choose entire screen.
It doesn't say it. It doesn't let me say. It doesn't say that.
On my phone.
It says Zoom. Oh, there it is. It says share screen. All right, I see it. Okay, here we go. Here we go right now. Here we go. Share screen. Start broadcast. Okay. Let's go here. Facebook. Ron Harrison. So this is the first one that you lied about. I told you that I got sources on everything we talked about. It's 1 o'clock. I got presentations on all of this. I told you about there's a rule that people said that you can't enslave your own tribe. This is Paul Cuffey. What it say here? A brief account of the settlement and the present situation of the colony of Sierra Leone in Africa by Paul Cuffey. Right here. It says they have declined the practice of selling their own tribe. Let's blow it up. They have declined the practice of selling their own tribe. But notwithstanding this, they continue to sell those of other tribes. And though it's hard that the traffic in slaves should be abolished, as they were made poor and consequence thereof.
Hold on.
All right? So that's one. That's one there. Now let's get to the other joint. Let's get to the other joint. Let's get here.
Wait, let me respond to that real fast. Yo, there's no
Hold
honor
on.
amongst thieves. Wait, there's no honor amongst thieves.
Yo,
all right?
You can call it a thief, call it what you want. Yo, listen.
They're kidnapping us. There's no honor amongst thieves.
Listen very closely, bro. This is the same thing that happened with the Native Americans. This is the way that they was able to conquer, bro, because they saw the fusion that was amongst these different tribes, and they picked specific sides that they wanted to choose, whether it was the Portuguese, the Dutch, etc. But anyway, here we go right here. What is this, Ron? What is this? So we down here. Where is it? You said there's a rendition. Where is it at? Right here. I told you, tighten up. In there is the case of Abadali versus the United States, using the same logic about Native Americans and Japanese got reparations, but we did not. Now let's look at it. This is real simple for you to see. The breach of the common law trust relationship between the United States and African Americans as a standard right to reparations, right? So we're gonna go down to right here. Hold on. An overview of African American reparation claims. Okay. Let's go here. We're gonna get down there. Hold on. Hold on. So right here is talking about, hold on. Prior lawsuits seeking African American reparation in American courts have been unsuccessful. These claims sought to remedy the purported torturous, racist, and/or inequitable treatment suffered by slaves and their descendants. Private corporations, state municipalities, and the federal government have been named defendants in the actions. The claims against the defendants have attempted to recover damages for inequitable gains related to unjust enrichment from slavery. In here is going to talk about this sovereignty that they have and why they used it. But we're going to get down to my man Abadali. Where is it? Is it here? Oh, it's almost here. Okay, that's 1821. Here's the Federal Tort Claims Act. The Federal Tort Claims Act was enacted in 1946 as a sovereign immunity waiver for certain types of tort claims. Why do they have this? Because the government has this England law that they are immune from being sued. And then it has a time frame, 2 years, it has to be put in since the harm is being done. This is the thing that the Europeans are putting up as barriers for us getting it. But they didn't do that to the Japanese, and they didn't do that to Native Americans. But let's go down more. We want to get to Abadali. We want to get to the brother Abadali. Where he at? I'm going to get him. I'm going to find him.
Because I'm on my laptop right now.
Here we go right now.
Oh, I can't see. Hold on.
Here we go. Here we go right here.
Wait.
Notable African American reparations claims. Individual cases have been filed as pro se claims against the United States. Many of these suits were allowed by the courts to be filed in formal papyrus. A 2002 suit in the United States Court of Federal Claims utilized a unique approach to the struggle to attain slave reparations. Abadali versus the United States.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
Let me see my man's name. Hold on. Where's his name at?
It's right there, man. Abadali.
Okay.
You should know this since you're talking about reparations. You should know this.
Yeah, now I don't know everything, but hold on. Abadali versus who?
No, you don't know everything. That's why you ain't played the whole video. That's why you ain't played the video.
Let me see. Move it up. Move over. I never came to know everything.
Let me turn it sideways for you.
Wait, is Abadali versus who?
Abadali versus the United States.
Okay, got it.
Man, you see my shit is in the corner. I gotta go upstairs. My shit is on 1%. You see that shit that's in the right corner by 5G. You lucky, nigga. But anyway, you got the link.
I'm fact checking that right now, by the way.
Yeah, you gotta fact check it because you don't know Black American history. And you talking about reparations and you don't know it.
Obviously you don't know it.
I know, brother. Okay. So let me ask you this. Since you into delineation about these Africans and all these West Indians, What are the barriers that Europeans put up that stopped us from getting reparations that they continue to use right now? Name them. Name them.
Wait, what'd you say?
What are the barriers that Europeans put up against us when we put these claims in for our reparations?
Bro, you're just asking random questions. At this point,
That's what I thought. You don't know. But anyway, let me read it before my phone died, bro. It says the claims were filed near the expiration of the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. The Civil Liberties Act provided an apology to individuals of Japanese ancestry from the government for those who were evacuated, relocated, or interned during World War II. It also authorized the ORA to make reparations to successful claimants in the amount of $20,000. The ORA denied the plaintiff's applications based on their failure to meet the threshold criteria of Japanese ancestry. Plaintiff Abadali subsequently filed a timely appeal to the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division. The appeal specifically requested that the Attorney General seek an extension of the Civil Liberties Act. Anyway, they're using the same thing that the Japanese did. They're using the same thing that the Native Americans did, and they shutting them down. You told me this is the different thing that we're doing. They're doing it wrong, and I'm telling you that we already did it. You don't know the history of this, bro, and it's clear. And that's why you said it in the video. I'm the one who give you the information. I'll be giving you information for years. That's why you don't want to play. That's why you ain't want to show the video.
So what I did, I showed 55 minutes of the video.
No, you did not. No, you didn't. You cut the whole goddamn video up.
Wait, so I skipped. Yeah, I didn't finish yet. I said I got one person. My laptop about to die.
Yeah.
So 55 minutes of the video was everything in the video. Nothing was edited out. Everything was there. I was given, like I said, I did sound muffled, and I was speaking on the microphone where my voice is crystal clear. Now, let's talk about that. I'm whatever his name is. Wait. First of all,
bro, stop disrespecting a black man who shot it out with the police to free our people for reparations. You don't even know that story.
Yeah, but you said it was identical to Adolf's. I'm saying no, it wasn't.
You told me that the way that you're going to do it, because the Japanese did it and these people did it.
So let's do one at a time. Let's do one at a time.
You told me. Hold on, my phone about to die. Hold on. This is the legislation right here, right?
This is part 2 yesterday. You do all the talking.
Hold on, bro. I'm done now. You lied to these people, and I put this on the screen. Yes, you did. You told me that I put a black woman up that was only talking about her and her little claim. No, you're wrong, because I showed this to you, and this is why you put the audio and they put it on the screen. What do you say? Slavery disclosure laws. On March 9, 2000, Bill Rigby of Reuters news broke that DeAndre, former 34-year-old lawyer and activist, single-handedly petitioned several U.S. corporations. Anyway,
on whose behalf?
Look at the screen. Other state municipalities with slavery-era disclosure laws include Berkeley, California, Richmond, California, Chicago, Illinois, Illinois State, Iowa State, Maryland State.
Where does she say she's representing the lineage? Where does it say that?
She's representing the lineage in the slave trade, bro.
Where does it say that?
Bro, what are you talking about?
Where does it say?
Yo, bro, let's read it, bro.
Wait, so hold on, wait. Hold on. Stop. Okay, we can't do that. I'll let you go for the longest, because just like last time, I let you go. I barely talk.
My shit about to die, bro. I'm gonna come back on. You see my shit say 1% in the corner.
It's about to die for the next 15 minutes.
You see in the corner. My whole screen is showing it say 1%. Now you trying to lie again on the live. You lied to these people. I showed this shit to you. You don't know Black American history. You don't know reparations.
All right. Well, once your phone died, you're gonna die again.
I know, bro. I'm not here to talk to you, bro. You show the whole fucking video, or don't talk to me ever again. If you don't show
the whole video being played,
if you don't show that video from beginning to end, don't talk to me no more, bro.
The whole video is being played beginning to end.
I know, bro.
Okay, so I don't even know why he mentioned the tort thing. The tort thing. That's what I'm trying to hold him to something. Just like last night, he's saying a whole bunch of everything,
and you can't hold him to one thing because his phone gonna die in one second. Like, come on, man, this is what happened last night. You said a whole bunch of everything, and I wasn't able to respond to nothing. One second.
You can hear me, yo?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just shut this down. I gotta. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah.
I said, cause you can hear me.
Hold on. Fuck. Okay, here we go.
You can hear me, yo?
Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead, yo.
Yeah, I was stuck in there, man. Man, listen, man, we got a failure to communicate with your people in the chat, bro. Like, they don't know how this is supposed to work. They can't be blocking me and blocking everybody to come in there. You mess up the conversation.
Shit. Let me make sure I got everything.
I said if you're wild moderators, right? They don't even got moderated behavior. You know what I'm saying? I know you just give everybody a wrench, but you can't just block me in the chat. If I don't say nothing disrespectful, I can say it the way I want to say it. As long as I ain't disrespectful, as soon as I get in the chat. You got people blocking me and blocking people coming in there. Any support is support. Whether it's I don't agree with you support, it's support. Yeah, yo, they can't be acting like in the cult or something. That's a cult.
What name are you using in chat? What name?
Man, community of skeptics, bro. They treat me like I'm a new to this, like I'm a newbie.
Yeah,
don't lost their mind, bro.
As long as he ain't saying nothing crazy.
Oh, all right, man. They don't even know what crazy is. They don't know. If I call you a B, a motherfucker, then that's crazy. Come on, yo, that's a blocker boy fence, yo. But I'm saying, when you come on my channel and you in the chat, I be like, don't block that. We got Sister Kaba. You done known her for years. She can't even get 2 words out for she blocked in the chat. So essentially, we got a whole chat full of people who just, if you ain't saying it the way they want to say it, then you get blocked. Like, what kind of, that ain't even fun. They in there taking the fun out of it, yo, like they in a cult or something. Like they listening to Malachi York, and as soon as you say, York, you're not an alien, they start blocking you. This is crazy, bro. They take the fun out of it, yo. Like I don't talk to you on the phone. Like we mortal enemies. When you come to my channel, yo, I say, don't block him. Let him say what he want to say out of his mouth.
I didn't even know you were in the chat.
Bro, yesterday just disrespect, yo. Like they don't know how to be respectful, yo. Hey, come on, bro. Like they don't know who that's crazy. Like I'm just the guy that pop up out of nowhere just talking.
Yeah, but tripping. Don't time out or block the community of skeptics. They probably know who you are.
But that's even worse. Because I'm just a person having a conversation, not cussing nobody out, bro. Come on, man. What's wrong with them? You're like, so basically, this is not a learning environment. It's an environment where you got to be To Kill a Mockingbird. I mean, they take the fun out of it, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know what you said, but
I ain't say what you think I said. You can go back and look. You can go back to all the videos you did yesterday and look and see what I said.
I did see a comment this morning when you told me they were doing that. They told me you out, and you said something about pseudo-mentally.
Right. I'm referring to Tariq.
Yeah, you don't think nobody's gonna be offended by that?
No, all they gotta do is just look. Check this out, bro. No, that's not an offendable. You don't get it because that's their fault. They offended. They call me a Pan-African all the time. I don't cuss you out for that. I don't cuss somebody out for that. I ain't that offended. I just think at that point you just ignorant. Oh, I'm offended because you called me ignorant. That means you don't know, you don't understand. Come on, Brad. So I'm saying if I've been studying long enough to know that the daggone Dogon ain't see Cyrus B, you can't get mad at me if a person represent that and I say it's pseudoscience. Because it is. If you tell me that Africans been on the planet for 100 million years, 100 million years in North America, and I say that's pseudoscience, you offended? No, you offended through your ignorance. That ain't a reason to get blocked, ladies and gentlemen. It's a reason to wonder why you saying it and why I'm saying what I'm saying. Like we got ChatGPT, we got Google, we got college, universities. You can go straight through the internet and get to it. It's crazy. Like we don't gotta argue over nothing these days, bro. We get straight to it. You can look it up. Crazy. You can go to your local community college. Go in, say, I want to make an appointment with the biology teacher and sit down and have a conversation about Charles Darwin and evolution. You can do that today. You can go to any college library, yo. So the fact that ain't nobody want to do that shows me they not even serious about what they claim they believe. So if you think you FBA, you need to start researching for real, yo. And stop worrying about blocking me. Somebody who's been doing this for 20 years. Crazy, man. Disrespectful, bro. And then the most disrespectful part is they don't got no heart. Meaning, hit that daggone link. Where Rael at? Where he at? Where is he at?
Oh, what you talking about? If
Houston scored a touchdown, Rael.
Oh, Rael.
Where is he at? Yeah. Yeah. We all heard him say. See, here's the trick. You hear the word social Darwinism, and based off ignorance of subject matter, you actually think Darwin has something to do with that. The man get the source, he dies at his source. We got a saying around here, a pseudo always dies at its source. Always. Because as soon as you try to pull sources, right, and it ain't gonna match up what you say. That go from
you have fun.
That go for Lex, that go for Rael. Bro, they could never pull the real source. They gotta take you to the Science Institute.
What about RaBorn? Does it go for RaBorn?
Yo, RaBorn lethal with his game, yo.
Nah, he just pulled up that lady and said, I said that she represented her. What do you want, man? Yeah. So I said the source that he came up with her, I pointed out, I fact checked it. I know for a fact she represented herself. Before you was waiting to get in. No. She represented the lineage. So I said, wait a minute. I couldn't even get this out because you guys, y'all kind of do this a lot where y'all make all the arguments and we can barely talk. Because I was going to say, bro, if she was representing lineage, then why did she take a DNA? Why did he make her take a DNA test? So did she do it for the lineage? Did she do the DNA test for the lineage?
I gotta see the thing. I gotta
Okay.
see that. I gotta see it.
They made her take a DNA test for herself, not for the lineage. Because she was making an argument that the companies owed her. She was trying to act like she was the injured claimant. Okay, so they said, they asked her to prove she's of African ancestry, and then prove she's from U.S. child slavery, and then prove that she's through. They asked her to get her DNA together.
Okay.
Now, I don't know the end of the story, but my point is, she was representing herself. What are you doing? Come over here.
It was on the source, though, right?
He was, yeah, but she represented herself. So he said, nah, she represented the lineage. I said, where? In his article, show me. And he went to rampage. I started going crazy. All right, man, play the whole video. And by the way, every second of the video has been played so far. So we're 55 minutes in. I played every second of the video. And
wow. I hear you.
Now, 55 minutes in, what's the debate topic? We never had a debate topic. We just, I let him lead the way. He's talking about things, some things I agree with, some things I didn't. And what I disagree with, I challenged him, and then we moved on. Like, we didn't even sit there too long. We went back and forth, moved on. But I was trying to connect. Where was he going?
Oh, hold on. Well, I don't know. He gonna get back on here. So Maxwell, so you the one that blocked me, right? You blocked me because I'm lying. So then let me lie, then, nigga. Let me lie, Maxwell.
Don't, guys. The block feature, y'all really can't do that unless somebody is like really going crazy. Come. Yes, now I gotta unblock you.
No, I'm gonna hold on. Here you go. Maxwell.
Go. Yeah, but don't time out. Like the panelists that come on.
Yeah, just disrespectful. Yo, there go. I'm right there, yo. Yeah. You see me, Ron?
Nah, I'm not even looking at the thing just yet.
Oh.
Hold on.
All
right. I just left the diner.
Yeah, hey Maxwell, you in that chat, you running your mouth. You calling name, calling all that. right? Because you got the fake power. You need to get some power in your own house, bad bro. Yeah, how about that? First time in your life you ever had power, you get a wrench. I call it the fake wrench. Cause it don't move no line nowhere, but right here, you tripping. I bet you won't get up here and have a conversation though. That's what you won't do. Maxwell.
Now,
That's what you won't do. Him on Rael. Where's Rael at? I'm waiting on him again. Waiting for him to put him to sleep. Knocked him out. Hey, Maxwell. Tell you what, Maxwell. Go ahead and type in the word hidden colors and ask ChatGPT or Google, is it a pseudo-mentary?
well, hold on. See, that's not fair because
It's the truth. It's the truth,
look, if
bro.
we ask ChatGPT
Yeah, ask
about
it.
RaBorn lady, it says she represented herself.
No, go ahead.
So then he would be wrong. Now I'm not asking you.
No, you should
You
put it
don't
in
know.
there. Put it in there. Right, all that fair game, bro. Put anything I
I
say
want
in
him.
ChatGPT.
No, I don't want you to
Oh,
stand.
okay. Okay.
I want him to see it because
Okay.
he's the one that making these hardcore arguments. But look, this is what I did say to him. And I
What?
told you too. I said I want to be the first to make a reaction. Yes or no?
Yeah, you said that. You said that.
Okay. So
I
I
told
pretty
him you
much
said that, but I told him you said that. We don't do no line on the side, yo. Got too many guns and cannons and thermonuclear weapons and
because
high altitude bombers to
right
lie.
because I'm not
You gotta lie.
I think I did pretty good. I jumped out the window a few times too early, but
That was
you
you
know
good.
he got me on the HR 40 bill.
Right. Right.
But
He been getting niggas like that for years.
but
And he a pretty good teacher though. See, that's the thing. And this is what your audience don't know. He the first person to put together a presentation on his iPhone about 9 years ago with all the books in it. He got a whole library on his iPhone, and he figured out how to share. It was the craziest thing ever. Yo, you remember that? He figured
you
out
know
how to share.
he's pretty good with the phone.
Crazy. Straight New York. Straight New York shit
So
right
look,
there.
so you know we were talking from your chat yesterday, right? You was replaying the video, and so you replayed the video of us. We had a dialogue, right?
Yep,
And
of course.
I was enjoying it. Now, had you made some commentary, I wouldn't have been. Oh, no, I mean, like I already got my copy, so you can't do nothing that it ain't already public. You feel me?
Right. Yep, I made the
So
commentary.
yeah, so I told RaBorn, I told you, I said I'm gonna do the first live reaction. I'm pretty much. There's a few more things to play there, but I'm pretty much done. I'm gonna finish up tomorrow. I'm gonna send matter of fact, I'm gonna make it back public
Yeah,
because
make it
I
back
knew I
public.
sounded because I knew I sounded muffled. I know I did. He said I did. I knew I sounded muffled. I heard it this morning, and I said, no, I'm not gonna go out like that. I'm not gonna go out where people don't understand what I'm saying, but we hear him clearly. So I said, this is a decision on me. I'm gonna do a live reaction, explain what's highlight. I'm gonna highlight what's going on, how we're playing with words, things like that. We're not going nowhere. I made a concrete claim. I said those people who he's saying, those free blacks who he was saying call themselves African, I said they were a tiny elitist group that he was magnifying that they were this large body of free blacks calling themselves African. I said no, ready? We're the minority. Okay, most of us didn't say that, but even still, I don't mind them saying it. I know why they were saying it. My opinion, they were using African the same way we use not today, but during Malcolm's time they used Muslim, right? The black Muslim, because it was opposing Christianity. So people use African, in my opinion, to oppose white supremacy. Hey, we're not American. We not really American, but no citizenship. But we're not you. We're over here with it. It's like a rebellion type of stance to take because that was like no enslaved person could make that claim without being brutalized. No enslaved person gonna say I'm African. That Toby scene. What's your name, boy? So they're not letting us tie ourselves back to Africa in any way, shape, form. So I'm saying like we took on that, not that they didn't feel like they were, but they took it as a sign of like rebellion I ain't with you. I'm over here with it. Type shit. So I didn't even necessarily disagree with his stance. I was just saying, bro, you're magnifying how many people were involved in those organizations and movements saying they're African. You're like you're overflating that claim. There was a small minority of folks there, and he kept saying, "Nah, stop saying small group." So I kept saying, "Well, what number? How many? Give me a percentage." I said, "Because 300 to 500,000 free blacks. How many of them were saying they were African?" Oh, well, they wrote papers. All of them. All of who? All of 100? All of 3? All I mean, all of who? So you're using words that sound like a lot of people were involved, but you're not saying a lot of people involved. So this is what I call word salad. Like you're just playing with words, making it appear like you're saying something. You're not saying nothing. And I'm not saying that you got to take me hook, line, and sinker. You're gonna hear it for yourself when I send you out a damn when I make it public.
Yeah, I won't
Right,
listen to it. But that's why I called you. And see, this is what the audience don't recognize, yo. I called you because you can't not have the video up. Like, what you doing, bro? This is what we do. It's called YouTube. It's called content. It's called if you see I'm gonna speak for myself, right? And I'm gonna speak for RaBorn. We intellectual gunfighters, yo. We at the OK goddamn corral around here, yo. I done been in every war and every battle. World War I, World War II, Rome. I fought in Egypt with the spear, bow and arrow, man, all that. I'm a goddamn Highlander, yo. That's why they call me the God Killer, yo. Yeah, that's what we do. We intellectual gunfighters, sword fighters. The whole 9 yards have been in the scraps with anybody that you think you like and love. Super pseudo, I done beat them half to death on regular occurrences. I can name them. When we name them, I can name all the pseudos.
Wait,
From
hold
the
on.
granddaddies, all of them. So I don't know.
You
So you know what I
I'm gonna tell
suggest
you.
though? I suggest your super people in the chat test themselves, yo. If they think they know something, yo, hit the link.
You better stop before I click that damn link.
Yeah, hit the link. Listen, not only hit the link, have an intellectual conversation, meaning don't cuss me out. Don't talk me to death. See, Raw L and crazy pseudo Raw L and Line X, Lex, I've been named him 10 years ago,
Now
right?
you know Lex will
Damn,
call
want me
up.
to talk. Huh?
He got no problem calling up.
Yeah, he ain't got no problem. He got heart, yo. I kill him in every episode. Huh? I kill him in every episode. Hey, Ron, I kill him in every...
I don't know, man.
You're
I think
crazy,
Lex
bro.
be
Nah, you
standing
tripping.
tall.
Nah, he's standing tall as he died. Yo, the mummies and the Walking Dead, they all stand tall for their head get cut off. Yo, that's the point.
Wait, hold on. So this is okay. I want to say this.
What? Go ahead.
You said, hey, don't call you a Pan-African because
I'm
you're
not.
not one.
Because I'm not, bro.
Right, but here's my
I
position.
don't even understand that type of talk. You can call me
Right,
RPG. I was revolutionary but gangster.
Wait, hold
I
on.
ain't never been
Let
that.
me say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
You are mirroring, no doubt, the talking points of Pan-Africanism, of Pan-Africanism, 100%.
You made that up, yo. You made that up. You got to explain that. Explain that.
Okay, let me use. So let me
I think
eliminate
you
you
did a
and just
poor
deal with
job
RaBorn.
last time. All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me eliminate you because he'll probably say he's not with
Go
you.
ahead.
All right.
No, go ahead.
So,
I'm gonna work with you. We gonna come on. We working from honesty.
all right.
Go for it. Go
So
ahead.
the brother Reggie's, the revenues, the people who do call themselves Pan-African.
Yeah, he that.
They all said this.
What you say?
When we talk about the diaspora war, they all are heavy on the blame towards Black Americans. They say we're attacking, we're doing this, we're divisive, xenophobia. Now watch this.
I said that.
I said eliminating you.
Yeah, you got you.
Right. Well, because you're gonna respond like that. So I want to eliminate you and focus on.
No, you can leave me in it. Go ahead.
That.
I'm gonna let you get it out. Go ahead. I'm gonna tell you what's
I want
happening.
you to first. I want you to first hear the position of people who proudly say they're Pan-African.
Yeah, they do.
So they're all heavy on the claim that Black Americans attack Caribbeans and Black immigrants. I mean, African immigrants. That's the claim.
Yeah.
So okay, cool. When we point out this, the obvious, like, hey man, that's funny because their parents taught them to hate us, and they watch movies. They could make all these claims to hate us.
Okay.
Oh
I
yeah,
ain't never
what
say
happened?
that.
Now watch this. eliminating you,
Uh-huh.
talking to people who call themselves Pan-Africans.
Right.
We're not talking. So we're not talking about you. Hold on.
All right. So let me get myself out of it. Go ahead. And children don't even know what the hell it mean. They say, "What you talking about? The who?" Children would laugh at you. All five. I'm like, "What?"
I've been
Laugh.
eliminated you. Right. For this
And
point.
never heard their father say that, yo. They were like, "What? You the God killer,
So
ain't you?
just
You the atheist,
focus
right?"
on the message right now.
They
I'm
know he's the
saying
God killer in my
that
house. Go ahead.
they will make the claim that we're attacking.
Yes, I've heard it. Absolutely.
Okay, cool. And then when we point out clear attacks that they have, and not only do they attack us, they're trained by their parents to attack us and stay away from us. When we point that out, now this is clearly attacking. We're not just saying they're attacking us like they say, because they don't point out a case and point, they just say it. But I go with it. I say, okay, cool. I'm sure somebody said something. Okay, so cool. But I want to point out, hey, why are you heavy on that finger pointing towards us? How about the other way?
Mm-hmm.
Then they won't say they're not attacking us. They won't. They never say, nah, you're lying. What they do is they acknowledge it, and then they go to justify that. Well, the movies, the colonizers. Just say, wait. So with us, I'm sure we got trauma too.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say we're attacking them, you don't consider the trauma that may be there.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to lock us up like a white supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to them attacking, you got all these little Timmy, he didn't take his medication. You got all these excuses for why they do it. And like, that's a Pan-African talking point. So whether somebody say they are or not, once they justify the attacks coming the other way, we know it's a Pan-African talking point. It's protect Africa at all costs, make Africa look innocent, strong, smart, at all costs. And if you have to make an FBA or Black American look stupid, go ahead. But definitely defend Africa at all costs.
Ron, let me say something, Ron. You forgot, yo, for years, yo, I've been studying anthropology, yo, and evolutionary science for years, bro. Human behavior, how the brain evolved. Like that's me, dog. Like, motherfuckers wasn't never talking about that. Trust me, you had to go to
Dr.
university.
Ruxpin did block me though. I ain't gonna lie. He did block me.
Oh, Dr. Me?
Ruxpin. And I don't say nothing nowhere near what you be saying in my chat.
Who block? I don't be saying them in your chat. You got some nuts in there like Maxwell. He's a nut, bro.
No. Yeah, but you even went as far as to say pseudo mentary things like that.
It is. So you saying I can't say something about the pseudo movie?
Listen. I'm comparing you to me in the chat. I've never said nowhere near something like that in Teddy Ruxpin chat, and I got blocked just because I'm around that video. Just because I said, hey man, come through, join my panel. And
all right, we're gonna fix it. We can fix that though, Ron.
Yeah.
We got all the back channels. That's easy.
Because what happens is I try to make some clips of what he said and what he teaches. I couldn't. And when you can't do a clip of somebody's video and that feature's there, it's pretty blocked.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna ask them to unlock the feature. I like people to read the to actually, react to my content, yo.
Yeah,
it's healthy, bro. Like that's what you do. But I can talk to him. I can talk. That's easy. You know me.
Now he's on the wrong side. So
yeah, but you cut me off on my point. Y'all damn near forgot my point. He was an expert with that. That was a good move, right? Whatever it was, you got me.
You the master of that.
No, you better than me, bro.
Good job. Oh. Hey, I'm about to log off. Let me see this. He be on for another 2 hours.
You better than me. I forgot what I was about to say. I think I was trying to say. I was trying to make the point. The studying evolution, biological evolution, anthropology, where I would never be the person to say that in continental Africans floated across the Green Sahara with great behavior at all times. That ancient Kemet was the most well-behaved group of human beings, best character ever known. Yo, that's not me. Remember, I'm the guy that the Egyptian people hate. See, this is what you always don't know about me. I'm the guy that Pan-Africans can't stand me. I beat the brakes off them doing. I'm that guy. I'm the atheist. I'm the guy they say I'm the white boy, and I bring the white man signs. Lex called me an agent. Remember, I say, nigga, I'm a free agent, nigga, because I don't get paid. You know what I'm saying? I'm officer friendly, nigga. Yeah, I'm the police. I'm the gate. Remember, I'm the gatekeeper. I'm Bobby Ray's beta. That's me. Yeah. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Yeah, see? So you can never put me in none of them categories. I'm the one saying, no, Africans are just as human as everybody else. They rob, they steal, they kill, yo. Simple, like that's what they did. But they developed a culture, yo, to fend against that type of behavior over time. They have an older the culture is older than Europe. The culture is older than Native American culture. It's the most ancient culture. So they had time to work things out until colonialism came in and stopped the growth. Read the word. Rodney. How are Europe underdeveloped Africa? They didn't get a chance to fight the crucial wars that they need to fight. Europe got a chance to fight them wars, right? Roman Empire, okay? Roman Empire, 4 wars against the Brits. They went to Britannica, against the Brits, against the Franks, against the Visigoths. You know what I'm saying? Against the Saxons. They got a chance to get it in. And then they get it in World War II. See, people don't even know that World War II is the United States didn't even want to get into World War II. But Japan bombed the hell out of them, right? And they brought them onto the world stage. From that point going forward, that's when the United States became what? A superpower. Prior to that, they wasn't listening to it. They don't even know when Russia became a superpower. It was Peter the Great, right? That's like one of the best persons I like to study, Peter the Great. Remember, he modernized Russia. Who was the Russians? The Rus. He modernized the spy, bro. He come in, he defeat the Danes, the Dutch, my fault, and become a world power. He built ships. He went and learned shipbuilding abroad in Europe. He came back, right? He built the city. What's the name of the daggone city, Ron? I think the city is
He
called.
built this city.
Yeah,
He built this city.
it looked just like Paris, yo. I think it's called St. Peter's. Yeah, St. Peter's looked just like Paris. He came back, he built the city, he modernized, he took them from wood to stone, right? And they built a navy, came out, fought the Danes to a standstill. It's either the Dutch or the Danes, it's Danish, but fought them to a standstill, come back 2 years later and beat them, and they become a superpower. They was a superpower before the United States. The same with the French, right? The French was the superpower with the Navy, Napoleon and them niggas. Napoleon, right? He get defeated
Did
by the
Hitler beat
Brits.
their ass?
Huh?
Wait, were they with? Did Hitler beat their ass?
No, man, you boy, wrong time. That's World War II when Hitler beat everybody. He beat them all up. The United States came into the war. In the United States, you know when people say, yeah, he beat up. No, Russia beat him. He ran out of gas.
Yeah,
he lost
went
against
too far.
Russia. Yeah, he did too much. It was the oil. It was too cold. It was the Russian winter. You know what I'm saying? And they actually was beating the shit out of the Germans, right? No, the Germans was actually beating the hell out of the Russians. And they was like, we'll go ahead and get them later.
They
We'll
beat
go
the
get them
British
later.
too.
And they waited, and the Russian winter set in. The same winter that they got your man Napoleon, right? The Russian, the same winter, like damn, like you ain't studying history, bro. So the Germans supposed to study history when fighting Russia. Don't fight them during the winter. That's the same mistake Napoleon. I'm telling you all this shit because this what I do. I study wars, I study history, and I set out to say that Africa never got a chance to really get it in, so they can develop. Hell, it's a lot of cultures in the Stone Age. They got Stone Age. You know what I'm saying? Like Stone Age religion is still prevalent, yo, in a lot of spots, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, this my job. So when people talking crazy in the chat, they scared to get up here, yo. Dude, I'm at the OK Corral with my gun smoking. Jump up on the panel and try me. You're going to look just like Lex and them did. You're going to look just like Rael did. All you got to do is take the show and put the shit in Chat GPT and ask who know the fuck what they talking about. I dare y'all. I bet you ain't got no heart. Social Darwinism. It's Darwin. It ain't got shit to do with Darwin. It's after Darwin. Galton and them popularized it. Who was Galton? Charles Darwin's second cousin. He's the one that started eugenics, not Charles Darwin. Galton misrepresented Charles Darwin III. Didn't know he got it wrong. And you can read where he say, bro, you don't got that right. Hold on. It's just as hard as the subject you was talking about. Margaret, what's her name, yo? Margaret what?
Margaret Sanger?
Yeah, people think you crazy, but you spot on, bro. They don't even know what you talking about when you say that. Yeah, come on, bro. Like, nah, I ain't the easy mark in the crowd, yo. Y'all tripping. Maxie. Yeah, I beat Max up. I can tell Max ignorant. Yeah, Max ignorant. I beat him up.
I don't know. Max got those. Max be like one of those kung fu movies, man. The Shaw Brothers.
Nah, bro. I put my hands behind my back with Max. Yeah, I go off the top of the dome. I won't bring no. I beat him. I bludgeon him. Anything he think he want to talk about.
Some of my guys at the job said Jersey Club is better than Baltimore, man.
The who? What happened? The what?
They said Jersey Club music better than Baltimore.
Oh,
man.
that ain't true. Nah, y'all gotta stop that. Nah, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
The YNs was like 7 on 10. Now, yeah, I grew up on Baltimore clubs.
You got Sinway Gladiator says Darwin co-signed Galton's. Nah, you didn't, bro. Don't make us pull up the source. It's not true. He didn't co-sign nothing. Huh?
You know, he be clout chasing. IBM, do you want to talk to him?
Yeah, what's up? Talk to me. Let's get it in. Yeah, let's talk about it.
Everybody stole from him. Like everything I ever known. Yeah, this is what I said to him. Because he called me the other day. He said, "Yeah, man, that ACS stuff you be talking, you got that from me."
Ooh. Oh, like, indigenous black man.
Yeah. So I said, really? I said, well, that's interesting because most of the stuff I knew was gonna fly versus revenue. Like revenue mentioned Richard Allen. He mentioned Paul Cuff. I got them in revenue, and I knew he was lying, so I just went behind him. But when I read these guys, I was like, wow, these guys are interesting. So I just kept digging further. You feel me? But he was the first. And then another guy played this morning was the first to give me Richard Cromwell. Alexander Cromwell. So yeah, so a lot of these guys I be cooking, giving me the ammunition. But anyway, IBM was trying to he was trying to take credit for that. So I was like, IBM, you do know when we research on the internet, you know we got receipts, right? So I said, all of our research is still there. You fool. When you research stuff, it keeps a track record of what you research. I said, so how can you say I stole something from you when I got all my receipts at a certain time and day? About a whole year ago. But he said you stole from him too, though.
Yeah, he said, you know what, yo? This black man lost his mind, yo. You know how long I've been talking about the Nubian complex, yo?
I'm telling you, man.
About the Nubian complex. He said, yeah, I brought that up. I was like, man, are you saying, nigga, you crazy, yo. You know how long I had a membership in the Journal of Nature, the Royal Society, the Journal of Science. You know how long I had, you know what? I done spent man, get out of here, man.
Nah, I think you, okay, so there's one thing he had me look up, him and Chief X were arguing.
That nigga nice.
Number
2, nice. He just scored again.
Who?
Number 2, DB.
For who?
For Texans. I see how he play, yo.
Who's playing?
I would play football like that, huh?
You talking about Houston?
Yeah, Houston. Yeah, Houston playing with him. Hey, yo, did you ever give Sister Kaba a wrench, yo?
Yo,
you gotta give her a wrench.
She in the chat?
Hey, Kaba, type in there. Yeah, you gotta give her a wrench, yo. She listen.
All right, let me.
You can't let them feed on her like that, yo. Just block her.
Is that Africa? Is that Caribbean Jim?
No, it's Kaba. Her name is Kaba.
I don't think I've ever seen that name before.
I know, because they blocked her to death. Just like they killed me to death. I'm gonna type in there again, yo.
What she be saying though?
No, man, she ain't saying nothing, but she probably call niggas stupid or dumb because it's the truth. Shit. They say something that's right, everybody gonna say you right. I'm never gonna let nobody say something crazy. Just like that man just said that he co-signed Darwin thing. That ain't true. You can't even look that up and find it nowhere.
So now, look, I'm gonna give you a wrench, but don't get your wrench taken. Now, this wrench ain't.
Who's gonna take the wrench?
Look, I'm saying this wrench ain't to be.
Okay, if you take the wrench, yo,
all
right, if you take the wrench, then you take the wrench.
Bro, but you gotta look. I told who was this? Somebody was American Dream, right? No, it was revenue too. I gave both of them renters. I said, even though y'all my ops, I said, but y'all also panelists, reoccurring panelists. I said, I'm gonna give y'all rent, nobody block y'all. And I
Oh,
said,
so
all
they
you gotta
can't. I
do
just
is
want to
just
rent so I can't get blocked, yo. I don't care,
no,
nigga.
but I can't go against the lineage. So if they saying you tripping, you saying pseudomentary, I gotta take the rent. I gotta do that. I can't
If
go
they
against
say
the lineage.
what? If they say what? I
So
ain't said, man.
if
You can go
you
back
are
and read everything. I ain't said nothing, bro.
all right, so I I got a challenge in this. Somebody want to challenge me. Kofu, whatever his name is.
Who?
Hey yo, what's up? Yo, why I can't get these guys over here, man?
Man, I got RaBorn over here, didn't I? I can get him over here. You just gotta stop letting people
I'm not talking
block
about.
me, man.
I'm not talking about RaBorn. Like I already know RaBorn. Like I gave him props yesterday on when you watch the whole stream, you're gonna see at the very end when he hopped off. I gave him nothing but flowers, right? So nobody was emotional. So I'm trying to tell you guys, it wasn't a debate. He was talking about random topics, and I would chime in on what I agree or
Huh?
disagree with. We didn't have a particular topic. So even when he hopped off, I gave him flowers. I said, yeah, and that's RaBorn. He's been studying this stuff for a long time. You know, way before me. I gave him like major credit. I won't do that if I believe we're debating.
Right? Huh.
So
Yeah,
for
but why you think
Kofu,
you're gonna take a wrench? You had to take a wrench from me. I'm not a disrespectful. I'm an honorable man, yo. I'm an honorable
nah,
person, bro.
I can't have you go against the lineage.
Go against the who?
The lineage. The who?
Bro, hold on. So tell me this, yo. That's like me saying, I can't have you go against evolution. That's crazy. I'm gonna just
No,
beat
what?
you up. So
No. What I'm saying is there's something called like no. You can disagree and you can say, hey, that's wrong right there, and
you wanna do it again?
provide a source. But I'm saying like the name calling a pseudomentary, like people.
I don't wait, hold on. I didn't call. So what do I mean? So you want me to don't say it's a pseudo mention. I made the
Yeah,
word
that's
up, bro.
offensive to some people, man. Like
Okay, okay,
that won't ruffle my
okay.
feathers, but some people.
All right, so let's have a conversation about that, yo. Let's talk about.
Hold on,
Let's
I
have a
got that
serious.
number for. Wait. Let me call this guy real fast.
Did you
This
get
Cobra.
Copper? Did you get his sister Vensha? You need some sisters in here with ventures
I
too,
don't see. I
bro.
don't see her in there.
Copper, did you
So
type in?
I'm gonna give. Oh, I see it right there. Is it Kava? I'm gonna give. Is that Chef right there? Chef Cuts.
No, let me see. Man, you know me and Chef, we didn't all.
Who's that? Shay Cuts. Where the hell? Okay. Okay. All right. You get Chef right. So as the chat can see, like we debate, but like there's no real hatred. I believe they're wrong. You dig? I ain't gotta hate them. I ain't gotta hate a person because I think they're wrong. Um, and at any moment, I'll defend my position. You feel me? But there's no real like hatred. Even Rob Bourne cussed me out and hopped on. Like I'm a little back on. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make the video private tonight. But I know I sounded muffled. He gonna act like I didn't. And also I didn't want nobody to change it, make the narrative like we were debating. It was never a debate because I debate reparations and delineation. And when he was trying to question me on reparations, I was like, listen, man, I never claimed to be the strongest arguer or debater on reparations. I stand by. I'm advocating for it, and I got like basic knowledge on it, above basic knowledge. But my strong point is delineation. Like all of my videos, all of my arguments, all of my debates are about delineation. So I said, RaBorn, if you got a problem with that, let's get it. So he attempted to go against it, and y'all gonna see tomorrow. He attempted to argue against delineation, and he backed off. And we instead talked about the HR 40 and reparations. After I told him Like that really ain't my strong point. It is delineation. So you would think that he would want to argue my strong point, and he went back to the point I said was. He went back to the argument where I said wasn't my strong points. You would think a fierce warrior will rather go to your strong points and debate. But you'll see, you'll see. I had 55. It's a the video's like hour and 54 minutes, but it's not that long. That's me ranting for like the last 30 minutes, probably an hour and 20 minutes. But most of it was him just going over his sources, giving me a book to read or a link to click. Like, dude, just because you send me a link doesn't mean I'm gonna click it right at 3 o'clock in the morning, man. I'm trying to go to sleep. But yeah, no, I definitely want to argue, debate.
All right, we're gonna do that. We do that, yo.
Listen, it's real simple. Because I told him tonight, I said, bro, I'm gonna do my reaction. I'm gonna send you the link. You call right after that. I said, no, I got you. I'm gonna send you the link. And I want to just keep the narrative that's not a debate. We were just talking. He was sharing information. I disagreed at certain points. But you see, we never stuck to no topic. We kept moving. And I didn't want people to change the narrative. Because I'm at work. I ain't want nobody, chopping and screwing. Look. No.
I mean, that's what you told me when I called you, bro. When I said, yo, put the video up, yo. You can't do it. You can't not hide that, bro. Put the video up.
There's nothing to hide.
You explained it. You say, no, I don't want them. That's your content. You got a right to do it the way you want to do it. I'm going to try to convince you otherwise. RaBorn going to try to convince you otherwise. We won't get to it first. But in truth, that's your content. And you can tweak it the way you want to do it. And
I never tweaked it.
No, when I say tweak it, meaning if you don't want to leave it up for a moment and you want to be the one to react to it first, then that's your right. Yeah, I ain't mad at you.
I don't want to come back to my video because I'm at work and everybody, I got like 1,000 reactions to my thing, and now the narrative is running somewhere else. Because I know people wish they could beat me in a debate on delineation. You can dream all you want.
You're going to get beat up, though, Ron. You're going to get beat up, Ron.
You can dream all you want. I do this every,
Ron,
while
you
y'all
surrounded.
doing y'all little
Surrounded, Ron.
All I'm doing is delineation. And
Ron, you surrounded. I just want to let you know you surrounded. Now you want to run with the big dogs, yo? You got your shot at it now. Your numbers is up. You get a shot at it now. You want to play? You know how I get down, nigga. I'm in front of. You know where we was at on December the 8th. What was it? December the 15th? December the 15th, 20 what, yo? It was on your birthday?
2019. All right. Yeah, my birthday is 2019.
Yeah, tell them where we was at, though. See, they bluffing. Yeah, I'll tell you where we was at.
Auto Ballroom, something like that. Auto Ballroom. What's that shit called?
The Auto. I forget the name of it. Alejandro Ball.
Yeah, I can never say that right.
Yeah, and how many? Phil, with how many white people?
That's a lot.
Right. You crowd was you was shaking in your boot.
Yeah, I don't mess. Any one of them could have been a mass bang banger. You did. Any one of them could have been a mass bang banger.
But hold on, yo. See, that's what I'm trying to tell them. The same way I'm on this microphone, yo, I'm like that in real life. Yo, I was surrounded by all white people that thought they was smart and intelligent. Yo, I roared like a motherfucking savannah lion in that motherfucker, yo. What? Come on, yo. Del Bigtree. Y'all act like they don't know who Del Bigtree is. He's the #1 anti-vaxxer in America. He made the 2 movies. What's the movies called? Vax 1 and Vax 2. Since y'all in
it was I forgot what it was called.
Hey, look at his Wikipedia page. Man, come on, yo. I was a Savannah African lion, my nigga. What? Surrounded. Yeah, by the time I finished with them, I had lines of white people trying to talk to me and figure out why I was saying what I was saying. See, white people a little bit different, I'm going to say. They started out thinking one way, right? And some of them, at the end of the debate, was like, yo, that's very intelligent. What books you reading? They did it like that. They ain't stay. Now, your idiots going to be your idiots. But some of them kept an open mind, and that's all I'm trying to get people to do. And watch this, Ron. I already told you, I agree with the definition, right, of FBA. You've never heard me say nothing different, bro. Right? I don't agree with the pseudo information that's backing it that don't need to be had. And I think
backing it.
It's backing it. I don't think y'all need that. I think the truth is enough.
Yo, bro, it's not. Yeah, to me,
it is, bro.
You know, to me, you're behaving like those white folks in that room. You just
I'm behaving like
attaching
no
arguments
what?
into an argument.
What?
Okay, so well, that was you. That was you. That was I can't say it again. Was that you? Yeah, that was you. Okay. Well, look.
What? What's going
Let me
on?
just tell you.
What? I'm listening.
So now I told you already, but let me tell the chat.
All right, tell the chat. What?
So when RaBorn yesterday, we were talking before. Like I gave him the Zoom link. I wouldn't even. Yeah, bro. I was not going to go live. I was going to watch your show and go to bed watching your show. RaBorn's just woofing, but I know he was trolling. So I said, I'm gonna call his bluff. I'm gonna throw him the link. So I sent the link. So now he clicked it finally. So we're on Zoom talking. We're not even live, bro. So I'm like, let's go live, man. So that wasn't even his idea. That was mine. So I'm like, live. He
I'll
said, go
send
ahead,
you
man.
the chat. I'll send you the chat. Go ahead.
Right. So he said, all right, we're gonna start over then. So we start from the top. But there was nothing. But literally, he started off with the woman with the reparations suit, right? That was no debate. Like he was putting me on.
RaBorn know what a debate is, yo. We've been on real. I get paid for debates, so I know what a conversation is.
Yeah, so
RaBorn
he
know what a
put me on
conversation is, bro.
certain information, right? I'm just listening. So he goes from her, he goes to HR 40, but he touches it just briefly. Like before we even like disputed HR 40, he just touched it briefly because he came back to it. So then he touched on in Cobra, right? So I'm just trying to. I'm like, okay, okay, I guess we're gonna talk about reparations. So I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for the land and plane moment so I can go. Then he went to free blacks. So I know RaBorn. Okay, this is the RaBorn who just want to just go in,
All
right?
right.
All right, just go
That's
in. I
his
said, but anything,
wheelhouse.
yeah, I said anything that I disagree with, I'm just going to let that be known, right? So he went to the free blacks, and that's when he started saying African. So I said I disagree there, and we went back and forth a few times, but then we moved on. So like even when we disagreed, we didn't even stay nowhere. We went. Well, he was leading the whole thing. So I'm just following him, trying to see where he's going. Because you know me, I'm itching to present my arguments, which I never had a chance to do.
What's your argument? I'm telling you, surrounded, yo. We're gonna beat you. You're gonna get you done.
Okay, so my
We're gonna
argument
get you.
is
What's your argument, yo?
can you unite with the divided?
Can you unite with the denied? With the what?
Right, you're divided.
Okay, who divided though?
The Caribbean and the Africans of the continent.
They what?
So I'm saying, can you really unite with the divided?
Hold on, yo. You know what? I remember what you knocked me off my square with. You had asked me a question earlier. Stay right there. Can you unite with the divided? But hold that point. You said that people was trying to say that y'all hard on immigrants, right? And I brought up the whole anthropology thing to try to show y'all that
Yeah.
is I'm saying what people don't know, yo, when Facebook first started, it's a group called Africans versus African Americans, yo. And if you would have been in that Facebook group, it's probably said, yo, it was the most venom coming from both sides, yo. I
I
mean,
can agree because I remember I was looking for smoke on
yo,
any RBG post.
man, bro.
Like I was doing the same thing, but what I'm saying is, bro, a lot of times it's mutual. Like you have,
It's
like
mutual.
I think
That's what I'm
Dallas,
trying.
Texas, right?
That's what I'm trying to say. They just don't have a channel. Listen, they don't got a platform as big as Tariq to do the same shit because they absolutely would, bro. You get it? Like I'm telling you, it's even Steven, yo. It's just so happened y'all got the light. Y'all got the beacon right
I
now.
don't think they could ever
It's not
amass
true.
a talent like that. You know why?
It can't.
Because
No, bro. You tripping, bro?
look,
It's a lot. Listen,
let me tell you why.
it's the youngest continent on Earth, bro. They got the
Yeah,
youngest population, bro.
but they're so
And they
divided.
nah. You
Yo,
looking at the
Sekou.
old
Look, Sekou from Sanetta, right? I heard him going.
That's
The
my
dude,
man now.
I actually like him a little bit.
That's my
So the dude
man
said
now.
cool.
That's my
He said
man
this.
now. He
He said
turned the page. Turned the page. Go
he
ahead.
said this. He said yes, if you're like that, I will talk to. Like people like RaBorn,
Yeah.
people like Sekou.
You want to talk to intelligent people, yo. Don't get it
Yeah,
mixed up, yo.
I want to talk to people who gonna make me
Push
research and make me try harder because I feel like I'm just like not doing my best right now because everybody been a walk in the park. I want the next level of people, readers and thinkers and debaters. I want the next level.
you ready to step it up. Yeah, all right.
So the dude, like, Sekou would be a good one. But anyway, he was explaining Nigeria. He was saying North Nigeria is pretty much dominated and ran by the Muslims, right? And he was explaining like how they behave, like they choose religion, Islam over their Nigerianness, right? Their tribe is Muslim before everything, and they're like really wild. Then he said Southern Nigeria is more because he's explaining how I forgot what country he's from, but I think Ghana, but he lived in Nigeria for like 7 years,
Uh-huh.
something like that. And he was explaining Southern Nigeria are the French the news, like they're kind of like whitewashed, like I think about it, French or somebody. And he was saying like they're Christians. So he was saying like they're so against each other, like they like from Christianity versus Islam shit that Nigeria possibly can never be united because of that. That's what his conclusion as a guy who lived there for 7 years and know a lot about the culture out there, the politics. That was Sekou assessment for Nigerians. That's why I say like, how can we unite with the divided? Like these folks can't unite nothing amongst themselves. So I was
Not
going back to
true.
the channel. So now the
Not
channel
true.
thing. I was going to say that you'll never see a large African channel with a bunch of Africans. You're gonna always see an African channel with FBA supporting it. You'll never see one with a bunch of Africans supporting Africans. It's almost like the same thing with the Pan-Africans. Like you'll never see a Pan-African channel as large where other Pan-Africans are there because they're always competing. They're always competing who sells the most books, who is a better scholar, who was in this first, and who did what, and how many authors. I'm an author. I wrote more books, and I cited this paper. So it's always competition in my mind with Africans and Pan-Africans. So you'll never see like a large channel for that reason.
You believe that, bro? It ain't like every daggone channel, yo. That's crazy to say that. You know how big YouTube world is, yo?
Of course, of course, there's like a gazillion channels out there. Of course, like there's, will I be surprised if one was out there? But I'm saying, okay, let me reword it. I don't think anybody on this panel or this chat is going to have a channel like that come across their live feed, like as a suggestion to click.
But you're not
see that.
subscribed. Let me address Breezy. What's this Breezy Mega? I'm just trying to figure out why would you hate any individual, yo? Like you calling tethers, you hate them. That's par for the course. But I'm just trying to feel like you don't even know who an immigrant is, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like you, if a person wouldn't really open their mouth, or they've been here for a while, second generation, you wouldn't even know. Like that could be the very person that can help you and your family on something. Like you supposed to deal with each person based off of how each person deal with you, yo. If you start out just hating a person because they're an immigrant, then you ain't no better than the white people that brought you over here to make you have to call yourself FBA. And that's a lesson that we learn in human behavior, yo. You become the thing you hate, yo. Think about that for a minute there, Mega, Breezy Omega. Yeah, I ain't saying you gotta love nobody, yo, but you should always practice love, not hate, bro. Yeah, like that ain't even, warriors even know that. Yeah, you don't just kill somebody, yo. Gangsters know that. That's why I'm still living today, bro. Like, just because you can kill somebody don't mean you supposed to kill them. That's the uncivilized, bro. Yeah, you can't. I'm saying if an immigrant come over and impose themselves on your culture, you supposed to stand all the way up. But just to attack the weak and the meek,
See,
that
did I
ain't
do that word
warrior.
attack again? See, that's that Pan-African talking
It's
point.
not.
How
Listen,
about respond? How about he
no,
responded?
it's attack,
That's
yo.
like a,
It's
oh no, hell
attack,
no.
bro. It's an attack.
If a
It's
battered
a
woman
difference between
responds to her
responding and
attacker,
attack.
she's not attacking, she's responding. She's defending herself. She's
I don't
countering.
like the characterization right there. I think you can
Yeah.
respond like you said, but to say you hate somebody is an attack. Those words are attacking, right? If you're responding, right, you responded to what? If you're
Yeah. A
responding,
lot of us hated the Klan, yo. In the South, we hated the Klan, man.
supposed to. That's a different animal right there, bro. They're
I don't
killing
know,
you. They're
man.
hanging you. No. If an organization is based off of hanging you, then why would? And then you
Yeah,
can't hate him. Hold on, if you hate him, you can't even think straight. That's one thing. You know what I'm saying? Like the hate is always the wild shit. Yeah, what you want to do is you want to be measured at your, with your dislike, yo. You want to be able to control that. You ain't supposed to trust them. That's what you do. You're not supposed to trust the Klan. So y'all basically saying you don't trust immigrants, but based off of what? Based off of YouTube? Y'all been
Not
messing
you.
with
Oh,
immigrants forever, yo.
wait
Yeah,
a minute. Don't do
that's a
that
YouTube.
because in
Yeah,
real
come on,
life,
bro.
in real life when we go to get WIC
What?
or some WIC
You can't
in children.
can't get
No,
WIC
hold on,
unless you're a citizen, bro.
wait. No. I'm saying when we go to get it, and there's a person who we believe to be we know for sure that's non-FBA and they're behind that counter. If there's anything like where it's like kind of like you got the paperwork, but it's kind of like shaky, you're missing something. Normally, when there's any deciding moment where, nah, sorry, they normally take that route. And I'm saying like I bet you Black Americans can testify to that. Where if that was somebody else over there, some really white person, oh, it's in a car. Oh no, okay, just come on. With us, you ain't got. I want everything. Gotta have it up front. Oh, you gotta get out. Nah. And I'm telling you, yo, when we see these folks,
When is this all like social media is amazing, yo. I ain't
wait. So how you feel about what social media is real life? That's what extra trying to explain. Hey, yo, to that boy
amazing,
Sean
yo.
Bay. Hey,
Amazing, nigga. I ain't never had
don't
no
forget,
problem with no immigrants. My whole life. I don't know what y'all talking about, yo.
well, you was fighting in the hood at one point.
And nigga, I got shot up by
Get
by,
shot
by
at, yeah.
FBA.
Nah, you ain't do no DNA. That dude was Rasta.
I went no damn Ross, nigga.
That dude was Rasta.
I got shot up by
You didn't fuck
FBA,
with the
nigga.
real one, man.
Tripping, yo. You tripping now, yo.
I'm the last done daughter.
The delineated ones, yo. Get out of here, yo. That's what I've been
Oh
shot
shit.
by. Y'all tripping. Shit, immigrant ain't never get shot up by no immigrants, yo. I've been in drug wars with the FBA, the African Americans. Y'all tripping. Whatever you want. That don't mean everybody like that. I'm just making a point here, yo.
Oh, by the way, I want to get Chef back on it because when me and Chef were talking about Sudan and the S&M thing, I
Uh-huh.
actually um I was somebody ended up talking to me. So he was like, hey, Boss, you there? Yo, for the record, if you're on the panel and I'm talking, and then out of nowhere I go on mute, keep talking. I'm busy.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I mean,
I
go
got
hang
I
up.
know.
And then the other folks don't say nothing. Let the lie just go to waste. Yo, if I'm talking and I'm not talking out of nowhere, you gotta keep the live going.
You know I keep it going, yo. That's easy work. I remember you
That's
used
for
to fall
anybody. Like,
asleep.
go in. If you got a problem with it, that's the best time to go in.
I remember you used to fall
The hell with you,
asleep on the
FBAs.
link back in the day. See, they don't remember back then you used to fall asleep on that.
I did that a few times still, but I was smart enough to have
Hey,
panel chat.
RaBorn back on here, and you all you want to talk about is the subjects you swear you the best at, and that would be what?
Well,
Delineation.
not RaBorn, to be
What's your?
fair, because
Don't let them
these
drag you in other places,
hey,
yo.
yeah, listen,
Don't let them do it.
hold on, I had 2.5 hours to sleep
Uh-huh.
yesterday messing with him because I wanted to reason. I wouldn't go see till I had checked out his sources. That's why I couldn't wait to get him on here tonight.
Okay,
Right?
yeah, he
That's why I
back.
say
Back.
no. It's
He
too late.
back.
It's 11. It's 11. We got Peter back, dude. It's 30. It's 11:30. I don't want to. Again, 2 hours and a half
You
sleep
got
for work today.
Peter. You got Peter back.
So
James
I
on.
want
You
to.
know what it is.
I want to get Rob Bourne fresh. I want to get him fresh. And again, I want two. He get 2 minutes. I want 2 minutes back and forth. I'm gonna slaughter him, bro.
Woo. Man, I
Rob
don't
Bourne.
know. I don't know, yo.
Yeah,
He
I'm
he
gonna
run with
slaughter
the
him. If we
Highlanders,
get
yo. I'm not sure.
we get
Matter of fact,
uninterrupted
I'm
time.
positive. No, bro.
Yeah, we get listen. He could bring up all stuff he brought tonight. That little lady, how
That
she's
sounds crazy, yo.
bring up all that stuff. And
You
don't
know
you
how
touch
cra-
delineation.
you know how overconfident you is with that, yo.
Yeah, right. Well, he ran from that the whole time. Yo, y'all gonna see that thing when I get into the house and make it public. Yeah, I want y'all to tell me his rebuttals to
Whiz.
delineation.
Hold on, I
I'm
just
not
want to ask you.
nothing.
Hold on. I want to be serious, yo. Like you ain't never seen nobody You ain't never seen an intelligent designer like Lex or or whatever the other nigga name was, or anybody talk crazy, anybody saying humans is monkeys, or we say we come. You ain't never seen him beat me in a conversation. Never. So what make you think, yo, you gonna beat RaBorn? That's what
Yeah,
MBK.
well, he made a couple mistakes already, and
Yeah, that's not
I was gonna
it's not
point
a
it out on
problem.
the live just now, and he went crazy.
Yeah, but that's not a
Okay, so
problem. See,
I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it for tomorrow
Dave it,
because
hold it.
because
Don't let them know it.
we got
But
the
hold it.
audio.
But Ron, but see, you know, in this thing, yo, when you're an intellectual gunfighter, yo, ain't no problem with getting shot and going to the hospital, yo.
I know.
Right, being
I say he
wrong
got
is
me
when
on
you learn
HR
something. Ain't nothing
40.
wrong with that.
Yeah, I say he got me on HR 40 and
Hey,
maybe another thing or two. But
Beetle,
hey, hey,
it
Beetle,
what's
wasn't
up,
worse than I
y'all,
got him.
man?
the bag juice. What's up, bro?
What
Hey,
up?
what's up, man? I just gotta get it in right quick because I gotta hop off in like 5 minutes.
Oh, they always say that. Be here for 50 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. You know I gotta hit you. I gotta hit y'all with that woo job. With that woo job, nigga.
Woo job package. I gotta go. Let me get it in.
Yeah, nigga. But hey, I really
Keep the
pulled
line.
up.
Uh-huh.
What's happening, Ron? Hey, I really pulled up about that. What's the name? Co-signing his cousin.
Galton.
Darwin co-signing his
Okay.
cousin, right?
Oh, you about to get cooked.
Oh,
Yeah. So
who about to get cooked?
You about to cook you.
Nah, come on, bro.
so
You
so
about to
so
tell
You
me
so
never seen me lose that.
W.
You never seen
so
me lose that. Go ahead, yo.
so check it out, right? I already know you a stubborn dude, so you're not gonna relent. You feel me? You gonna spin and you gonna rationalize. But I want to hear your spin
That
and
sounds like him.
rationalization. Though, right?
All right, go ahead.
So I'm a drop this link in the chat. Boom, right there. It's a letter from Darwin to Galton. And he was reviewing Galton's work on selective breeding. That book he wrote about heredity and all of this, trying to breed out the best oh damn, no, damn, it won't let me because I'm on my
Hey,
I don't
Ron, you
have the
got a lick.
website.
You got what's
Drop
number
it in
stuck
the
in the back, yo. You can't have him stuck in the back,
who?
yo.
Who?
RaBorn, yo.
Oh, shiny, bro. I didn't even see it. I'm on my phone. I'm not on the computer.
Oh, you all right? Well, look on your phone up in the corner.
Yeah. I mean, like it doesn't show. Like when you're doing a phone, it doesn't always make a noise.
Oh, okay. All right. Where the letter at, yo? I'm looking for the, what is what the what the
And,
letter at?
and where I could drop a link at in here.
Do it in the chat.
He ain't got
Damn,
no.
I ain't
He
got
got a.
no I ain't
He
got no
got what?
rent.
What's the name of the letter? Make sure you ain't give me a pseudo letter, bro. What's the name?
Hold on.
What is the
Let me do
name?
my rants real fast. Hold on.
What is the name of a dead buddy?
Let me
Hold on.
see. It was written January 4th, 1873.
Hold on. Make the rant in there. Let me see
Uh
this. Cause I'm running his mouth.
it's on the Darwin correspondence website that got all
Oh,
his letters.
okay. Okay, that's all. Okay. What's
Yeah,
the
it's
name of the
letter
letter?
four.
What's it called? Letter
It's
what?
it's letter 412 to Francis Galton.
Okay, hold on.
It's on the Darwin correspondence website.
Yeah, I got the green. It's green, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I know. Letter 412 written from
hmm
Galton, from Darwin to Galton.
Yes, sir. January 4th, 1873.
Yeah, RaBorn brought this up one time. Remember that, yo?
All right. So
And,
do me a favor, right? I
all
want
right.
you to hit the find button on your computer,
God,
right?
I ain't on my computer, yo.
Or
I'm
you could do it on your phone too. You could do it on your phone
You
too.
can do
You
that on
hit
your phone. How you do that?
all right, so you see them three horizontal lines? I don't know. Well, I got an Android. I don't know if your phone is the
I
same,
got
but
Android.
when you hit the three horizontal lines at the bottom, it's gonna say history, download, save, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Go to where do I put find?
Is it from Charles Darwin to Galton or Galton to Charles Darwin?
From Darwin to Galton.
All right, let me get. All right, hold on. Dang.
So how
You
do you
have
do fine? You said
RaBorn?
what?
You have RaBorn?
Hold on, Ron. I'm trying to. There, it should be a part, Ron, that says find on page. You see it?
Oh yeah, done. I
Yeah.
got this
So
ticket down.
when you click find on page, I want you to put this phrase in to go right to the relevant section of the letter that I want. Now you can read the whole letter, but in interest of brevity and not boring people, this is the most relevant part for me is the dagger, right? So put this part in where he says,
what do you say?
Ah, damn. Oh, I had it copied and I done. Ooh, you're not gonna get away. Don't worry. Hold on, I got you.
Man,
I
look,
got you.
man.
I got you. I
I
got
mean,
you.
you're not gonna come on, man. You cannot possibly be.
Nah, nigga, don't run, nigga. I got your ass.
I mean, what you trying to come on, bro?
Hold on, man.
I want to see what you proving. Francis Galton.
Dog.
Is a response to Galton's then new Fraser magazine essay, Heredity Improvement, January 1873, which Galton proposed institutional mechanisms, including register and sociology, to encourage associative mating
Here it is.
amongst
Here it is. I got you. I got you. I got you. Don't worry about it, man. I'm gonna guide you the right way, brother. I just want to hear. I just want to hear you do your little 1-2 shuffle. Really, that's all I'm doing this for, because I know you're gonna shuffle. So hold on. All right. So you got the letter up, right, Unc? You got letter 412 up.
Nah, I'm on here. Hold on. I'm a 1873 animal, vegetables, and Darwin search. I got the website up. Let me see. This is James. I mean, shit.
Go to letter 412.
But go ahead though. I'm listening.
All right. So this is the part that I want. Once you find the letter, put these words in. Darwin says, though I see so much difficulty, the object seems a grand one, and you have pointed out the sole feasible, yet I fear utopian plan of procedure in improving the human race.
So you
What
don't
do
know
you
what
take
that
away? Yeah,
Stop it.
here go the spin. So when
Come
he
on, yo.
says, though I see so much difficulty,
Now,
the
hold on.
object,
No. Do one word at a time. Now, what does he mean by though I see so much difficulty?
he's saying as a matter of implementing it practically. He thinks it will be difficult to find workers. It'll be difficult to get the government to get on board with such a plan because people are not going to like it. They're going to find it distasteful. That's what he's talking about, the logistics of it.
Nah. It says where. So I need to find that context and say he's talking about religion. Because right now, keep read. What's the next sentence that
There
says?
go the spin.
No. You adding that in there. Let's figure out what he's talking about difficulty. Come on, yo. We got to be able to match that up. That's how you comprehend. We ain't doing that. The gist is
Well,
what you talking about.
it's in the entire letter.
Yeah, but you come on. What's the next line? Go ahead.
You want to read the whole letter out? I don't want to do that
No.
for the audience, bro.
What's the next line? Although we find different, it's fine. Go ahead, read that. Go ahead.
All right, hold on. Let me go to the letter.
And I'm gonna tell you what I think based off how I'm comprehending what I'm reading, what you're reading.
Cause you know they talking that old ass English too, man.
Right. I understand. You're gonna do all that. You're gonna put it in. Come on, bro. That's part of it.
Nah, I'm saying people don't really be trying to hear that shit though, cause I remember I read this shit for Chef and he was like, I don't understand what they talking about.
No, but we can
put it.
Yeah, but we got tools now. You can put it in
Oh
there.
yeah, we could throw that. That's a good point. We could throw this shit in Chat GPT.
Jesus Christ,
that's a great point. That's a great point.
Right, but read the next line though, yo, because I think I'm sharp. I think
All right,
myself
here
to
we
be
go.
sharp.
All right, so I'm gonna read a couple lines before and after, right?
Yeah, do that. What
So,
the hell
all right,
is RaBorn at?
he says, I am not, however, so hopeful as you. Your proposed society, he's talking about the society that Galton is proposing, right? Which is forming a register and having certain people breed and not breed and all that shit, right? Your proposed society would have awfully laborious work, and I doubt whether you could ever get efficient workers. As it is, there is much concealment of insanity and wickedness in families, and there would be more if there was a register. But the greatest difficulty, I think, would be in deciding who deserved to be on the register. How few are above mediocrity in health, strength, morals, and intellect, and how difficult to judge on these latter heads. As far as I see, within the same large superior family, only a few of the children would deserve to be on the register, and these would naturally stick to their own families so that the superior children of distinct families would have no good chance of associating much and forming a caste. Though I see so much difficulty, the object seems a grand one, and you have pointed out the sole feasible, yet I fear utopian plan of procedure in improving the human race. I should be inclined to trust more, and this is part of your plan, to disseminating and insisting on the importance of the all-important principle of inheritance. I will make one or two minor criticisms. It is not possible that the inhabitants of malarious countries, talking about malaria, Africa, right, owe their degraded and miserable appearance to the bad atmosphere, though this does not kill them, rather than to economy of structure. I do not see that an orthognathous face would cost more than a prognathous face, or a good morale than a bad one. And I'm gonna stop right there.
All right, and you saying what though? Sounds.
See?
I'm
So
asking
this
what
what
he said.
what we gonna do.
No, I'm asking what you. What you think that man? Sound like
So
you slim flam them, yo. Sound like
hey,
you know
so
you want
this
to let
what
them
we
down
gonna do,
easy.
right?
You
This what we
hear me?
gonna do.
You hear me? You hear me? It
I'm here.
sound
You
like
can hear
it
me?
sound like sound like you letting them down easy, man. Look, man. You know, I ain't trying to offend you, bro, but that shit a little wow. You might, he said, yo, if you go pick a family, yo, you might get the wrong one. It's gonna be hard to figure it out. And he say humanity. He talking about everybody. He's like, boy, that's a utopia, ain't it? Yeah, that's funny right there. I don't know, man.
No.
What
He's
you think he's
saying
saying? What you think he's saying, yo?
it's not what I think he's saying,
What he
it's what he's
saying?
saying.
What he trying to get rid of black people?
He's saying the object is a grand one. What does that mean to you, Unc? What is the object?
The idea, the thing you talking about, the thing you trying to accomplish.
So the goal that you're trying to accomplish is a grand
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
What
it's
does
a
that
grand
mean,
one.
Unc?
I mean, it's a big one, short. It's grand. It's out there, yo. It's large.
Mm-hmm.
It's grand. It's a hell of a task. It's grand. But go ahead.
Right.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Fine.
Go ahead. All right.
Fine.
All
It
right.
also means it's a great plan, right? And you
No,
have
grand
hold
don't
on.
mean. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. Okay, let's just
Great
stick with
idea.
the
Yeah. I like that. Keep going. I don't mind
right.
it. I can
And
just say.
you have, you know what? Let's just throw it in the chat GPT since you want to do the
Nah,
fake
nah,
giggling.
nah, I'm not. I'm saying, yo, they some wild dudes. Go ahead, bro. I ain't knocking that. Go ahead. Keep
He
going. I
was
don't know what you.
co-signing.
I
He
would
was.
like to say good evening to
Oh,
everybody on the show.
Is that
what?
indigenous black man
That
family?
is. That's him himself.
What
He's the one.
you
By the way, Unc. He's the one that taught me this. He's the first one that showed me this
Oh
letter.
yeah, he hate dogs, so we can't even count him.
Y-
Don't listen to
y-
him.
y- yeah, just so you know.
He don't count. Hell no. I mean, he hate dogs. Y'all
Eh,
like,
eh,
God damn.
I hear
eh,
up here regurgitating my stuff too, Haskell. Listen, he
Really?
gonna talk about
but
Mendel
hey,
and look he gonna talk about Mendel.
hold
Look,
on,
what none of these
IBM,
cats. What? Hold up,
hold
real
on,
quick.
IBM,
One.
hold on. IBM, we was doing something. Let us
He's
finish
doing
this
something.
up,
Yeah,
right?
hold on,
All
great
right,
teacher.
go
Great
ahead,
teacher.
brother. Go
Nobody
ahead.
knows until you appear.
So, in case you didn't pick up on it, I was
I
being
know.
sarcastic, right, by saying
Uh-huh.
that IBM showed me this letter.
I know. I hope
Right.
so. I about to say, Jesus
I
Christ.
didn't show him that one, but I've showed him a couple.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
Go ahead,
Jesus
brother.
Christ. Go
right.
ahead.
So when he says, so we agree that when Darwin says that the object is a grand one, that equates to an endorsement, right, Unc?
Nah, hell no, man. No. He's just saying, you know, all right, man. You whatever you doing. Because you forget it's a whole context to the whole thing. First of
Mm-hmm.
all, he told Galton, bro, that I don't agree with you, yo. You fucking that up. That ain't what I'm saying. So
No,
you
he
gotta put that.
disagreed. He disagreed with some minor little things. I'm talking the idea of
No, there
selective.
wasn't no minor shit. No, it was really, he was like, you got that wrong, yo.
All right, I'm gonna read this part, right?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna put the
And,
letter
and
412 though, right? I'm gonna make sure I
yeah,
get that.
letter 412.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back.
January 4th, 1873. All All right, so how about this part right here when he says,
You got me at a disadvantage, but go ahead.
And you have pointed out the sole feasible, yet I fear utopian. We're going to stop right there. What's your takeaway from that? You know what feasible means, right?
Yeah, it's possible.
Right? So he's saying Galton's plan is the only, because soul means only. He's saying it's the only feasible plan, yet I fear utopian. So he's saying this the only way I see the improvement coming about that we want to see, but I think your means of implementing it is utopian. Like, you know what utopian is, right?
Yeah, I know it is.
What is it?
Like a utopia. It's like a perfect world.
There you go. There you go. So he's saying that Galton's way of bringing about the improvement of humanity, he's saying that's a utopian idea. It's like, it's a grand idea. It's the only way I see it happening, but I think it's still utopian in the plan of procedure. And him, he was co-signing the shit, Unc. I'm not even gonna keep playing with you, bro.
Nah,
You
it
doing
wasn't.
it? Stop
Let
playing.
me help
Unc.
you out. Let me help you out. Let's get serious. Let's use the tools of a Highlander. Look, it says what Darwin says in the letter, substantive points. It says strong engagement, right? So we agree at strong engagement, but overall skepticism about feasibility. It said Darwin thinks Galton and said, Darwin thanks Galton and says he was greatly interested finding the idea, right, of spontaneous cast, forming quotation marks, and then intermarrying novel. It say, however, he doubts the plan could be operationalized. He predicts awfully laborious work, difficulty recurring efficient workers, and increased incentives for families to conceal what's the stigmatized traits if a register existed. Two, methodological critique. Selective criteria are undermined. Darwin identifies what would now be called a measurement construct validity problem. Deciding who deserves to be on a register is extremely difficult because very few are above mediocrity across multiple
Families.
differences. Huh? What do you say?
No, go ahead. You got to you sharing the screen. I ain't.
Mediocrity. I understand across multiple dimensions. That's health, strength, morals, intellect, and the latter domains are hard to judge reliably. He's telling them that. He goes on to say a sociological critique. Now, elite caste formation may not engage as predicted. Even within a superior family, Darwin argues only a subset of children could qualify. Those individuals would likely remain socially embedded within their own kin networks, reducing cross-family mixing that Galton caste mechanisms propose. That's what I'm saying. Yo, we read all, they breaking it down in plain English, and I was getting just this, bro. It goes on to say normative assessment, grand aim, but utopia procedure. Now watch this. He says Darwin characterizes the objective of improving the human race as grand, while labeling the proposed route as utopia. See what I'm saying? Goes on to say he suggests a more realistic pathway in public dismentation of the all-important principle of inheritance rather than implementing a register based on program. Wow. 5, specific
So
scientific philosophical critique of Galton's framing. Now I'm gonna get you with the scientific critique. That's how we do it. He goes on to say, Darwin's questions whether degraded appearance in malarious regions should be attributed to economy of structure rather than chronic environmental insult. He pushes back towards the environmental causation explanation. He disputes the implications that nature prioritized races over individuals, not extinction, and emphasizing that selection works through differential survival reproduction of individuals, and he cautions against refining nature as an agent. Yeah, come on, yo, he beat the nigga up, yo.
Hey, so
Yeah, he beat the nigga up, yo. Like I said, yo. Told you, bro.
So, yeah, so I'll let you read, So you do understand that
yeah,
the
I'm
only
on that.
the only disagreement they have is procedurally.
No.
Insofar, hold on.
Go ahead.
Insofar as the overarching idea of selective breeding for the purposes of improving the human race, they are in lockstep as far as that is concerned. Where they diverge is the implementation, the means to bring about that objective. Do you see that? Are you going to keep pretending?
No, I'm gonna see this. I'm gonna see what the historians say. Why historians cite this letter? The letter is frequently used to show that Darwin was sympathetic to heredity-focused inquiry. But
what? Read that again. What that say?
It say this letter is frequently used.
He was sympathetic.
Let me finish, y'all. Just let me finish it out. It's right here. It said this letter is frequently used to show that Darwin was sympathetic to heredity-focused inquiry. It say, but unconvinced by Galton's pragmatic eugenics institutional design regarding it as practically unworkable and epistemologically fraught. Come on, bro.
The procedure. That's just like if me and you agree that we dope dealing, right? Because you love the drug analogies. That's your language. So we agree that we gonna move dope, right?
Yeah.
But I say we should wholesale, and you say, man, we ain't on to the point of where we could wholesale yet. Let's break this bitch down and hit him with $5 and $10 and $20 baggies all motherfucking day until we come up and then we could wholesale. We both agreeing that to drug dealing. We just procedurally be different. That's all that is.
Nah.
You just read it. It said he's sympathetic to the heredity bullshit. He's sympathetic. He with it. He's just saying that the way how you finna go about it, I don't think that's gonna work. But I'm with that though. It's a grand idea. I like it. I love it. But I don't think it's the way you trying to do it in a practical way. It ain't gonna work. Come on, man. You see that, You got sense, man. You playing, bro.
All right, let me tell you what I see. Let me tell you what I see. Let me give you the analogy. He's essentially saying the mechanisms that you're trying to put in place will not work, bro. It's no way you can get that off. Right? And if I was using a drug analogy, hey, bro, check this out, yo. You trying to go to a community that only got $5. You can't sell them 50s. It's not going to work, bro. It does not match up. It's not going to be able to work. Simple as that, yo, and that's it.
But we both agree to drug dealing,
Nah, that's different. No, he's not agreeing. No, not at all. No, he's not agreeing because now we're talking scientific and he understood the theory of evolution and he was saying the mechanism is not going to work, bro. You wrong. He said you make it, he said, hold on. He's saying your shit is fraud and you make it nature like an agency. That's not right. I'm telling you, bro. I just understand it different, bro.
I'm finna go watch the Lakers get their ass whooped, man.
Nah. What's the score, yo? What's the score? Good one, though. Good one, though. Hey, listen. See, this what I'm used to. I'm used to having to talk to somebody that can read, yo. This what I'm used to. I ain't used to this new crop of people who can't give you no challenge. You can't have a conversation. This what I'm used to. Appreciate you, bro. Beetle.
Yeah, for sure,
Thanks,
man. But stop capping for Darwin, bro.
Oh, you think I'm capping? I don't think I'm capping. Good joke.
2026, bro. It's full time that you put that shit out, man.
So hold on. Before you go watch the Lakers, you're basically saying, watch this, and this one I'm gonna get you. This the punch you don't see. So whether we agree or disagree on whether Darwin was racist or not, right? That's based off of your perception and how you feel about it. So even if he's all the things you're saying, right? Let's just say he was agreeing with all that shit Dalton was talking about, right? Which ain't true, but let's just say he was. What effect does that have on Darwinian evolution, though? Does that change the data that has been replicated and duplicated for 200 years, bro? Does it change that, or what are you saying?
Well, that's a separate discussion. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So then why would I care about if he was any of that? If he believed, if he was a homosexual, why would I care about any of that? I'm simply talking about the theory that he has produced has put
And that's
humanity
cool.
at another level. That's my
But then
thing. So I don't even know the nigga for real.
you know what
That's
you
it.
do. You know what you do going forward, Unc. If you're operating in good faith,
I
this is
am
what you
in good
do.
faith.
Know what I'm
I'm
saying? But
always in good faith.
but if you are, this is what it would look like, right? You would say, yeah, that nigga was a racist, but he was on point with this science shit. That's all you got to say.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah,
sa-
but
stop
that's
saying that he wasn't a racist when he was.
I know,
That's
but
it.
that's what you want me to say. I'm saying is for the time period he was in. Listen, watch this, yo. For the time period he was in, yo, he was definitely at the better half of it. Meaning, he fought for Africans not to be enslaved. Remember that. His grandfather started a whole organization. His wife was part of it. He was a part of it, right? Remember, he wouldn't even come to the United States because they had slaves. And also, he came up with a scientific theory that would validate that Africans are just as intelligent as everybody else. And he's
That's
the
not
one that came.
true.
He did. Let me finish. And he verified that the home. So now you're trying to say a racist give up the high ground and saying that humanity started in Africa and from Africa all humans came from there, yo? Yo, that's a wild racist.
Yes, but
Mad at him.
he made a
I ain't mad.
distinction in the he made a
I ain't mad.
distinction in the descent of man that yes, we all started at the same origin point, but as far as the Anglo-Saxon is concerned, the Anglo-Saxon represents the pinnacle of development since that starting point,
Oh.
and the black race represents pulling up the absolute rear. He wrote that in his book, man. But look, man, I'm
Oh,
out of here,
hold
dog.
on. I want you to leave, but I want you to leave with this. Then Darwin ain't know what the hell he was talking about because his theory says different. I
You
want to end
don't.
with
But
that.
look, even
I
this
just want
part
to
is
end with
in
that. I just want to end with that. His theory,
but
his data says different than what you just said. He said.
but
So
look,
maybe he said it out of his mouth, and then he was dreaming, and he wrote the theory in his dream, and the theory was right. Because the theory don't say that you developed later and you was better. The theory don't say that. It say
well,
there's no direction to it.
he wrote that in the book. I'm gonna find when we have
Find that. Yeah, find that. We get
yeah,
another
we'll
one.
do.
All right.
But check this out, right?
Uh-huh.
Um there's another reason, like the theory of natural selection
That's what it is.
as an explanation for speciation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So speciation meaning what makes a cat, a dog, a frog, and that type of shit. That shit is bunk too, because from a mathematical standpoint, it's infeasible. It doesn't work. But that's a whole separate discussion from the racist shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, we could do it another time,
Yeah, but
man.
it might be another mechanism in play because natural selection is not the only mechanism, yo. Charles Darwin only talked about natural selection, and the dynamic force of natural selection is adaptation. That's all he talked about. The rest of that shit they discovered later on, yo. Just for
No,
the record, bro.
I'm saying there are different modes of evolution. I know they say what
It's called mechanisms. It's
four
called
mechanisms.
mechanisms. Yes.
So
Right.
we got
Natural
genetic
selection.
drift,
Mm-hmm.
natural selection. What was the other two again?
Horizontal gene transfer.
Right. And what was that?
Bottleneck.
Right. So this what
Founder
I'm
event.
saying.
All right, go ahead.
I'm saying specifically, excluding natural selection, just that part of it.
Okay.
Darwin proposes natural selection as a way of explaining why a cow is a cow and a dog is a dog, right?
Okay.
And I'm saying that he was completely wrong.
But that's okay. But he could be wrong. That's okay. But that doesn't change his theory. You get it? He just was wrong about what the mechanism was. That's not an issue in science. It's obvious. And I'm gonna finish with this, yo, because I know you want to see the Lakers, which is my favorite team, basketball team. I'm gonna finish with this. The reason we understand Darwinian evolution to be not only a scientific theory but a fact is because we got byproducts, right? There are byproducts that absolutely prove that his theory was correct. What's one of the byproducts? The medicine you take. They try to make the medicine evolutionary minded, meaning diseases evolve. We are being attacked by pathogens and viruses every single day by the trillions, right? And they evolve fast, quickly, okay? And so we have to find a way to get in front of it. like superbugs, like resistant. You know how some bacteria becomes resistant to the antibiotic show? And so what that means is, first of all, the fact that they come resistant, and we know they come resistant, proves that we understand evolution. You wouldn't know that things became resistant if you didn't know evolution. You get that, right? And the fact that you would change the antibiotics to deal with the quote unquote different strand also proves evolution to be real and understandable and coherent. I'll end with that, bro.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Appreciate you,
Fun,
bro.
man. I'm out of here.
All right, man. Peace. Wake up.
Yo,
What's up, dude?
yo,
Where been at?
yo.
Been at?
What's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on there?
you
What's
got
going on
ideas
there?
sound like Darth Vader back there, all that breathing.
Yeah, that's what's
Yo.
coming. We can hear you, yo. We hear you.
Yeah,
What's
man.
going
So,
on?
oh,
Go ahead,
Like,
bro. I mean,
no.
RaBorn was
Yeah.
next, yo. You just popped in.
Oh,
RaBorn was here before.
RaBorn. No, my bad, RaBorn. Go ahead, brother. What's up, RaBorn? This is Indigenous Black Man, brother. Peace.
yeah, what's good with you, man? Hey, yo, where you at, Ron?
Right here, man. You know, I stay locked and loaded.
Yeah, well, we gonna find out.
I'm gonna mute out. Hey,
We gonna find
hey,
out.
RaBorn, he only want to talk about delineation. Yo, that's his strong point. He don't want to run around the whole.
No, well, whatever he want to do, go ahead and do that.
We
Well,
can
he
find
knows
out.
not to ever. Yeah, he knows not to do delineation. That's ass kicking. But the
Yeah,
reparations, man.
yeah, we
Hey,
gonna do
stick
it.
around though, Stick
I'm
around,
gonna stick right here for you. Go ahead. I'm gonna let them get it out. Go ahead. I'm right here.
And y'all could form both trying to get your ass kicked.
Yeah. So,
I ain't doing.
before we move on to even that, what did you say about my
Nah,
lady?
we're not doing that the delineation tonight. But
No,
I'll address the lady.
what did you say about my lady before we move on?
All right, hold on, let me open my laptop. I think my laptop died, man. Hold on. Yeah, the other part would be another day.
Nah, ain't no other day. This is happening right here. I don't be on this internet stuff like that. You going live 3-4 times a day.
You be talking to a snore.
I don't got time for
a
that.
snore.
Yeah, I don't got time for that. I don't got time to go live 3-4 times a day. That's you. But
I'm working. Wait. Oh, my guy. I'm smart enough to work and go live.
That's fine, bro.
That's how good I am. Yeah, that's how good I am.
Let's just
I'm
get to
live
this.
working.
Let's just get to this information. But before we move on, what did you say about my lady? What did you say about my lady before we move on? You said something about Chat GPT, lady. What's that?
Yeah. So let me do this. Okay, because you give me a bunch of people. You give me Abadela's claim. I'm gonna cook him. I want to cook. I want to cook the federal tort claims. You said that ain't not what you said. And your lady. Let me get to her.
Who lady? Oh, I
Your
thought
lady.
you was talking about my girlfriend. That's what I thought you was saying.
No, I'm talking about this.
All
How many
right.
girls?
Yeah, that's what I thought, bro. Ain't nothing, bro.
No,
So
nah, bro. Are you serious?
yeah,
I don't take it past the information.
yeah. So I heard you when you was talking to Aunt, and you was saying what your argument was about how many people was saying this, and you said that you asked me this multiple times, and I didn't give you an amount, right?
You didn't.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you these people, their organizations, and who they represent. Now, once I do this, I don't care what time frame you do it. Oh yeah, the time frame is this 1700s, 1800s. You got to show me the people who said that they are not of African descent, that they are not of African descent. So you want to say
Well,
this
but
specific
that's not
thing,
my
right?
argument, though. That's
That
not my
is
argument, though.
okay. So
No, it's not.
okay, so you said that it's only a little bit of people. That's what you said.
Wait, no. You mix it. All right. First of all, I say I got African descent, so that could never be my argument. Yeah, you made that up.
You said that to Ankh. You said that
No,
there
I
was
didn't.
only
I
a
didn't say
little
that.
bit of people calling themselves African. That's what you
African
said.
by a name, a label, an ethnic label. There was few people who were actually saying I'm African as opposed to Negro, color, or whatever, or black, or whatever terminology is out there. There was a minority of people going around saying that.
Let me ask
You know
you.
what I
Let
said?
me ask you this question, bro.
Mm-hmm.
When do these people in the 17 and 1800s say that they are not people of African descent? To say you are
Okay.
African and a person of African descent is the same thing.
Nah, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay. All right. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna share my screen. We getting
That's not
straight
gonna
to
work,
the
bro.
info.
He
I'm
tried
going
to set
straight
me
to
up. That
the.
doesn't work.
I'm going straight to the information, bro. We
Yeah,
going straight to the information, bro.
yeah, that doesn't work on me.
Yeah, we going straight to the information here, bro. We going straight to the information. I don't have
Okay,
time to be playing with
waiting.
you. Yeah, we going right now. So
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna establish something real quick here. This is called the origin of Pan-Africanism, right? I'm gonna establish this right here so everybody got a working definition. This is from the rote
Wait, wait,
love.
wait, 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 wait.
No,
Okay, hold on,
brother,
hold on.
don't stop me, bro.
Now,
Because
I want to
I'm
ask. See, this is his thing. This is his thing. When he
brother,
comes
why are
over
you
here,
brother?
he want to be a reverend. He wants to go without
I
any
don't want to be
clarity,
a
any
reverend.
question.
Could we do what you said? All right,
I'm going to ask you a question about the
time me for
definition of Pan-Africanism.
time me for 3 minutes and then stop me, bro. Or if we gonna keep cutting me off when you get scared when I start pointing information, there is no need for us to
Bro, you
conversate.
completely light work. All right, hold on. Let me
Okay, so
time.
we
Let me
gonna
time.
do it right now, bro. So if you're gonna let me
All right,
talk or
hold
you're
on.
not, let's get to
Yeah.
the information, bro.
Let me time you. Hold on. Can I get the timer out?
All right, let's go.
All right, hold on. Man said, okay, go.
All right, what is Pan-Africanism, right? Right here. Pan-Africanism refers to the movement and ideology centered on the belief that peoples of African descent throughout the continent and the diaspora share a common past and destiny. This shared understanding of the past and future informs how people of African descent mobilize against racial discrimination, colonialism, economic, political, social, and cultural oppression. Pan-African history includes chronicling a variety of ideas, activities, and movements that celebrated Africanness, resisted the exploitation and oppression of those of African descent, and opposed the ideologies of racism. So when we're talking about celebrating our Africanness, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna scroll down here. Let me get to my man here. Oops, where he at? Let's get to my boy. Where is he? Where is my boy? Where is he? Oh, I think I passed him. Where we at?
Let me stop the time so you find your boy, your man's.
Yeah, hold on.
Hey, you wrong, crazy.
Yeah, my man's right. That's
Your
my
man's in
man.
there.
Yeah, it's my man's in him.
What,
All right, you
That's
can put
my
it back
man.
on.
what point we trying to prove right here? What we doing? Where we at?
Well, we
Now
here
let
right
him
now.
go.
I'm talking about the people who are celebrating their Africanness in the first definition of what I'm talking about. What he says is these
Okay.
little bit of people. So here's the
Yeah.
proceedings from the Free African Union Society, right? And the African Benevolent Society. So here are people celebrating their Africanness and naming it. We the members of the Union Society in Newport. Tells you exactly who they are. Tell you that they came from where? They said they was enslaved in the West Indies and they came from the nations of Africa from who we sprang. So when they're making these organizations to help black people, they're establishing in their Africanness, right? Let's keep going. We got the New York African Society for Mutual Relief. 1784, right? Same thing. Now we got the infamous Richard Allen. This is the thing that starts this whole conversation that we have. In his preamble of the Free African Society, it says, whereas Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, two men of the African race, for their religious life and conversation have obtained a good report among men, and they started this organization to help black people. This is what they do. Now we talk about the infamous Paul Cuffey. Paul Cuffey is here writing on behalf of black people where he's at. He says that we chiefly of the African abstract and by reason of long bondage and hard slavery, we have been deprived of enjoying the profits of our labor or our advantage of inheriting estates from our parents, our neighbors, the white people do, having some of us not long enjoyed our freedom, yet or later, right? So here you see all of these people, they're signing this specific thing, and he's representing these people in the state of Dartmouth, right? We'll keep going down. Now we get to our Negro color conventions. The shit that you say that's a little bit of people. These are the first 40 of the color conventions. I started with Richard Allen, to show these specific people because of what all of these people here say that they are the people of African descent. You see New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Ohio, all the way down the line. And as the time goes on, it spreads out. All the way down to the person that you brought up, which is Mr. Cromwell. What does he start? He starts the Negro Academy. This Negro Academy is to teach the people their Pacific history and challenge the Plessy versus Ferguson and all these things of that nature. All the way going to Prince Hall, who starts the what? What does he start? What does he start? Exactly.
Freemasons.
Here he's petitioning for the education of black people where they are at, right? See that there, right? You see his petition of also here, talking about blacks detained in the state of slavery and the bowels in the free Christian country, talking about these specific people. These people are on the Underground Railroad. These people are part of the black church. These people are fighting for the liberation of our people, and nowhere down the line do they say they're anything else. Lastly, I'll go to Henry Highland Gardner. Here is in the color conventions, addressed to the slaves of the United States of America. Brethren, it is wrong for your lowly oppressors to keep you in slavery, and it was for the man thief to steal our ancestors from the coast of Africa. You should therefore now use the same manner of resistance I would have been just in our ancestors, when the bloody footprints of the first remorseless soul thief was placed upon the shores of our fatherland. So this is what these people is talking about. These national color conventions are conventions that last from 1831 to 1899, and there's no person in any of these conventions that ever say that they are not African or of African descent. And I'll stop right there, and then we're gonna get to your delineation after that. On you, bro. I want to see the people who are not calling themselves such. We waiting for these people that these people. Yeah, show me the people who said that they're not African. We'll wait.
I got you. That's not my argument. But I'll ask you the question back because you really went around the question. So my claim, and I'm about to kill you right now. So when you said these organizations, I actually Googled it and asked how many members. This is how easy it is, right? I'm sitting here. How many members are in the Free African Society? How many members are in the Free Benevolent Society? How many members are in the New York African Society? How many members are in the AME Church? How many people are all the people? How many members are the Negro Color Convention? How many members are the Negro Academy? See, I know that there's 300 to 500,000 at that time free blacks. Okay, now if I come over here and tally up, let's say 1,000 of these folks that's starting all these Negro African societies, 1,000 out of 500,000 is what I said, a small, fringe, tiny, elitist group. So now you said this. You said all these people signed this petition. What number is that? That's when you're not on my level. That's what I'm trying to say. The word game. All these people. It could be all of 3. It could be all of 10. It could be all of 500,000. You're just saying all big. You're saying large numbers, but you're not giving me large numbers of membership. All right. So now, let's see. How many members? Let me see. So we got 500 in a Free Benevolent Society. This is, bro. You're not on my level, man. I don't know why you think you're there. You got to understand my position for one. I said there's a little bit of elitist running around saying they're African, starting these movements compared to the 500,000 of the free blacks that was out there. Because this is only a free black thing. If the family don't know this, so enslaved blacks wouldn't dare say this shit, and the enslaved blacks were at 4 million. This was something free blacks were doing. A small group of trying to piss off white society, I guess. And that's why the ACS said, man, get these Africans back to Africa. So you see what happens, family? You see what happens when you brag about your African? You see what happens when you brag about a free African society? You form a group like the ACS to take your ass back to Africa. All right, so we got how many, and that's why the majority would never dare claim Africa, because they knew the trick bag was coming. They're gonna deport that. Oh, you African? Okay. Let me establish a colony in Liberia and take your ass to Africa. And that's why when you talk about Richard Allen, by the way, he never went to Africa. He talked big talk. He never went. You talk about this off the top, by the way. Paul Cuff took 39 people in his makeshift fleets. Alex Cromwell came back. Well, they all came back. Richard Allen never went. So all this African talk, African talk. When it's time to go to Africa, I think Cuff stayed to Africa long, reverted his ass back and got American citizenship and died a proud American. So all these guys woofing about how African they are, the Africanists. When they took their black ass to Africa, they all seen the grass was not greener, and they came back to America and died proud Americans. And half of them fought in the Civil War to get their membership, like Martin Delaney and Frederick Douglass. Okay, so like I said, you're not my level, man. That wasn't the question. You answered some random stuff, and then you're trying to confuse a status. Like you're confusing somebody saying they're African and then their African ancestry. So African ancestry doesn't mean you're African. You can have a bunch of stuff in there. I believe some Puerto Ricans got African ancestry, and some other Taino, whatever. Who knows? I'm just off the fly. But if they had African ancestry, nobody in their right mind would call one of them African. You'll say they got African ancestry. I got African ancestry. I also got German ancestry. I also got this ancestry. Native. I got a whole bunch of stuff in there. All right. So yeah, African ancestry doesn't make you African. There's a lot of white people in this country who by your rule of thumb would be African, but they just white because they're not Anglo, but they got a lot of African in them. But they're considered white. So that African ancestry stuff is nothing burger. But you still didn't give me a number. I got 500 from the Benevolent Society. I think the Free African Society got like 10. I seen like 10 people there. It's 510. So now we got how many members? And there we go. And then the new, how many members? And I'm telling you, yeah, none of y'all my level, man. I'm telling you right now. And this is something different. Imagine talking about delineation, what I do to you. All right, so this is the New York African Society. You got to remember my point. And I said something else about the African, because at one point you were saying African American. I believe on our phone call that I got to make it public when I get off the phone. But I believe I'm not sure if it was you. I'm a fallback. I'm not sure, but I'll do that later because I'm gonna replay this tomorrow at work while I'm working. So I don't have time either, but I'm at work playing the live. That's called being innovative. The African Society 1786, 1787. Yeah, and you go back there and start Googling while I'm doing this stuff. 40, they have 40 students. Man, I'm done. So Free African Society, 10 people, or like I see there. Free Benevolent Society, 500 people. And the New York African Society have 40 members. And you're saying all of these signatures, all of what signatures, man? 600 out of 500,000 free blacks? Stop. Like I said, a small percentage of the elitist people were running around saying they African, and the rest of society was like, yo, they tripping. Yeah, y'all better stop, man. The ACS gonna come get you. And they kept talking about the African, and those Quakers, those goddamn slave owners and those abolitionists. Like, yo, you African, right? Come on, let me holler at you. Get this fucking boy. Took the ass to Liberia, man. Give me a number. I'm gonna let my plane there. Give me a number, bro. So stop with all this. The word all, the word large, the word big. Give me a number. How many were saying they were African, bro? A rough research, about 600 people. Not ready, man.
You finished?
Yeah, and none of y'all ready.
Okay, so notice how you're just talking and you're not showing shit. And when we're having this conversation,
you mean share my screen?
Yeah, you're gonna do what I'm doing. So, because you got to use ChatGPT because
I
you
just
don't
can't read it.
books.
I'm doing
you
Google.
want to be whatever you're saying.
I'm doing AI overview.
I know what you're doing. It's fine. It's clear.
That's even worth a ChatGPT search.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. You're done now. So now you asking about how many people is in the free black community. There's free blacks in New York, there's free blacks in Charleston, there's free blacks. All of these people communicated together. All of them. David Walker, all of them. All of them is in my presentation, all of them is in my slide. All of these people are calling themselves people, they call themselves African. Martin Delaney calls himself an African, grandparents from the Golden tribe. It's there. So now, let's put this on the screen. Let's put something else on the screen for you. while you continue to run your mouth, notice that you have not shown two people from the 1700s, one person from the 1800s who said they're not African. I'm showing you the foundation of the free Black community. The institutions were named. The Black churches were named. African Baptist Church, 1780. African Free Masonry Lodge, named. All of these. You want to talk about 10, 15, they're all in communication with each other. You brought up the letter of John 14 responding to Paul Cuffey and these people. What is that letter? Who is talking? We have something called the abolitionist papers that you never read in your life. Multiple volumes. And all of these people are communicating and they're working for the liberation of Black people in America. You have not showed me 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that said they not African. You sound like the Aboriginal. You have not shown it. Show us the people. I don't care if it's 20. I don't care if it's 30. Show us the organization that have these claims that you have today, Mr. FBA. Now, for the people that's watching, sharing, and we're going here. Let's go here. This is the color convention site. On this site, this has all of the digitized records of the number of people he's talking about. This organization represents the origin of Black nationalism, the origin of Ethiopianism, the origin of unifying the people to start militias that you would never hear about, like the Aztecs guards and all of these other specific things, Hannibal guards, and all of these things going down the line. So when we look at this, it says, bringing 19th century Black organization to digital life. From 1830 until well after the Civil War, African Americans gathered across the United States, I guess he says it's 3, and Canada to participate in political meetings held at the state and national levels. When it says national levels, this means that they're talking about the whole United States, not just the North. A cornerstone of Black organizing in the 19th century, these color conventions brought Black men and women together in a decades-long campaign for civil and human rights. All of it is here. It's all here. So we still haven't seen one person, 2 people, 3 people, 5 people, 6 people, 10 people saying that they're not African. They're not, there's only a couple of them. I'm showing you the Black history of our lineage. You're just talking. Now, let me finish. Now, we're going to go over here. Mr. Delineation Man. Now we're going to go here. So, we're going to open this. Let's go to my drive. Google Drive. Open this up real quick. Okay. And now we're going to press share. Okay. Are we sharing? Am I sharing? No, not sharing. Share screen. Sharing the screen. So we established right now, he talks about how many people it is. This is a national organization that represents all of these things. And this person, I guess he can't show us now. I don't know. Let's move this out the way. So where we at? Now we're here. We're on the West Indian Emancipation Day celebrations in America. I told you this the other day. This happened in Jamaica in 1831 when the slaves began to set fire to this with 60,000 people, and that breaks the British rule there. It's called the Samuel Sharp Revolt. Now, let's keep going down here. Hold up. Let me scroll down here. Scroll down here. So, in this participation, West Indian Emancipation Day in America, the anti-slavery picnic, according to the reports, this was a true American event, unlike July 4th. By the end of the summer of 1842, many features of the new August 1st were emerging: large crowds, public proceedings, speeches and songs, picnicking, and widespread publications. When we blow this up, you see all of these. How many people is it? 1842. You see the temper. You see this is Massachusetts. These are all black leaders all across the United States. They're not delineating. They're not saying fuck them tethers over there. They're not doing this. These people are all making speeches, and Frederick Douglass is a part of it. Let's go down. Let's go down some more. Let's go down some more. Hold on. Let's go down some more. Variations of the West Indian Day Parade. You see here, all of these are black people. You got a couple of white people in there that are abolitionists, but majority of these people are black people. See, you want to know how many people it is? You want to know what this is? Where's the delineation in our history? Where is this at? Where is this? We had met in San Francisco to dig the grave of slavery, Thomas H. Ward. Here, churches' rights in Black America. All of these people are celebrating this. New Jersey, New York, all the way down there. We have all the way to Canada. Black Canada. Where the fuck is the delineation? It says, we, the colored inhabitants of Canada, most respectfully, most gratefully, and most loyally approach your gracious majesty on this anniversary of our death to slavery and our birth to the free citizens of Toronto. All over here, Black Canada. Who's going there? These are all black people coming from America. Coming over there, talking about Henry Bibb. Talking here. Now you got the NACCP, the North American Convention of Colored People, was called by Henry Bibb, which called for a United States front to deal with the fugitive slave law. This is all around the place. This is all in the Caribbean, all over the place. This is what we're doing. So when you're talking about this alleged delineation, what are you delineating from? You delineating from who? This is the question I asked you last night. Are you delineating from black people because they're stopping you from getting reparations? You don't even know the Europeans' argument against reparations. Lastly, we have the rehearsal for war. Black independent militants celebrate Emancipation Day. In 1835, local activists David Ruggles and others started the New York Committee for Vigilance for the Rights and Safety of Blacks. 2 years later, the Vigilance Committee used this celebration of the third anniversary of the British colonial abolition at Broadway Hall in New York City. This is the first black man in America who had a bookstore. This person was running up on slave ships talking about, yo, they got these people. This dude is fighting the New York Kidnapping Club, AKA Mr. Riker, the Rikers family, which Rikers Island is named after. This is what we're doing. Where the fuck is this delineation? Where is it? You got Robert Purvis here. You have all this here. This lasted for damn near 50 years. I'm done now. I'll leave that alone. And I got some more stuff to show. So get your chat GPT ready, my dude.
Again, not my level at all. He said delineation. He said where was the delineation? This is embarrassing, bro. Now I explained to you yesterday. I said, why would they be delineating? They're part of the same social group. They're already free blacks. Why would free blacks delineate for other free blacks? They're already delineated from the enslaved blacks. Now you said this. You said this word. You say, where are the blacks that's stopping us from reparations, bro? There ain't no other blacks. I mean, what blacks you talking about? When you call these folks these recent Caribbean people, these recent African people blacks, bro, that's a super new term for them. When they came to this country, they didn't come as black. They came as Jamaican, Trinidad, their home country name, bro. We're the only people where our home country name was actually black. That's why our black is capital B is a proper noun. Theirs recalled by an outsider, which is the exonym, trying to game you on language. You too goofy to sit here and listen. Exonym is something somebody call you and you accept the definition and term. So prior to us calling ourselves black and defining black ourselves, that's an endonym. I'm trying to tell you the other day, but you kept talking running your mouth. So when you say these other blacks for stopping, they ain't no other blacks, man. Those are Caribbeans, those are immigrants, they are West Indians, and these are Africans that were born in Africa in one of those 54 countries with a flag, language, and culture. Nothing black about them. Our blackness ain't a damn descriptor, bro. It's not an adjective, it's a proper noun. Google that. Google our black is a proper noun. It's a capital B there, my boy. Put some respect on our black. And it's an endonym. We named ourselves. Ain't nobody named us black. We ain't those damn Sudanese people, or those Egyptians or Ethiopians or anybody else. So no, ain't no other blacks. But let's get that straight. We're the only blacks. All right. We the only ones that use black as an ethno-political term. Who you think you're talking to? Now, watch this. Cookie real fast. Ain't no other black people. You made that shit up. Just like you made up Africans. And I'm gonna share my screen, cookie more. I try to spare you and say I'm going to bed, but you try to poke me. All right. So again, he said you want to see a number. He showed this list of like 30 people and said you want to see a number. Didn't tell us a number. Didn't tell you, bro. You're not my level, man. If I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you a number. You didn't show a shit. You showed us a bunch of names that signed a petition for whatever. But I want to see that number. Now I got a number for you though. I got estimates. I'm gonna share my screen. Don't worry about how I share but don't matter what educational research tools I use. Just bow down when I share my screen because you got to share a screen, presentations, all right, whatever. All right. So he said, oh yeah. So he kept saying they ain't been delineating. Why would they? They're all got the same status. Why would Black Americans delineate from Black Americans? Foundation I'm talking about. There's no need. We're the same status. We share the same everything. No need. I mean that was like crazy to suggest that. Just like enslaved people, why would they delineate from enslaved people? That just sounds crazy. Okay, and they were already delineated from the free blacks. Because I said that one more time. Now you said where was these people saying F these tethers? I already explained. Well, you said tethers, man. And this is another undermining talking point where they misrepresent the word tether on purpose. That's like referring to all Black Americans as coons. Coon is not a designated word for all Black Americans. We ain't like the other melanated people across the world who give us a designated name and it represents all of us. Akata and Yankee. These are derogatory terms and words that represented all of us, regardless if somebody was on code or not, or a writer or not. That was a derogatory term for all of us. We ain't got no derogatory term for all of people of African descent in other countries. So stop right there. Tether is a foreign word for a coon. It's an action. It's a verb. So you got Candace Owens, you got Thomas Sowell, you got Larry Elder. We call them coons. Malcolm X said the word coon. We all say coon. We know what a coon is. We know what Uncle Tom is. We use it the same way. If people kiss white people ass, and a lot of those damn tethers that come over here, they kiss their ass. Even your elder Professor Small acknowledges that he called them backwards. He called them backward dodo bird. Somebody gave him some term and said that they come over here and kiss white supremacy ass and parasite off black. When Sonetta was interviewing, I got the whole clip. I don't want to do that to you. I'm using my phone. What else you say? You said majority. See, and then look at the language, family. I'm asking for raw numbers. He ain't giving me shit. Not even an estimate. He used this language. He says majority of all these people. Man, what does that mean? Who do you think you're talking to? He said majority of all these people. That doesn't work over here, my guy. That works on your channel. Majority of all what people? Majority of all 10 people? Majority of all 20 people? Majority of what? All what people? 500,000? Because it was 500,000 free blacks. So let me know when it was a majority of all those people, and you got something. All right, then you got something. Now, he said, "Where's delineation? Where's delineation? They weren't doing this back in the days. Why are we doing it now? My God, we were not doing the civil rights movement either back in those days. It wasn't 100,000 people marching to Washington at that time either, my guy. So just because something wasn't done 1,000 years ago, mean we can't do it right now. We do things as fit. We do things for the time is done. This is the time for delineation. The 60s was the time for civil rights movement, civil rights march, and bus boycott. And the early 1800s or mid 1800s was a time to fight and take on arms and defend, well, free ourselves basically. All right. So that's what Frederick Douglass was talking about. You can talk about Frederick Douglass. He was in the ear of Abraham Lincoln. He did like negotiating. Hey man, we could fight, but this was gonna happen. We want this, that, and that, and the third. Now let me share my screen because apparently sharing your screen makes something more validated. hopefully my Google search didn't disappear. All of a sudden, Google searches are bad now. Miss me with that. Let me share my entire screen. Let me see. In my Google search. Okay, cool. It's still up here, I think. So I asked, um, I asked, I said, is it safe to estimate that virtually 100? That was my question. That's how they redefined it. Is it safe to estimate that virtually 100% of the 500,000 free blacks people in the U.S. from the late 1700s would have been identified by or called themselves by using terms African, Black, Negro, color? These were the common official terms of the era for people of African descent. Okay, so terminology in the antebellum period. Let's get down to African. African. This was widely adopted. This was a widely adopted term in the early republic, late 1700s up to around 1816, used with pride in the names of early black institutions such as the African Methodist Episcopal Church and the African Free School. The term's popularity waned as the American Colonization Society started using it to advocate for the forced migration of black people to Africa. Okay. You were talking about what time period? Negro and Black. These terms were used throughout the period, both by white individuals, often in a descriptive or derogatory manner. I told you that's an exonym, not an endonym, my guy. That's why I said only Black people is us. And so this was a lowercase b. This was the adjective, my guy. You don't capitalize an adjective. And by Black individuals, okay. Negro was derived from Romance languages, meaning black, and was a common descriptor. Color, this term became the dominant and widely accepted identifier throughout the mid to late 19th century, used by Black people as a marker of race pride in the post-Civil War era. Major Black-led organizations such as the National Association, that's a little further. So then we got other free color person mulatto.
Would it be safe to say that you went way over 3 minutes, brother?
Yeah, I wasn't even timing you, by the way. All right, fine.
No, it's cool. I mean, you post something that shows exactly what I said. It doesn't make your point at all, whatsoever. You talk about the
It didn't
civil
give a
rights.
number. Just,
Brother,
whoa,
listen closely. No matter what you keep saying, when I'm talking about the free black community, and I will talk about the Freedom's Journal,
how the hell I end this
1827.
live?
Huh?
I mean, I'm not in the live. How the hell I end this screen share? That's why I hate screen share. I can't
You
unscreen
press the
share.
button, bro.
What button?
You see the 3 buttons that says more?
No.
Press that. Press the 3 buttons that say more. And then when it says participants next to it, it says share. It's going to be an X there. You press X.
Yeah, I can't even open up the thing.
Let me see. Hold on.
I can't even open
Well,
up
I
the
can
Zoom
share.
thing.
I can share my screen still. So you
Yeah.
said you're not sharing. So you still haven't gave us this mythical number. Oh, you want to call it
I'm asking you
original
for the
people?
number.
Bro, there is no specific number, bro. There's no number.
So you're
There's
just
no self.
guessing
No, I'm not
all
guessing,
these.
brother.
Oh, that's
No.
why he's
Let's
saying
be
all these
clear.
people because there's no number.
Yeah, there is all these people because there's hundreds and thousands of the people. Why do we know this? Because it is a national organization that represents the interests of black people. Every struggle from the Underground Railroad, from the Fugitive Slave Act, all of these are the things that are affecting the black people lineage, and they are all getting together to solve the problem. You have yet to show us anybody, any person that says that they're not such. You still haven't. I'm not done. I'm not done. So now you talked about the civil rights movement. You keep talking about the 60s and all of these things of that nature, as if that's the beginning of the civil rights movement. This is again showing you
Never said that.
Yes, you did.
No,
Yes,
I
you
never
did.
said the beginning of civil. I never said the beginning of civil rights movement. Are you serious?
Brother,
Yeah,
you
you ain't
said
serious, right?
you said
I
it.
said the beginning. No. You're a liar, bro. I'm on record to say the civil rights movement started with Frederick Douglass. Stop lying, bro. At this point, Get your ass
Okay,
kicked, and now you just lying on me.
okay, cool. So in any event, right here, we see the Civil Rights Act of 1875. We see that this comes across during the Reconstruction, and this doesn't have anything to do, as you said, with Frederick Douglass, because the person who puts this bill forth is Robert B. Elliott of South Carolina, who gave a famous speech in favor, and here he is right here. That is not Frederick Douglass, my man. All right, let's get out of that.
Frederick Douglass his error.
Now is his era. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
Why are
yeah,
you talking
because
while I'm
I said
talking?
start,
Why
around
are you
that time,
talking while I'm talking, man?
because you lied
Stop
on me.
talking.
I didn't say the
Man.
civil rights in
Excuse
1950
me.
was new.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
There's levels,
I'm
man.
going there. Yeah, there is levels to this. There is levels to this. You gotta use Google to go to catch up, brother, because you can't catch up.
What else should I know?
Anyway,
That's
excuse
modern
me, sir.
technology.
I know, I know, I know. So here we have the Negro Historical Society. The Historical Research founded in 1911. This Society for Historical Research was one of several organizations that emerged around the turn of the century to preserve, study, and disseminate Black history. Set out to gather books, pictures, letters, manuscripts, artifacts, and other historical data to Black contributions to world history. By encouraging the study of these documents, the organization sought to counter Black erasure from mainstream histories. Just like you. Just like you. And it's founded by who? Edward Bruce and Arthur A. Schomburg. Same people who say that they are people of African descent. Same people. One person, Edward Bruce, actually went to Africa in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, and almost ran the country. You talked about these immigrants, all these people. Why do we need to delineate? Why we're saying the same? No, sir. These are the people in the Caribbean. These are the people who are from Jamaica, Trinidad, St. Lucia, and all of these things of that nature. Oh, we're the only Blacks. Okay. Here's Hubert Harrison. He's the founder of the Liberty League of Negro Americans, right? He writes a book, When Africa Awakes. This is what's going on in the Black community. He's the person who brings us Marcus Garvey. He's the person who stands on the Lynching Act and things of that nature. We go down again. We have another Caribbean, the African Blood Brothers. What are they doing? Founded in 1919, West Indian, Mr. Briggs. What are they doing? Fighting Black nationalism, anti-capitalism. In 1921, the ABB gained notoriety and a boosted membership after its Tulsa, Oklahoma branch was linked to the armed resistance of local Blacks during the Tulsa race riot. Where are these? This is 1921. They're calling themselves the African Blood Brotherhood. I want to see these people that saying this. Let's keep going. You like the Black Panthers, right? They tell you all of the books that you need to read that you don't read. It's right here, all on the side. And what's on the front of their paper? What is on the front of their paper? African Liberation Day. That's what's on the paper. Moving all the way down to the person that we talk about with reparations, with the Kush plan from Chukwe Lumumba. He makes the Jackson Kush plan. This plan has three fundamental programmatic components that are designed to build a mass base with the political clarity, organizational capacity, and material self-sufficient to advance the objective of building an autonomous power, building people's assembly, building an independent Black political party, building a board for solidarity. His son takes over. He makes corporations action. What are they doing? He's included the purchasing of entire streets as part of a territorial strategy against gentrification, developing a fab lab for skilling up workers in 3D printing and tech development, reinvigorating the People's Grocery Initiative, expanding the sustainable agriculture initiatives and community kitchens, and establishing a cultural arts cooperative. These are the people of African descent. These are these people. So when I'm asking you about this delineation, and I'm asking you about this, you have the majority of Black people coming to the Americas around the 1750s to the 1800s. Where the hell did they come from? They landed first in Jamaica, and they came here. You mixed with a terror. You tether niggas. That's how I look at you. It's you don't know this American history and it's hurting you. You keep asking me this stupid question: how many of these free blacks was calling themselves African? Was it all of them? We don't have 4 million voices. We don't have that. But what we do have is the black people who started the free black community in every organization that we have to your modern reparations movement, which is a Pan-African movement. So I'm confused on why this is even a conversation. I'm confused about everything this is. What are we even talking about? What are we saying? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's very strange, very weird. And notice how we talking. He still has not provided no people from the 1700s. He pulled
Man,
up.
that's like 10 minutes, man.
He pulled up his Google because he don't got books and he don't read. So he pulled up Google and it said the same shit that I
Embarrass
just said.
yourself again.
You pulled up Google and it
That's 10
said the
minutes. It's
same
my
thing
turn
I
now.
said. Yeah. You pulled up Google and it said the same thing. So now, if you want now,
you passed your
hold
10
on.
minutes.
No, I'm done now.
Wait,
If you want,
hold on, no, you
no,
cut
I
right
want
in
you
when
to,
I
want you to question me on whatever it is I just said.
Okay.
And
Wait,
explain.
no, that's not how it
Yeah,
works.
go ahead.
No, you
Yeah,
have an
yeah.
argument. I got an argument.
I
We
don't.
ain't
There's
doing
no
that.
argument. You're dead.
But I got you. Well, bro, look, this video will be, I promise everybody listen, this video will be public. This will never go unless it's private. Bro, you can extract nothing on here. I give you all permission in the world to remix this video. Bro, nothing on this video that you can point to that you said and I didn't say that you can say, look, I cooked them. Nothing you can do with this video that makes you look good and make me look bad. Bro, stop. You look bad right now. All right. Now he gave a definition of Pan-Africanism. I want to know the date of that definition and the author. Okay, let me write that down because let's see if he can answer this. I want the date of that definition and I want the author. You just made some shit up. I think pick somebody randomly and chose the definition you like. Okay. Now, because that ain't the definition Marcus Garvey was preaching. Marcus Garvey version of Pan-Africanism was to go to Africa and take over Africa. Like he's the king of Africa, something like that. He wanted to do. He wanted to bring everybody back to Africa is for the Africans. Let's go to Africa. So now people want to rework
Okay.
that. Now,
Listen, brother.
Wait.
Hold on. Are you asking me a question?
Right.
No, I'm just saying. Are you asking me a question? Okay. So I'm gonna write it down.
I'm
Because
taking
I
my,
want the question.
yeah, right there. Yeah, right there. I'm saying write it down. Like you asked questions, I just wrote it down.
Okay.
All right. Now I just educated him on black people. He keeps saying majority of black people. No, bro. You just said West Indies. Okay, so say West Indies, not black people. You said the right term. They're West Indians. They came over here. So you can't flip flop. See, that's the difference between me and everybody else. Us, my lineage, we don't flip flop. We're just black. We're not black and something else. We're just black. That's why I say we're the only black people. A Nigerian can be black, Nigerian, African American, all Yoruba, all type of stuff. African. No, we're just black, my guy. The same way you just said, the West Indies came over here and then called them black too. No, wait, what's this flip flop terminology? Bro, we're just black. We ain't nothing else. We're just black, the capital B. No descriptor, no exonym. We named ourselves that, by the way. Every country that went independent, every island that went independent, every country in Africa went independent. They had a chance to name themselves, and they all said everything but black. So we're not going to let them hijack our name some 100 years later, whatever our years later, and now they're black too. Now we got shit lit. They trying to tether onto our innovations and our swag and what we did in this world. Stop. What we did in 100 years or whatever years we was over here is more than all those places combined. So we're not gonna let them tether on to our achievement. Now do your own shit. They gotta fix their homeland. They gotta prove something to us. Do something. Move around in your homeland. Get shit popping. Now, this is the second night in a row you mentioned Marcus Garvey. You mentioned Hubert Harrison, you mentioned Marcus Garvey. Bro, why you keep mentioning Marcus Garvey, bro? He's a damn scammer. That's the worst West Indian to name. To me. Yeah, you said you ain't been over here, then you're gonna learn something, bro. Why you keep and I'm a wait, I got anything else after that? I'm gonna end my time right there. Okay. So when he said, so he lied on me and said, I said the first civil rights movement. Are you serious? Like I know about 1868 and come on, man. But that's lying on me in 1866, and that's why I said no, no. I said Frederick Douglass, and I mean like when I said I'm saying during his time, whether it's he himself or his time. I'm saying my argument was I would never say 1960 because of Frederick Douglass. That's a time reference that I was giving you. But yeah, that Pan African definition. I need a date and author, and stop saying majority. Stop saying black people, bro. They're West Indian. And other folks are from Africa, from a certain country or tribe. They're not black. And they're not black with a capital B as a political F. They're not black. Let's do with that. I'll beat you up that. If you keep trying to linger on the blackness, I'm gonna beat you up there. So stop. All right. I'm being easy on you. Now, by the way, they were called free blacks, right? 1800s. Why aren't they called free Africans? Why they call free blacks? They're not called. Write that down. Why they call free blacks and not recognized in history as free Africans since they're so African? Now, but I'm gonna need you to justify Marcus Garvey. You keep bringing his name up, and he's a flat out scammer. He's there's nobody melanated or African descent who scammed people more than Marcus Garvey or worse than Marcus Garvey. Umar might be a running second. It's something about those Pan Africans, man. One thing about them, they know how to scam them in masses. I'm gonna yield my time right there. Hopefully, you can respond to some of that stuff.
All right. So I'm gonna share the screen again so you can see this definition. All right. So you can see it. So yeah, there's no confusion. All right. There's no confusion here. That comes from here. Can you read it? Do you see the book? Hello? Are you there? Mic check. Right, mic check. Routledge Handbook of Pan-Africanism. That's where it comes from. If you're looking at the date, it's in the 2000s. I'll have to open the book. This is on page 8. So this term, Pan-Africanism, the name comes from a person named Henry Sylvester Williams. Let me put him in the chat. Let me share him before we get to Mr. Marcus Garvey. Search. Henry Sylvester Williams coined the term Pan-Africanism and organized the first Pan-African Congress in London. Right? So we're going to go back here and we're going to see what this was about. This is the first Pan-African Conference, and it has 5 stated aims, right? It says to secure for Africans throughout the world true civil and political rights, to ameliorate the condition of our brothers on the continent of Africa, America, and other parts of the world, to promote efforts to secure effective legislation and encourage our people in educational, industrial, and commercial enterprise, to foster the production of writing and statistics relating to our people everywhere, to raise funds for forwarding these purposes. So when we go back up here, the actions of this is stated here. These are the people of African descent throughout the continent and the diaspora. They share this common destiny. So they say, African descent, you will mobilize against racial discrimination, colonialism, economic, political, social, and cultural oppression. When we talked about the writing culture and the things of that nature, I already showed you Edward Bruce and Arthur A. Schomburg. It's there. This is Pan-Africanism. Before the term is created, this Africanism, this was already in practice. The celebrating of Africanists uniting based upon that. Here, we have a Pan-African revolt. This comes from the Slave Revolts book, 1500s to 1900s. It says in 1730, captives on the American slave ship Little George escaped, reached shore to Sierra Leone, received support from local populations, and apparently regained their freedom. The British ship Marlborough experienced an insurrection soon after leaving the African coast in 1752 with 28 slaves from the Gold Coast and 400 from the now Niger Delta port of Bani. The rebels killed the captain and all but 8 of the crew. When you get here, this is from the book, The Congolese St. Anthony. You see the Stono Rebellion in 1739. A Congolese known as in America as Jeremy led major breakout from South Carolina, which was to become one of the bloodiest uprisings in the colonial North America, right? So in this whole thing, they have a chant that they were saying, and that chant was the same chant that they were saying in Haiti, and that chant was dealing with liberty, and that liberty was the same song that comes from this person who is the first person who said that Jesus was a black person and organized the people in West Africa to fight against those Portuguese people who were enslaving them. So you got the people from West Africa coming to the Americas, uniting based upon their origin and utilizing their African culture to bring forth liberation for their people. It's there. We talked about Prince Hall. This is before the name or the term. Again, it starts with celebrating your Africanness, uniting for the cause to fight against oppression. Did they fight against oppression? Yes. Did they fight to make their own educational systems? Yes. They made their first school. In 1798, the first separate school for African-American children in Boston was opened in Primus Hall's home, which is Prince Hall's son, right? All the way to New York, when you have the first black principal with Mr. Teasman, they continue to say the same thing. We want to educate ourselves. This is what this is. So prior to the term even being coined, this was already done because we could see it by the naming of the institutions. You ain't changing that. You want to call it 10 people, 15 people, 20 people. Show me the people in the 1700s and the 1800s that said, we not Africans, we just black. Where is it? You don't have it. You have nothing. You're just talking. You have nothing. So now you talked about Marcus Garvey. I don't know why you want to talk about Marcus Garvey. You called him the biggest scammer of all. Marcus Garvey, you could really call him a black nationalist because of the things that he created more in America. This comes from the National Humanities Center.org. Let's scroll down here. We're going to look at what this person brought forth. I'm going to turn this screen sideways so we can see this. Blah, 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 blah. Unbelievable. Tulsa. Let's go down. We almost there. Okay. Now we here. Hold on, because I haven't looked at this in a while. I want to make sure that I got it right. Garvey organized his group in a way that made the sentiments viable, and that's the sentence of we need to liberate ourselves. He created an African Legion that dressed in military garb, uniform marching bands, and other auxiliary groups, such as the Black Cross Nurses. He was elected in 1920 as that provision. But I want to get to these organizations. I want to get to what he brought forth here. Want to get to that. Where is it at? Okay, we have the Black Church, Mr. McGuire. We have that. Okay. Garvey's black nationalism blended with Christian outlook rather dramatically when he claimed that African Americans should view God through our own spectacles. That's one part. Let's go down. We want to get here. Where is it? Man, where the hell is it, man? I think I passed it. In any event, he had multiple organizations dealing with steaming, dealing with stores, dealing with groceries, dealing with cleaners, dealing with manufacturing goods, and all of those things beside this starship. And that's a whole different conversation for a whole nother day. So why is this person important? He's important because he was the #1 person who was the enemy of the United States. Now, when you're talking about his ship and these things of that nature, he falls under the same guise as the NOI. Where you have these people who took this money, they bought this boat from the white person, and the boat was fucked up when they bought it. And yeah, he wanted to be the king of Africa. But you got to talk about all the stuff that he did here in the Americas. You got to talk about it. You can't just leave him and say, yo, he's the most scamming person of all. He's like Umar Johnson. How is he like Umar Johnson? How? How is he like Umar Johnson? I don't know. The shit is weird to me. It's very strange. I don't understand it. I don't know where you got it from, but it's weird. I don't know why you even want to why I'm bringing up Hubert Harrison. I'm bringing him up because he told us so. He said, when Africa awakes, we awake. That's why I'm bringing him up. And not only am I bringing him up because of that, I'm bringing him up because of this right here. Hold on. Let me get my last minute in. Let me get this last strive in. Let me get this last one in here. Now let me go over here. Where is he at? Where my man at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Come on, man. Let me get it. It's taking too long to load up. Let's go. Let's go. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that.
You smooth picked up. You smooth went right past that king part though. I just wanted to say that real quick.
No.
Yeah.
That's a fact. No, bro, that's a fact. But I don't want to focus on that point. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother fucking story, bro, with that. With that. That is a fact, though. He thought he was the king of Africa, and then, that was
and real quick, RaBorn, I want to say this real quick, just because the West Indies, part of the majority, if not all, of the East Coast was called the West Indies at one time too. So we gotta say when we talk about the time period, what time period we talking about, because they was calling the East Coast of 13 colonies, most of the 13 colonies. The West Indies at one time. They also called it the Virginia Company too, but you know what I'm saying.
Right. So
go ahead.
Let me share my screen again. Hold on. Wait, where the Zoom at? Let me share this again. Here we go. We're gonna share it again. So remember, you said we the only blacks. Remember that. They not black. They West Indies. Okay, that's cute. That was really cute. It's really cute. That was cute. So over here, what we're looking at is the International Colored Unity League, right? This is what he created. But what is this? The International Colored Unity League, the ICUL program, was the most comprehensive and most unitary program developed by Harrison. It included political, economic, and social goals and centered on a plan to enfranchise Southern blacks and consolidate the black vote, regardless of political affiliation. It also called for self-help initiatives, a halt to condemnation of other black organizations, and a conciliatory attitude toward the black church. In addition, the ICUL program had an innovative call for a Negro nation in the United States. So he was also working with J.A. Rogers. But let's go down. We don't want to get to his intentions. I want to get to this plan here. Organizing across the country. So you see the primary over here on the side. It says by early June, the ICO was organized in Harlem and in Orange, Montclair, New Jersey. Harrison and J.A. Rogers went on a speaking tour for the political awakening and enlightening of the masses and to spread the ICO principles. What was these principles? He made a newspaper here. All in this principle talking about we black, we African, it's all in the goddamn paper. I want to get from political to this one major part here. He got cooperatives, social, he got the youth. But this was interesting. Negro homeland in America. America is ours. This is an immigrant now. America is ours and we are hers. This is the foundation principle all of our racial strivings. Without it, there could be no moral or patriotic foundation to our cause. It is on that principle that we urge, as a final solution, of the graver aspects of the American race problem, the settling of a state or states, that the Union as a homeland for the American Negro. He then goes to talk about if you don't want to go to the state, you don't gotta go, but he died, so they couldn't fully manifest it, which sucks. But this guy's calling himself black, calls himself an African, calls himself all these things. And then I'm gonna do one more thing for you. We're gonna do one more thing for you. We're gonna open something up. We're gonna open something else up. Let's go in the lab. Let's go into the library here. I want to put, what is this? Black nationalism. Where is it at? So this book is called Classical Black Nationalism, right? By Wilson Jeremiah Moses, right? It says, to define black nationalism, we must first define its two component terms, black and nation. What most African Americans seem to imply by black is a special status owned by any person who is recognized or identified as having ancestral origin among the black peoples of sub-Saharan Africa, or any person possessing a set of physical traits that would seem to identify him or her with black African ancestry. Among African Americans, this category is often extended to include individuals who, despite their lack of those physical traits, associate with black Africa can nonetheless claim some Negro ancestry, and who claim some connection with the political interests of African Americans or other black people. This is our great scholar here. You know, I just don't get this conversation, bro. Shit is weird. It's very
How much more time
strange.
you want, bro? It's like 30 minutes.
I'm good, bro. I don't need to go no
All right, let me get him out of here.
I keep
Okay, let me get him out of here.
books on your ass
Hey,
all
bro,
day.
bro. Nobody in their right mind believe you're doing good. Yeah, I'm gonna cook you on blackness. I'm gonna cook you on Garvey. Yeah, all right, so let's just, I know it's my go right now. So I want the same total silence. Now, you try to go into your vault, but I'm gonna go into my vault slightly.
You
This
don't
is
have
not
a
my
vault,
level at
nigga.
all.
You don't have a
Okay.
vault. You got the internet, nigga.
Okay. He still what, but you ain't say I was lying one time. All right,
Yeah,
now
you was
let me go.
lying.
Okay, hold on. It's my time.
Yeah, go
So
ahead,
now
man.
let's go back. But I got a pen and paper. Write down your goofy arguments. I'm about to debunk all of them. So
Yeah, debunk all of them.
he said Henry Sylvester. Okay, so he pointed out. You think I don't know about this stuff? Think I
No,
don't
you
know
don't.
about the conference? Okay, cool. So watch this, bro. Come on, man. You're not doing good. You thought you was gonna do good. You're not doing good, man. Watch. I'm gonna kill you on Garvey. I'm gonna hit it on Garvey, by the way. This
Okay.
guy said Garvey. I'm gonna show you how he's a worse scammer than than Umar. So
Yeah,
Henry
okay.
Sylvester talked about Pan-Africanism in theory, not in practice. So it sounded good just a week ago, writing that thing down. You know,
Where
Mike
you
Tyson
get?
said everybody.
Are you
You want to
showing us
keep?
where you got
Hey,
that from?
I don't need to. I'm talking.
Oh, you just
Facts.
making this
Facts.
up? Okay.
No,
Okay.
no, no. I'm making it. Well, bro, everybody has the internet. We can fact check this easily with ChatGPT
Yeah,
and
put it
Grok.
on the screen for us. Do what I'm doing. Show your shit.
How about do what I did and be quiet, mute like I did? How about do that?
No
Okay,
problem.
so
I'll mute.
Henry Sylvester, 1900. But all these lazy bastards were talking about Pan Africanism. None of them actually practiced it. It wasn't until Marcus Garvey who actually practiced it. It was nothing like the theory was in the 1900s in London. That's why I say Mike Tyson said everybody has a theory until they get punched in the face. Until now to make it
Can you say
practice.
that
That's how
again?
it
Because
works.
I want to make sure I understand. Say that again.
Yeah. So these guys had a theory that they did not put in practice. That long old thousand word definition you gave of Pan Africanism, none of these guys put that in practice. It was a theory, something they thought about, thought sounded good on paper. One thing about Pan African is that they're going to always do. They're going to have a book club. They're going to talk about books, and then they're going to be at conferences all day long. That's all they do. They're self-published.
That's where the Freemason starts in the French book clubs. The Freemason starts in the French book clubs too.
So these guys talk about books all day long, no work, nothing tangible, all this dream stuff that can never happen because you can't unite with the divided. So I'm gonna cook on this fake Pan-Africanism in practice. That theory put in practice. So Marcus Garvey he knew that Marcus Garvey knew that was bullshit. So he said, listen, I ain't doing that bullshit. I'm gonna do my own Pan-Africanism. I'm gonna get these guys up to Liberia somewhere. Now, bro, this is for you. I don't know why, yo, IBM. What's up? This guy mentioning Marcus Garvey with me. What's IBM? You didn't tell him? Oh,
Man, they must not have heard. They must not have heard. We already went over this, man.
Hey, brother Reggie, y'all didn't tell this guy about Marcus Garvey and me? That dude Marcus Garvey? All right, so matter of fact, I'm gonna start him first. Dude, you're not my level, my guy. And I'm gonna clip this up for you. And then in the short clip, I'm gonna have all the stories in the short clip. Right now I'm just talking. But yes, yeah. But I'm gonna clip this video up. My guy, Marcus Garvey, first of all, met with the Klan after the Red Summer, the most dangerous, violent acts in Black American history by the Klan. He met with these guys. That was taboo. Black Americans, we don't meet no Black activists. Nobody meets with the violent terrorists that have been terrorizing us for 100 years. The reason why Jim Crow is alive and well. Okay? These guys overrid. You think ICE overrides police. The Klan was worse than ICE. All right. So no, you don't meet with the Klan. And this guy, upon meeting them, was praising their works and what they written, all this goofy stuff. Now, why did he meet with the Klan? He seen them as the modern ACS. He thought the Klan can fund these scared, in his mind, these scared Negroes trip to Liberia. But what's the problem with Liberia, RaBorn? What's the problem with Liberia? The problem with Liberia is that Garvey had a theory like Henry, like good old Henry. But when it's time to put it in practice, Liberia didn't agree. They never told Garvey, hey, yeah, bring all those 20 million, 40 million Negroes over here. They actually said the opposite. They said, don't bring your West Indian ass over here. And don't bring none of those real Blacks over here. Y'all stay there, y'all work that out, and we're going to be over here. So he never got the green light to go to bring 20 million or 40 million Black folks to Liberia. Yo, y'all should have educated this guy who he's talking to. All right, and then let's talk about the scam. So that's part of the scam because he's pitching this as a real reality when he knew there was nothing ever negotiated for him to bring anybody to Liberia for residence or repatriation. Dude, you think he's talking to, my guy? I don't need to share shit this off the top of the head. All right, then Marcus Garvey was selling stocks. Black people selling stocks for stuff. Booker T. Washington was selling stocks. Who was selling stocks to get shit done? This dude came here with a stock. I'm about to say stock option, but that's a real thing. That's a real term. This dude came with stock certificates because this guy was a scamming printing guy. He had a printing background in Jamaica, okay, and in London. So he knew how to print some stuff. So he printed some stock certificates. And he told Black Americans, let's get on those stores too, my guy. Right. Didn't I cook you on this before the Nation of Islam and you thought they owned some stuff? I said, nah, the members, I got to get you again. Marcus Garvey, my guy, he used the stock money to purchase those stores and all those businesses, my guy. Now, he didn't disclose that to his investors. Yeah, you share your screen on that too? Yeah, all the money they gave him for stocks, he used that money to. So while he's trying to ship you to Africa, he's anchoring himself to America. Right?
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Good. So robbing Peter to pay Paul, man. Go ahead.
Right. All right. Okay. So watch this. Now, this is what you got to do with, my guy. When I say scammer, I mean every goddamn letter. He was selling stocks for a ship that he did not own, did not possess, nothing. Okay? He was selling stock certificates. You can share my screen on this one too. Selling stock certificates to a ship that he did not disclose to his investors that he did not own, did not have in possession, never did have in possession, by the way. He had all these people purchase this stock to a ship he never owned. And he had a picture. Hey, look at this beautiful Titanic type ship I'm gonna have for you guys. We're really gonna go to Africa now. Dude never owned it. That is literally the definition of scamming. It's to say, that's Bernie Madoff. Okay? Pyramid schemes. Hey, invest in this and I'll get you to the promised land. Some heaven type stuff he was preaching to Black Americans. A couple foolish ones that agree with that stupid shit. Heber Harrison helped expose them. And when he when he met with the Klan, yeah, that sparked off the Garvey Must Go campaign, by the way, led by A. Philip Randolph and a couple other guys over there to get his goofy ass up out of here. Yeah, they notified the authorities. That's what we do around here. Now, so yes, the worst scammer in Black history, even though he ain't Black, and Mark Umar is second. Now, so we're talking about Pan-Africanism in theory, not in practice. And when it was put in practice, it was a scam, a sham, and the Liberia thing was garbage. That was never a reality, never a possibility, straight garbage. Like Umar with the school thing. Okay, so now he mentioned, and Hubert Harrison helped expose him too, by the way. This is paper. This is writing down notes. Okay, this is being responsible. Now, the Caribbean. I'm in right here. You can have it after this because I'm gonna just nuke you. Okay, so the Caribbean. He mentioned all these 19 or 1920 comes from black. In what sense was he black? What the same sense we were black in the 1960s? What are you talking about, man? Stop, bro. Stop this black stuff. All right, I'm trying to keep sparing you, but I'm gonna go to something more important. Let's go to uniting with the people that's divided. So, speaking of 1960s, in the 1960s in the Caribbean, you had what's known as the West Indies Federation, where it took the British government to inspire these people who don't want to unite to unite, just like it took the British government to get the Nigerians or the all tribes to be Nigerian. These Africans and Caribbean people can unite by themselves. The white man gotta force them to be one. So the British government encouraged those guys to, hey, won't you just go independent, be our own nation? Stop sucking our titty. So then they agreed to do that, and they have formed something called the West Indies Federation. And that idea was to drop their nationalisms. Okay, I'm no longer Jamaican, I'm no longer Trinidadian, I'm no longer this and that and that. We're all West Indian, like how we were all black here. You know, Black Americans, the lit group who could be black all together. Well, they couldn't be West Indian altogether. All right. These guys fumbled the bag in 4 years. Yo, look, and by the way, Britain had just passed after they helped Britain out in World War II with the Windrush ship. Okay, Britain had just passed a law that on some like anti-immigration stuff for the Caribbean. So it cut them off, and it only went their brain gain. I'm gonna teach you about that in a second, my boy. Not my level at all. You just gonna write this stuff down. So so right after that was like 1950. That was like 1958, by the way, somewhere around there, right? Where they cut off their immigration. That they limited all these Caribbean folks, West Indian folks with no real skill set. They only wanted the best, the doctors and whoever like that. All right, so now, and that's when Britain said, "Hey, man, why don't you guys go do something for yourself? You heard that? Accept your own and be yourself. Do for yourself. Why don't y'all go stop sucking on titty? Do something for yourself." Form the West Indies Federation. They did that, lasted 4 years. They arguing, Jamaica left, and the rest went to hell. Okay, and then across the street, while that was happening, at the same time that was happening, my boy. So you can't unite with people that's divided, that's divisive. So at the same time that was falling apart, you had the Pan-African liberation movement in the 1960s, where the Africans were like, yeah, let's get together. Let's show the Caribbean people how to do it. Yeah, we're gonna get together. And Nkrumah, all these guys were trying to get together. 4 years, garbage. It went independent, and that shit sell for both of them. The West Indians stopped trying to get along and unite as the West Indians, and the Pan Africans liberation movement gone. They ain't trying to do that at all right now. That's a far fetched idea. This dude is pitching garbage talk, and he all this success, all this Pan African ideology or practice is in America. You know, homeland, that shit is nothing. It's a nothing burger, my guy, with extra ketchup. All right. So now he said when he defined Pan Africanism, he had the nerve to say white supremacy when we know these countries outside of ours, these African countries, we know that they don't deal with white supremacy. You have no idea what that is. Okay. It's all them there, by the way. They're running from each other, but they're going to run to us and somehow stop. That's why we're not surprised they are anti-Black American when they come over here. They're anti-African and anti-Caribbean when they over there. But let's talk about colonialism, my guy. So now this is the most coward shit I ever heard in my life. An African complaining about colonialism. So RaBorn, get your pen out, my guy. Because colonialism would have never happened had these piece of shit African booty scratchers sold us in the first place. These guys, so here's some terms for you, RaBorn. It's something called brain gain, brain drain, brain waste, brain circulation. Write this stuff down, man. You my son tonight. So these when we got sold from these traders, that we'll never fuck with them. They could kiss that shit goodbye. All right, all this getting together, stop. No, after we get my money from these white folks, you next. Okay, yeah, y'all gonna come off that bag too. Now when they sold us, when they kidnapped us, when they stripped us, he didn't want to deal with that the other day. He tried to act like, oh, man, you want to say Africans, brother? You know history, you don't know history. Okay, Africans are largely responsible. I don't care if you want to say West African, this king, that king. See, now all of a sudden they're no longer African. Now we want to delineate and call them by their tribe now, or get specific to this one king. But ain't he African though, according to you? So when Africans sold us to white people, when they kidnapped us violently, and when they sold us to white people, RaBorn, that is known as human trafficking. That's the largest event in world history to be nothing close. My boy, do you know when you ship off 12 to 15 million people, not only is that the largest human trafficking event in the world, that is the largest brain drain event in human history. Nothing will ever be close, my guy. You know what brain drain is? You know what brain gain is? So when you sold 12 million to 15 million of us into the hands of white supremacists, it's a brain lost. That's what brain drain means, my guy. It's a brain loss for Africa. It's a brain win, brain gain for the European nations. They won't have that free labor to be superpower so early. They won't have that free labor to have all this money, have all these resources. They don't have none of that without 12 to 15 millions of us. Okay? So now that was the exchange of power right there. You gave them free labor to build up all of their homelands for 200 and some years before they decided to still get cheap labor out of us, but I mean, still get hard labor out of us, but they maybe give us a penny or two. Like that's during the penny sharecropping and convict leasing period. But you pretty much got 250, 300 years of free labor force that you could have did in your country, your tribe. These lazy piece of shits wanted to smoke K2, everything they're doing right now, K2, lean, get high, get drunk, party, dance. You know, they do right now. They be Africans love dancing. No work, just love dancing. Now, you help build this boogeyman. So guess what, family? Karma came back, that the chickens came home to roost, and they want to call that colonialism. No, sir. It ain't called that. It's called the chickens came home to roost. Your Frankenstein, the people who you help build their nation, their homelands up with this free labor force of 12 to 15 million people, family. Fathom that. 12, not just 100,000, 12 to 15 million people.
All right, bro. Listen, you doing a lot of talking,
I'm
bro.
gonna land my plane. Right. I
Yeah,
got
you just talking. You ain't even you ain't verifying none of this shit you saying.
I am.
You
Hold
just
on, relax. I'm
talking.
almost done.
You just talking, bro.
I know he's upset. All right.
Because you
So now
just talking. I'm not here to talk to you. Where's the information? Put the shit on the screen.
Just hold on. Okay, he's crashing out.
Yeah,
He's
put the
14.
information on the screen. Come on, hurry up, bro.
14. All right. I mean, this is common fact. You don't need the African slave trade.
No,
that
that's
gotta be
no common fact. No, it's not. It's not. It's not fact. Prove it. Put it on the screen.
Nah. Okay, that ain't happening.
But
look, I know. I can't prove the transatlantic slave trade happened. I got it.
No.
This guy hilarious. So now listen. So now what we did, and I can't clearly prove that we were the labor force. All of the diaspora was the labor force for the French, the Spanish, all of the white, all the major players today. I can't prove that either, right? I got to share my screen for that. But check this out though. After white folks built their nations up and got very powerful, and now they became that super elite army that they were not when they were trading with the Africans, because they had the elite army, they just took us for real. They wouldn't trade nothing, all right, or gave anything for us. So, RaBorn, check this out. After the countries got built
up, listen. You doing all of this talking and you not showing nothing, bro.
I got it.
I'm not here for that. To hear you preach, my nigga.
Yeah, but you're envisioning it. You see it.
I'm not envisioning nothing. I'm envisioning you talking trash.
All right, so I'm gonna land it right here.
Yeah, I already proved you wrong with that whole entire argument you made.
No, you didn't. So look, I'm gonna land it right here.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. You try. So anyway, family. Okay, so now watch this. It's not called colonialism. It's called the chickens came home to roost. The people who they sold, who they discarded like trash. Now all of a sudden we're this. You my brother. No, we're not, my guy. You my op. You my permanent op. But let me get to it. So after these white folks built their nations up, got a hella resources, all type of stuff from Jamaica, the
Yo, bro, you
Caribbean,
going
Haiti.
too long, bro.
Hey,
It's
bro, relax.
1:27 at night. There
Okay,
is no
I
1:20.
got you. I got you.
That's it,
I
bro.
got you.
What is
So
you doing?
I'm gonna land right. I'm gonna land right here, bro. You would land. You were so long. I ain't even time you. But check this out though. I'm gonna land right here. It's called the chickens came home to roost, not colonialism. So after they built their countries up with these strong armies now they didn't have before, with this free labor, this money, they brought their ass to the Berlin Conference. And they said, we're going to carve up Africa. What I'm saying is that this could have never happened. No carving up Africa, no Berlin Conference, no colonialism, no neo-colonialism, no imperialism. None of this could have never happened on this type of grand scale had they not unloaded 12 to 15 million people, work good labor people who from their countries to white people. So white people came back to Africa and beat the living shit out of them. And now they want to cry foul. I got a song called "Don't Cry Foul
They
Now."
beat the living shit out of us. Where you getting this from? What kind of story is this, bro? What the hell are you talking about?
Well, I'm not playing right there, man. That's called
Hey,
"Meet
yo, hold
Stevie
on,
Wonder,"
hold on,
bro.
hold on, hold
R.I.P.
on,
man.
bro. Wait a
I'm
minute,
gonna get a
hold on.
T-shirt called.
Before we, yeah, I'm about to
I'm
watch
gonna get
you
a
now. But
T-shirt.
before, no, don't go nowhere.
Yeah.
Yo, let me ask you something, bro. When is the beginning of the slave trade?
Oh, you got it.
Huh?
Okay, so let's both ask each other a question.
What is the
Right.
beginning of the slave trade, bro?
I got you. And here's my question for you. So we're both gonna ask each
Why
other
are
a
you
question.
gonna ask me a question and I just ask
Yeah,
you a question, brother?
yeah,
I
because
wanna
this is
see.
new. We're not doing this, so I want part. I don't want no gotcha. So I'm gonna get you with a gotcha.
I'm not a
It's
got
even.
you, bro. Like,
Okay,
yo,
I'm not a gotcha. But let's be even, Steven, man. Quid pro quo. Let me give you a question too.
okay. I asked you a question.
Okay,
Can you answer
okay.
it?
So wait. First, here's my question to you. We're gonna answer at the same time. So
This
my
nigga.
question to you is: Did Garvey sell stocks to a ship to his investors? And this is how the mail fraud thing came up. Did Garvey sell stock certificates to Black Americans when he did not own the ship? Okay, so that's your question. I got my question. So, are you speaking about the transatlantic slave trade?
Yes.
Okay, so that was about that's late 1580, 90, somewhere around there.
No. The slave trade begins in 1441, bro. And it's the reason that I'm asking you this because I'm trying
Oh
to
my
understand.
God. Are
Yo,
you
I'm
talking
gonna
about
put it
are you
on the
talking about
screen. No, 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 no,
the
no.
European
I'm gonna
slave
put it
raiders, man?
on.
I already addressed that, bro. Come on,
When
man.
it,
They failed,
yo,
bro.
bro,
They died of
bro, wait,
malaria.
yo,
They got their ass
what?
kicked by Africans, man.
Whoa. They got what?
Oh,
What'd you
okay.
say?
Europeans went to Africa to start slave raids. They start to die from at that time right there. They start to die from malaria, and Africa fought. A lot of Africans fought them off and killed them. A lot of them
Okay.
only lasted 1 year in the interior of Africa.
Yo,
They like their
hold
lifespan was
on,
one
brother.
year.
Hold on. Let's go slow here. Wait a minute, bro.
Yeah, so you see now
What
now
what
wait now
hold
answer
on,
my
man.
question
Hey,
now.
yo, bro, hold on, son. We
Okay,
tackling this
I'm
question.
going to hold on. Now
Yeah,
watch how
you just
long he
finished talking.
draw this
Yo,
out.
bro, you just finished talking for fucking 15 minutes. Come on, bro.
So
I
you gonna
gotta
answer my
address.
question?
Yes. But we
Okay,
nailing this
when?
down here. Number one, you made it. You said 1500. That's not correct. I asked you this for a reason because I want to understand where you getting this from. So in
Okay.
1441,
Oh, you're doing
right?
the 1500. That's corny, yo. The 14. Go ahead, bro. And answer the Garvey question. You took an
Hey,
L, man. You
yo,
took an L.
bro, why you keep talking,
I took an
son?
L, so I'm gonna
Why
ask a
do
gotcha
you
question.
keep
Go,
talking,
go,
bro?
go, 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 go.
Okay, bro. So it's 1441. Why we know this? We got the Chronicles of Zuera. Chronicles of Zuera. This is Prince Henry the Navigator. He never went there. That's his chronicler. They go over there. They go to Rio de Oro. There's nothing about them dying of malaria. You don't have no source that say none of that. You don't got nothing that say that they was over there for a year. You can't produce it. You made that up. You've been sitting here making this up the whole time. If we looking at Adahu the Moor, this is the person who sets off the slave trade, Amazi Berber. and we
Are
do
you
beat them
serious?
up.
Stop.
Yes, I'm serious. I'm gonna put it on the screen now, right now. God damn it!
We're talking
So
about
I'm gonna do it
European
on
and
the
African slave trade, my guy.
Hey
This
yo,
dude
listen,
playing
hey
semantics.
yo,
All right,
yo,
now
bro,
answer my question about
yo,
Garvey
listen,
now.
I'm not finished, bro. Stop talking,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
You
he's never
talking
gonna be finished, by the
15
way,
minutes,
Stat.
bro.
He's gonna be half an hour
Yo,
talking.
bro,
Watch.
listen, bro. Let me put this on the screen real quick, man. We just gonna do it real quick. Out of who the more we gonna pull them up here, man, so the people can see who this dude was, bro. And that's it, man. This is real simple, bro. And then I gotta address all of this shit that you just wild shit you saying. You
Yeah,
be
but answer
making
that
up
question
shit,
first, though,
bro.
because
Can
yeah.
you,
No,
yo, bro,
bro.
yo,
Yes, no. Because
bro,
if you don't answer that
yo,
question, then this is gonna be the last thing you're gonna present.
yo,
Yeah, we're
bro,
not doing
listen.
that. No,
Yo,
I ain't gonna
bro,
have you
yo,
run.
hey, yo,
No,
son, hold on,
sir. No,
son. Yo,
sir.
hold on,
No,
bro.
sir. No, sir.
You
No, sir.
finished, you was talking for 15 minutes and made multiple
No,
claims
yeah, it
that I
doesn't
need to
matter. You
address.
asked me. You did something
I
new.
did. I
You
asked you
asked
a
a question.
question.
I said I
Listen,
got a
bro.
question for you. No, no, you're not
Listen,
gonna
man.
answer everything and not the
Listen,
question.
man.
No, sir.
I'm
No,
gonna
sir. So
answer the question,
after you
bro.
share your
Listen,
screen,
man.
answer the question, and then
Yeah,
respond to what I'm saying.
man.
But
Here we
I'm
go,
not gonna allow you to
man.
respond to everything and I answer the question. That's gonna happen. I'm gonna throw you out.
All
I'm
right,
saying
bro.
dead ass.
Okay, bro. Whatever you say,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. We ain't doing that. Let me select your name right now. When you try to run, you're gonna be right off this damn panel.
What? What did you just
So
say to me, bro?
let me select your name now, because if you try to run from the question after you
Run
share your
from
screen, I'm
what
gonna go.
question? Run from what question?
Did Garvey sell stocks to a ship he didn't own?
No.
To Black Americans. Right. He's a
No.
piece of shit. Right. Okay.
No.
Yeah,
I just want you to put the source up there, bro. Put it up there.
You're a piece of shit. I mean, they do got no integrity.
Yo, listen. Hold up, son. This is what we not gonna do. You see me in person. Don't call me out my name or say none of that.
You're
You
lying
see
in front
me,
of people for no
yo, bro.
reason.
Listen.
You're lying for no
Hey,
reason, my
yo,
guy.
bro, listen. All you gotta do is
Come on,
show the
man.
screen and put it on the
Nah.
screen.
Yeah, no,
Everything I'm
but you
saying,
just
I'm putting on the
lied though.
screen.
You just lied.
Hey,
You got
yo,
no
put
integrity,
it on the
man.
screen. Put it on the
Yo,
screen.
bro, you got no
Yo,
integrity,
man.
my guy.
Hey, yo, bro, put it on the screen.
You got
What's the
no
problem?
integrity.
Hey, yo,
You
bro,
got no integrity, man.
Yo, bro, what is the problem? Put it on the screen.
The dude is
You make
lying.
the claim, put it
He
on the
got his
screen.
ass kicked all night. Now he's gonna lie.
What are you
But I'm gonna go
talking
on mute.
about,
So
bro?
family, you heard his
Come
answer. He
on,
got no integrity. He's
man.
a liar.
I know, bro. Put the shit on the
But
screen.
this is y'all king though. This is the big bad
I'm not
person who's
no
supposed to
king.
take
I
me
ain't
off my
no
throne.
king.
I kicked his ass all night.
I know, bro. Just don't talk to me crazy, because you would never do that in person. That's all I'm telling you. If I'm not calling you
Bro,
out
you
your
got
name,
your
don't call me. But
bro.
say something
Because you're
stupid like you
lying.
don't know what time it is with me.
Bro,
You
you
know
got
what
your ass
time it is
kicked.
with me. So you just keep it on the information. Don't call me out
Bro,
my
you
name.
got
I don't call you out your name. We dealing with
you got your ass
information.
kicked.
Yo, that's cool. Just
You're
don't call me out my
lying
name, bro. I know.
to
I know.
avoid the laws.
You need to provide the source for the shit that you just said. That's
I don't
what you
need to
need
now.
to
You
do.
lied.
Okay, prove it.
I'm
Okay,
good.
prove it.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm
you
good.
better be good.
Yeah, I gotta prove the
Yeah.
transatlantic slave trade happened too, right? I gotta share my
No,
screen for that
bro.
too, right?
No, because you started this whole thing, and I told you that there was a rule that you don't sell people of your own tribe. I told you that
I'm
these
going on mute.
people never
You
looked
already
at the.
lost all
Hey,
credibility,
yo,
bro.
bro, why are you still talking, bro? I already told you that people said that they never looked at each other as one people. You trying to take 2026 and say, well, they all black and they African. Why they not looking at themselves as this? Because they never did it. Then I show you Paul Cuffey, a black American. I show you the primary of him going there and they telling him the same thing. You don't have no information or nothing else to say anything other than that. When you say these dirty, stinking, booty scratching, you sound like a fucking white man. You horrible, dog. So now you talked about this this Pan-Africanism thing. You talked about, oh, yo, what are they doing and all these things of that nature. This is what you did. Hold on, let me get this shit, man. Let's do it and say all of this crazy shit. Let this load up here real quick, man, because I'm not doing the talking. I'm showing the proving. I'm waiting for this thing to load up. As you can see, it's loading up right now. So what you go about to look at is called the Malcolm X doctrine. And he talked about the 60s and the West Indians and all of this other wild shit. He talking about, oh, this shit never worked. They never did this. They never did that. Meanwhile, you got Martin Luther King Jr., who goes there in the 50s, and he's doing what? Who's he talking to? He's talking to the people of Ghana. He's talking about our relationship with them people. But anyway, let's get down here. Let's get down here. Let's get down here. We want to see the action of this. We want to see the action of this. So this is called the Malcolm X doctrine, right? And this is the Aberdeen people the people that we're talking about. Between June 3rd and June 10th, 1968, the Republican new officers, Gada and Amari Obadali, and New York City Council, May Mallory, traveled to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to meet with Robert F. Williams. He was the Republican New Africa president in exile. In Tanzania in 1971, the presiding National African Union pledged to establish fraternal revolutionary relations with those Black American citizens fighting for justice and human equality. Fuck is you talking about? What are you talking about? The new African officers with the Tanzanian government minister and Malcolm X ally Abdul Ra Muhammad by all put forward this. Mallory returned to Tanzania August 1968, a representative of the African American Sisters United, and lived in Mazrani. This is happening there. So you brought up the 60s and you brought up the stupid shit and you're talking about, oh, what is going on? Then we move down. Right here. Republic of New Africa. Yusuf Sambayata traveled to East Africa as a Berkeley graduate student soon after joining the Republic of New Africa and became its Minister of Economic Planning and Development in 1970. The 3-month tour of Kenya, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Tanzania directly shaped the RNA's New African Umoja Social Economic Development Plan, which named after the Swahili word for familyhood. And this is brought to America. This is what these people is doing. So you talking about Garvey didn't own the ship and this thing. I want you to post this shit. It's very simple for you to do it. Now you're talking about Pan-Africanism and you're talking about the Back to Africa movement, and you keep talking about Garvey. We just talked about this person right here. We just talked about Paul goddamn Cuffey. We just talked about him. He led the first Back to Africa. That is Pan-Africanism. That's what it is. That's a part of it. So the people who are actually studying Pan-Africanism and actually doing it is two parts. One, people wanted to leave America because they wasn't getting their citizenship. Thus, this was an idea that we came up with for ourselves. Two, the other part was building our organizations here. You don't have to go to Africa to be a fucking Pan-Africanist. You then talked about Liberia. Like you don't know the foundation of Liberia in the 1820s. Like you don't know who's the first people who went there. That's very strange. Why would Marcus Garvey even be talking about Liberia if it wasn't a republic already established by the 1840s? Why was Edward Bruce there? Why was these people there? Why is there places in New York and all these other places called Little Liberia? Why is it there? To celebrate that. Because it's a part of our culture. The same as Sierra Leone. The people who fought in the Revolutionary War, like Thomas Peters and all these individuals who went there. That is part of this whole Pan-African thing of these people coming together, all of them talking together. The Revolutionary War happens. You got the Black loyalists. They become the Black Poor over there in London. Now you got Equiano, you got Paul Cuffey. These people are meeting. This is before goddamn Marcus Garvey. What the hell are you talking about, man? This shit is very strange when you all this shit that never did anything. How? If I'm sitting there showing you the beginnings of this here in America, the naming of the institutions, and all of the things that they brought forth. All of the things the Black Freemasons did. I showed you the education. I showed you the economic plan. I showed you the insurance companies. I showed you all of this. And you sitting here saying that this didn't do that, and you think that Pan-African means go to fucking Africa. Where does it say that in the definition? Show me a definition anywhere that it says in Pan-Africanism, you have to go back to Africa. It doesn't say that. Then you're talking about Marcus Garvey and all these other things that name. You need to show the stuff you're saying. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to have this conversation with me, you need to source up. Don't just say stuff to me and then just keep rambling on. And I'm done, man. I don't really got nothing else to say. This shit is retarded, bro. If you're going to have a conversation with me on the fly like we doing now, source up, bro. It's that simple. It's nothing hard about it. All you gotta do is show your screen.
Man. I'm on my phone.
I'm on my phone too. I'm doing this on my phone.
I don't use my phone for stuff like that. Because you've been doing it for like 20 years.
No, because this is stuff that I do and I take this very serious. I told you this.
We all do.
To me,
you lied on Garvey.
yo, then show it. That's all you gotta do. If I'm capping, then show it. What's the problem with you? You just made this whole elaborate story. What's the problem with you showing it?
That's common sense, man.
Why are you saying it's common sense if you're talking about a historical event in time? Can you please put it on the screen and teach me? Now I'm asking you to teach me. Put it on the screen.
Hey, IBM, hook him up, man.
Put it on the screen.
All right. First of all, RaBorn, I wanted to say that slavery started with the Catholic Church, brother, with the Papal Bulls. Okay.
The
There
Papal
was a
Bulls
Papal.
came in 1480s, correct?
The Papal Bulls came in 1452.
Yeah, right.
All right. Now listen.
Mm-hmm.
Now you are right about Zora, right? But where you was wrong was his book. You know, the Chronicles. See, I've talked about this for years too. And Zora is one of the main contributors of the invention of race as a concept or theory. You know, he created the term African race in Lagos. All right, now in his book, the Chronicle of
what did you just say? He created what?
He created the term African race.
African
in
race?
Lagos. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Where'd you get that from?
So that's not the beginning of the slave trade. He's just you know, giving us a term. He's giving us a social construct, I always say.
Nah, I'm cool with that, but where did you get that from?
Oh, this is you know, probably from Wiki. I wrote it down as a part of you know, years ago, and you know, just to show where this you know, term race was coined at the time, right? And this was in his book, The Chronicles of the Discovery and Conquest of Guinea, written in 1453.
Yeah, I have that. But
now listen, hold on, but wait a minute, I'm not finished. That is a year after. That is a year after the first papal bull, which justified the enslavement of the African and the non-believers in the Spanish Inquisition, brother. See, so this is where I take it. I take it all the way to the origins of the thing. And then when you come to, you know, Garvey was a Klan member. Garvey took the American continent. Now, Unbiased said that I taught him about the American Colonization Society. I didn't teach him about the American Colonization Society. I'm the one who connected Garvey to the American Colonization Society because he has the same movement. He's come in as a plant 100 years after, or I'm going to say 60 or 70 years after because the American Colonization Society started in 1816, bruh. Garvey wasn't born until, hold up, listen. Garvey wasn't born until 1887. But he's using the same talking points, going to Liberia, going over here to a colonized land that was already colonized by America, and they're spreading out and trying to be colonizers over there. And Liberia is you know, one African American or enslaved Americans.
Liberia was colonized by America? Huh? Did I hear that right?
The Berlin Conference. Listen, let me ask you a question.
Huh?
The Berlin Conference was 100 years before.
You messing up.
Hold on, wait a minute. The Berlin Conference was 100 years before Garvey. All right.
That's okay. 1885. What does that got to do with 1820?
Now, listen. Just like I said, Garvey was taking the American Colonization Society's movement, which was trying to send black people back to Africa. He was meeting with the Klan. He was a Klan member. All right? And then he wanted to take us back to Africa as a one-party state, and he's going to be the governor of it. He's going to be the president. He's going to be the king. Garvey was lunch meat. Garvey lost his mind. And now, just like I said, he's following in behind these racist nationalists. And when you talk about black nationalists, the only thing they're doing is taking with white nationalists. And guess who the white nationalists that started these movements? Was the separatist movements and the KKK. So the only thing you did was take white off of nationalists and add black.
All right, bro. Like
He was
this is
nothing but a
you know
coon.
what you know what's strange about this? What you telling me?
No, hold on. You
So
tell me that nationalism. Hold up. Nationalism is ran off fear.
nationalism
Nationalism
is ran off
and let's
fear.
hold up. No, listen, hold on.
What?
And just like I said, we're taking the terms that they use, that they created. Nationalist parties. The nationalist parties were the KKK and the suffrage movements. We start off with the men, and later they had to let their women become suffragists. Like I said, and they didn't involve none of us in none of those nationalist movements. And then we take the term nationalist, just like we taking the term black, just like we taking the term the N-word, and we take it and adopt it upon ourselves as social construct. You take the term given by one group to another and adopt, and the group who the name was put on takes the name and adopts it upon themselves. And we're doing the same thing using the terms nationalist, using the term genetics. Genetics is a form of biology, right?
Hey yo, hold on, bro. Listen. So it's strange what you're telling me because Martin Delaney had a Back to Africa movement. He did this on his own accord. And the person that we start in this conversation with is Paul Cuffey, who got nothing to do with the ACS. He does this on his own. I show in the beginning in the 1780s, you got fucking Prince Hall and all of these individuals talking about going back to Africa. They make these petitions to do that. I put it on the screen, bro. So I don't understand.
And Garvey's coming in as an agent, not even an American, coming in trying to tell us how to live. Oh, no, hold on. Trying to tell us how to live, and then will take us over to Africa where he never been and become the king of Africa. Man, don't that sound delusional as hell?
Yo, listen, brother. You right
That's
when he
delusional.
Said, yo, listen. He said African for the Africans, period. This is a slogan and things of that nature.
But he's going to be the king of Africa once he gets over there, though. He wants to be governed by him. He wants all of Africa to be governed by him. He envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. He didn't want all Africa to be. Where did you get this from? Could you give me a source? Or
Wiki.
This is what y'all do.
Pull up Wiki. Pull up Marcus Garvey and Wiki.
Let's pull it up. And it's gonna say what you just said, right?
Exactly.
Right now. Okay, it's gonna say Marcus Garvey wanted to be the king of all Africa. Let's pull it up right now. So we got Marcus Garvey here. I'm sharing the screen. We're gonna put it up right here. Marcus Garvey wanted to be the king of all Africa. So we're sharing the screen right now. We're sharing the screen. So Marcus Garvey wanted to be the king of all Africa. So here's Marcus Garvey. You said go to Wiki. So we're on Wiki now. Let me hide this reader. So let's see. UNIA. Garvey was born in Jamaica. Let's get to where goes to Harlem. His black separatist views and his relationship with white races, the Klan interests of advancing the shared goal of racial separation.
Stop. Hold on.
No. Yo, listen. This same ideology or what he did is the same thing that Elijah did and other individuals did. I don't agree with it. A lot of people don't agree with it. But he's like, yo, listen, we want to be separate from you. We don't want to be around you motherfuckers. And we don't want this to happen. And this is the same conversation that happens after the Civil War. When they took those 13 black leaders and they put them there, they asked them, do you understand what's happening? What is it that you want? Do you think that you can live amongst our people? Would you be able to fight for us? How does the other people feel? And they said they wanted to be separate away from them. So this is nothing like yo, bro. Anyway, I'm looking for this joint you say, believing that black people needed to be financially independent from white dominant societies. Garvey launched various businesses in the U.S., included Negro Factories Corporation, Negro World Newspaper. He became president of Starline. 1923, he was convicted of mail fraud, boom, penitentiary, Atlanta, Calvin Coolidge. Garvey was a controversial figure. Some in the
You skipped the whole paragraph, though.
Nah,
I'm
looking for what you told me that's gonna be in here. That he wanted to be the king of all Africa. That's what you said.
I got it pulled up. You want me to read it?
Yeah. Where is he to say he's going to be the king of all Africa?
All right, now listen.
Where is it at?
Garvey was born. Listen, it's in the paragraph right before. All right,
wait.
now
What
Garvey was born
that?
in Wiki.
I'm on with you. Okay.
Well, you said believing that black people needed to financially independent from. You started there. There's one right above that.
Wait.
It says Garvey was born a modestly prosperous Afro-Jamaican family in St. Anne's Bay. All right, and was apprenticed into the print and trade as a teenager, like Mbaya said. Now, working in Kingston, he became involved in the trade unionism. He later lived briefly in Costa Rica, Panama, and England. Okay. Now, on returning to Jamaica, he founded the UNI in 1914. In 1916, he moved to the United States and established the UNI branch in New York City, Harlem district. Emphasizing unity between Africans in the African diaspora, he campaigned for an end to European colonial rule. I don't know how that is, because he's trying to send you to a colony of that is run by America over in Liberia. But anyway,
no, it's not. Liberia was made by Africans at that time. What are you talking about? Why are you making this stuff up?
Okay, well, I'm wrong about that. I'm sorry, but let me finish reading.
Yeah, go ahead.
Into European rule in Africa. In Africa, and advocated the political unification of the continent. He envisioned a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. Okay. He's going to be the governor. Okay. He's going to be the ruler. He's going to go to Africa. He ain't never been there before. A Jamaican telling us how to live, trying to get us to go back to under the American Colonization Society, guys. Using the same talking points as them and the Klan, and then he wants Africa to be governed by himself.
Hey, yo, fam, listen closely to this,
All right, go ahead.
When we use Wikipedia as a thing, it's okay to use Wikipedia, but when these claims is made like this right here, it has to be a source there so we can go get it. There's no source, there's no number next to this, there's no 1 next to this, there's no 2 next to this, there's no nothing next to this statement. There's nothing next to this. I'm just saying, bro, that's how it works. Like, you don't just, like, if we scroll down, right, it says Garvey arrived back in Jamaica in July 1914. Next to it, it says 68. You press 68, shows you where it got it from. Then it says the Gleaner, press 69, press 70. For every statement that's under this now is telling us exactly where this came from. So I don't know, bro. I don't know about that. I don't know.
So you don't know that he met with the KKK? You saying I'm a lie there?
No, that's not a lie.
You're saying that he wasn't using hold up. He wasn't using the American Colonization Society's ideal of sending us back to Africa because they said that we was hold up. Said that we was unfit. And do you know where these terms come from? Just like I said, I could go down the list for you. I've already done it. I've already done these presentations. I start with the Papal Bulls, and then I go to Carl Linnaeus, who started classifying humanity, and saying that the Afro-Niger was lazy, cunning, and lustful, and then you go to Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, who weaponized the term race, split humanity up into 5 different races, and put the white people on top. And then when you want to go to the population control agenda, you go to Robert Malthus. That's who started that. That's who started the population control agenda that's still going on with Bill Gates and people like that today, these philanthropists. But see, these are the things that I've been talking about for years. And this is easy work. And just like I said, Garvey was a Klan member. A Klan member. Not only that, he's using the American Colonization Society movement 100 years later, still pushing their narrative. In the American Colonization Society didn't end until 1964. All right? So, like I said, all of this was already in place in front of him. Even what y'all said, he took the term Pan-African too from somebody. So he's taking that from the Pan-African movement. He's stealing that from somebody. He's tethering on to that. He's tethering on the American Colonization Society movement with the Klan and trying to be buddy-buddy with them, and he's a member of that. And then he wants to go over and he wants, envision a unified Africa as a one-party state governed by himself. He wants to govern Africa, the whole of Africa. A unified state. All of Africa. That means all of Africa. governed by himself. Come on, RaBorn. That's craziness. Oh, that's craziness.
Yeah, man. I don't know about Garvey being a Klan member, bro.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
I don't know about that, bro. That's wild, son, for you to say that.
He's meeting with him, buddy with him. He was a Klan member. I believe he was a Klan member. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that he got the membership. He was an honorary Klan member in blackface, pushing, racist agenda, the American Colonization Society's agenda, to send us back to Africa, to Liberia, bro. Where they going over there and they setting up and, you know, going against their neighbors, even trying to spread out and expand and colonize them. They talking bad about them. They moving in their homeland, and you know they acting like they running stuff now. And Garvey wanted to go over there and be the governor. He wanted everything was ruled by Garvey, the governor. You know, set your hard-foot having, coconut eating, self-grandizing ass down somewhere, Garvey.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. I mean,
But it's the truth, though. It's the truth.
Hey, bro. Call them what you want, man. I'm just sitting here listening to you. But, yeah.
I love my brother. I looked up to Garvey, and, you know, I'm not saying that everything that he did or said was wrong. You know, brother, I'm just saying that, you know, those are the things that we have to add to Garvey's story when we're talking about him here in America, because the American Colonization Society, like I said, was the one who started that, wanting to send us back. And they got that from the English.
Black people started it on their own. Keep telling you. Starts from Prince Hall and goes to Port Huffman. Why you keep saying that?
1816? Is that before 1816?
Yes, that's before that. That's 1811. And then Prince Hall is in 1780, bro.
Well, you also got to be aware of these, people that they use. Because like Margaret Singer said, we'll use the physicians and we'll use the ministers to quell any of the more rebellious members who want the black people to find out we want to exterminate them. They'll use these people like that and put them in positions too. So we got to be careful of that too. So that's like I said, we got to really do our research on his history, because even W.E.B. Du Bois, he wanted black eugenics. So, you know, I mean, and then Martin Luther King was the first one to get Margaret Singer.
W.E.B. Du Bois wanted black eugenics.
Yes. And Martin Luther King won the first Margaret Singer Award. All right. So, like I said, there's a lot of history that we're skipping over, and genetics and all this. These are the things that they use. They weaponize Mendel's theory. He's the one they give the credit to for genetics. They weaponized Mendel's theory, and they just took the dominant and recessive and flipped it. And they said that the whites are the dominant and the blacks are recessive. And people like Blumenbach before that was saying that he thought all people degenerated from white when he was doing his craniometry that he created. That's his work. He created the term Caucasian. That's his work. All right? And he said that all people came from white people because skulls were white. Let me ask you a question. There was the code, the DNA, it wasn't mapped. DNA wasn't mapped until like 1990, or the Human Genome Project, but didn't start till the 1990s. And it wasn't mapped until Bill Clinton's presidency, brother. So how the hell did they know all this back then? They didn't. They was lying, and it's false science.
What's false science? What are you talking about?
Science falsely so-called, like the Bible says.
I don't know, bro.
Blumenbach, the man who gave us the term race. Carl Linnaeus, the man who started classifying us before him. Do you know who they are? Because like I said, I've done this. I've been talking about this for years. That's your origins of your racism. The papal bulls start there. The modern day racism, the way we see it today, and the transatlantic slave trade starts with the papal bulls. The Roman Catholic Church justifying, yes, the Roman Catholic Church justified it. They justified it, brother. I did a presentation on SciNet 6 months ago about this. I've already said this. This has already been said.
Yo, bro, that doesn't start the transatlantic slave trade, bro. I don't know what.
Yes, it does.
So
Yes,
I
it
just
does.
shared my
The
screen.
justification of the Pope
I can't
signing
see
these papal bulls.
He's
Yes, it
talking, but
was.
I see it. Put it back. No, the
hold
slave
on.
trade wasn't started by
I'm sharing my screen about Garvey being a goddamn
You trying to give it to Zora, and the only thing he had was his book, and in it it said the African race. So you was wrong about that.
IBM, I know you're trying to push an agenda, but hold on. So let me go back. I mean, I feel like this ain't even. I shouldn't have to do this, but I feel like I shouldn't have to do this, but this is like common sense. Yeah, like I spoke to so many on this channel, bro. All I do is speak to Garveyites, members of UNIA, Greg Phillips, all type of people, and all of them admit to it. I ain't got to share a screen. Like people know the history, but just for the sake of it, so you don't run with a narrative. He didn't share a screen. Let me share my screen. So right over, they got the stock thing and everything in here. This is a damn scammer, yo. The black folks hate that. They want them out the damn country. We got no tolerance for immigrant scammers. That you gonna scam us? Goddamn, at least be our own. This dude is coming to our country as a foreigner with a foreign ideology. We're over here trying to establish our presence in America. We don't flee, my guy. We don't run from our homeland. This guy he fled from his homeland and want us to flee from our homeland. Check this out. This is a copy. This is a image of the false advertisement. Okay, so now let's read it. It says the black star line, bro. Like I said, I'm surprised somebody actually said share my screen. That's crazy. Okay, so the Black Star Line brochure for Filers Weekly, central exhibit in the mail fraud case in 1921. Filers Weekly did not exist, so he got a brochure of a ship that does not exist.
So the ship don't exist.
Okay, look, I'm gonna read it one time. The Black Star Line brochure for Filers Weekly, central exhibit in the mail fraud case of 1921. Filers Weekly did not exist. This is a doctored photograph. That means his printing skills was in play, right? The same way he made the stock certificates. This is a doctored photograph of an ex-German ship. Is that scamming, bro? Showing an image that's not what you're selling. Is that scamming? No. Okay, Orion, a German ship, Orion, put up for sale by the United States Shipping Board. So the Orion, an old German ship, is being sold, but Marcus Garvey docked up the photo with his printing background and called it the Filers Weekly that did not exist. You heard me. It says the Black Star Line had promised to buy her, but the transaction was never completed. But he sold stocks for the ship. Is that false or true?
Is that what false or true?
Yeah, what I just read.
I can't even hear you, bro. That shit is like mumbled on my shit. I heard you say a ship name.
Exactly. And that's why I did the debate with the microphone today. That's why I read exactly. And I said that's exactly how I sounded, and that's how I sound now as I'm talking to you. And that's why when I re-presented this video we did yesterday, I was responsible. I went over my talking point with my microphone. I know I sound muffled. You just said it. I'm gonna clip this thing up so perfectly. All right. So the Black Star Line. Did Marcus Garvey doctor up a photo to misrepresent a ship that he supposedly owned and solicit stock sales for that very ship from Black America? You said no, right? You said you still stand on that?
Yeah, he had a shit, but that wasn't the name of that joint, far as I remember. It's called the Yakima or some other shit. What is this? Where is this from? What's this one from?
This is your same thing. When you were sharing your wiki thing.
Oh, it's the same wiki page? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was showing what you said. Okay.
Yeah, because I know it's here. But so whatever the shit was called, you still don't believe that he misrepresented a ship to his investors and had them
no, you see, I
was
looking to see if you knew like that, like because the story is this, right? the story is this: the corporation owns the ship. It is a ship. The problem is that the people that went and purchased the ship, they purchased from a European. The ship was fucked up, and what he didn't do was basically like tell the people like, "Yo, this shit is not right and exact." So
Is that
now,
scamming?
no, it's not scamming. He was
Wait, so
trying
you
to
can do
get
that?
it. No,
Oh my
no, no,
god.
no. Hold on, brother. Listen, it's not
So
scamming.
somebody sell you a lemon. That's not scamming.
Nah, brother. No, no. Hold on. So as they
Okay.
trying to, he spent more money trying to fix that shit than what he paid for it. Than what is paid for it. The
And
corporation
he trying to
paid
get his
more.
money back
Yeah, the corporation paid more money
from his
for that,
investors.
right? So now when you looking at that whole Liberia thing, Hubert Harrison was supposed to go represent him. And when they go there, the government is bombing his newspaper and all over the place. They don't want it in Jamaica. They don't want the shit nowhere. They're like, yo, stop spreading this Negro world. So now while he's over there, the person that's representing him sends him a telegram back. And the way that he's talking about Liberia, he's talking about the roads is messed up. This is messed up. These people is this. Yo, there's this mulatto problem and all these other things. And that telegram was intercepted. Once that was intercepted, they gave it to the Liberian government. It's like, yo, you and I, ain't none them niggas can't come over here. So they wanted them, they allowed it until they saw that telegram. I just wanted to see if you know this shit. That's it, bro.
Hey, bro. Like I said, man, this is my shit. Now look,
Yeah, boy.
now because I'm going to sleep. Now tomorrow, you want to say now this ain't even delineation. I'm way stronger at delineation. You want to talk about that tomorrow? You better get your language right because I'm gonna cook you on the language.
Bro, listen to me. You lucky to have me on your show or talking about this shit for 2 days, bro. You're lucky to even have me here, bro. For real,
Yeah,
bro.
I think you underestimated me though. Like
You
most people do.
underestimated yourself, bro. You're
Nah,
crazy.
I know my shit.
All right, man. Yo, this when you
That's
do
why
it,
I sound
whatever
so
you do,
confident.
yeah, just notice what I do, bro. Whatever I tell you, I show you where I got it from. I don't talk. I don't
Give
go
me my
on
phone
long
though, bro.
I don't go on long soliloquies and just start saying shit. I'm
Hey, yeah,
doing this on the
just
fly.
go.
I'm
I
doing this
got
on the
you,
fly. I'm
but
not.
all
This
you
is
got,
not prepared. I'm
I
talking
got
just
you.
like you. I'm just grabbing shit while I'm talking to you, bro.
Now check this out. All of my damn it, all of my lives are a share screen, a presentation form. I recently started using my phone. Like I had an epiphany. I said, wait a minute, why am I always in the why I just can't get on my phone? Because I like to share my screen a lot. That's why I'm going on my phone. And my phone, I got like some stuff I don't want to share. I got personal, who knows will show up. And Social Security number show. That's why I'm not that confident using my phone like that. And the screen share, I still have. I'm getting a little better. I'm still struggling to unshare my screen. And I know more. I know knowing my luck, my whole damn banking information will show up one day. But so the phone, because when I start using TikTok, you can't share your screen on TikTok. You dig? So I'm just getting prepared for TikTok. Going
You
live on
get
TikTok.
prepared for what?
That's where everybody's at. Going live on TikTok. That's where everybody's at.
I'm on
So
TikTok. I'm
it'd be
on
similar.
TikTok. I'm on TikTok, but not for this.
It'd be
Definitely
some.
not.
It'd be
Huh?
Nah. Yeah, you're right. I'm a content creator. You dig? I'm gonna create content, but in the I'm a package with information. So like people definitely um learn. This is a channel. It's always all my channels have always been a channel where you learn. Never have I had a channel where you don't learn anything. All my videos, you're learning something. You weren't around when I was teaching Greek. When I studied Greek and learned that in 1 month. You weren't around for that. You weren't around when I was doing the Spanish thing. I still got my Spanish stuff. And I was showing people some grammatical things in Spanish, some phrases, and teaching like the basics of Greek, Spanish. You weren't around for that, but or chemistry when I was breaking down the periodic element chart and atomic mass, atomic number, sig figs, electron capture, beta decay. You weren't around for all that. It did and all the electrons outer shell. And I was teaching all that stuff. You weren't around for that. But my channel has, or I teach about LLC, how to, bro, my channel has always been teaching what I know. It's always been for that. I'm never here to run in my mouth recklessly. I'm always sharing my screen and just sharing what I know in case anybody's interested.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, we're in a serious topic. We are the new civil rights movement in 2026. That's what we are. We're making history. Tucker Carlson, did you see that little clip, IBM of Tucker Carlson?
Nikki, say what?
Yeah, that Tucker Carlson shouting out FBAs. You got
Say what?
yeah, Tucker Carlson
Tuck.
was shouting out FBAs, yo. That shit crazy.
Shit. Let me say this real quick, unbiased. And another thing, like I said, with the immigration thing, the reason why they were calling it immigration with the E is because it was us going back to Africa. See, immigration with the E, that is
that's wrong.
No, listen. Immigration with the E is like when the people in slavery in the South moved up north. That's like immigration right there with the E.
No.
That's what that means. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, unbiased.
No.
And this is the part of the story where you was messing up, brother. This, like I said.
Immigration, you leaving your homeland to come to live somewhere else. And then,
yeah, but
that's
you're staying on your continent to do it. You're still on your land, the land you grew up on to do it. Yes,
okay,
yes.
So look. Give me a second.
Okay,
right
but let me
now,
finish saying this, and then you can prove me wrong.
Just give me 3 seconds. Give me 3 seconds.
Okay.
So when I talked about brain gain earlier, I know that's some terms that's new, yeah. But when you leave your country and you don't go back and you build up another country, that's called brain drain for your country. For the recipient country, it's called brain gain. Now, when you leave your country like that, that's called immigration, and those countries have an immigration issue with those people who don't come back. So right now, India is having a major brain gain, Nigeria obviously, and they are complaining to their countrymen who leave the country and never come back. So anybody can Google YouTube. India's and Nigeria's immigration problem, not immigration problem, right? The recipient country, the country that receives you, that's where you're immigrating to with an I. But go ahead.
Well, the immigration with the E is referring to, people of that landmass moving from one part of the landmass to another. Now, the reason why I said that they're calling it immigration during this movement was because they're saying that we're immigrating back to a land that we were already, privy to, one that we already lived on. That's why I'm saying. So the E immigration. See, this is my teaching, and if you prove me wrong, prove me wrong. But immigration is like the slaves, immigrating with the E from south to north out of slavery. That's immigration.
That's the Great Migration.
And that's the reason why. The reason why they called it immigration with the E in this movement was because they were saying that we were moving back to our homelands, basically. Where we come from.
That's called repatriation, brother.
Yeah, repatriation too. And that's, how I say about the reset, repatriation, reconstruction. Every time they say that, we got to watch that.
Reparations.
Repairing. Yeah, repairing. Yeah, we need that. You know what I'm saying? But, maybe not every one of them, but I say the majority of the re's, we got to look out when they're using those terms. You know what I'm saying? Reset.
But tomorrow or anytime, I still want to talk delineation. I know I've been watching Teddy Ruxpin videos. He's supposed to be a social science, political science garbage. And he was live today. I'm going to, because before when Unc was live yesterday, I had already had a thumbnail and everything on Teddy Ruxpin and Unc to go live, but I decided not to when Unc was live. And that's when RaBorn hopped on. But so this kind of like derailed everything. But I'm definitely. So he did another live today where he's like, everybody got to use FBA in their title. They are clout chasers. That's okay, because you giving me content too to cook and debunk your stance. They can't get away from delineation, bro. Okay, they can't. African American is a dual usage word. That's an L, my guy. There's no clarity. There's no clear language with a dual usage word. If two people that have a different lineage, different shared history, can call themselves the same name, that's not clear language. Okay, that's not clear language. It's somebody saying they're Haitian. Vietnamese. You dig? That's clear. Yoruba. That's Asante. That's clear language. Saying you're American is not clear language. That's a demonym. I'm gonna kill guys with these words. That's a demonym. Okay, that's your nationality when you say that word, American. But don't worry about that. When folks want to debate me on delineation, you're gonna learn some new words here while you get cooked.
I guess old Unc fell asleep on us.
And also when RaBorn, when we first talked last, when we first got on the thing, he went into the abo thing first,
Ooh,
right?
abo.
And I wanted
I
to,
didn't go into no
okay,
abo thing. I'm not an abo.
no. I think you was trying to refer to something about Tariq or the website, but you definitely said that first, and then you left it alone because I wanted you to finish that so I could get you there. But
What
I wanted you to,
when he showed that book, the American, what is the name of it? I can't remember the name of it. This shit was a while ago. But he put that the Aboriginals like to use this book. It's called the American Allegory. And when you open it, I forgot the author. I got it somewhere. I just gotta go find it. And the dude, he paints all of the natives black. And what he does in the book, he has like two-headed horses, two-headed dogs, and something like that. What the hell is this shit? So then when I read it, I was like, this nigga never been to America. Who the fuck is this shit? So Tariq had that book up, and then I can't remember, it was probably 3 years ago, and then you'll notice like Aboriginal Power and all of the rest of them start showing his videos because he's
Yeah.
making that talking point. That's why they started
St.
fucking with him.
Calloway, yeah.
yeah, but here's the
I
thing
don't
here
know
though.
if he was doing it, but I know the other ones they was
All right,
doing
but
it.
here's the thing with that. Like people like Tariq Nasheed can worship a turtle. Okay, that has absolutely nothing to do with Foundation Black America. So in his personal time, he can do whatever he wants. Matter of fact, anybody, any FBA, if they want to date white, go ahead. You want to date black, go ahead. Like whatever you're doing, that's your personal right. Now I could not like it, but that's your personal right. And I'm not your leader. This is a
Yeah,
lineage. Right? There's a leader of a lineage.
you see the issue here when you
No, I
say
don't.
when you say FBA, the first thing that comes to everybody's mind is Tariq Nasheed.
Okay, and
That,
he has a clear cut definition of FBA, right or wrong, on his website.
mm,
Does he have a clear cut definition of FBA on his website or no?
to a certain extent, and then but
No.
when he's talking though, when he's making these claims of black people was already here and Moors were
Yeah,
here,
but
and
that's separate from
that's
a.
a problem.
No, it's not. No. See, the thing
How is
is,
that not a problem?
okay, I got you. Here's the answer. So a definite. If I try to tell Unc, he didn't get it. This is what Unc was playing last night. You should listen to that. A definition is definitive. Once there's a period there, that's it. Adding to anything else is an explanation. You can do symbolism. You can do an analogy, but that's not tied to the definition. Definitions are definite and definitive. Period. Done. So when I go look up a cell phone or look up a cat, and I get that definition, that's it. Nothing else. So if I try to explain that to like let's say like some seventh graders, and I read the definition, then I go into like my way of explaining that or put it in the sentence form. That's separate from that definition. That's personal. Like, I can mess up. I can do right. So the analogy is you have people of the Muslim faith, right? Um, let's say Nation of Islam. Okay, so now they see the definition of FBA. They say that applies to me. Okay, I'm FBA, right? But they have a website, Nation of Islam website, right? And then they put that definition there. That definition stands alone. That's separate from all their religious beliefs. So like I can make a website right now, and it could be about some straight
Nah,
bullshit.
bro.
Yeah, but I
Nah,
mean you can say
nah,
nah, bro, all
bro.
you want, but
Nah,
this
son. And I'm gonna
I
tell
wouldn't
you,
take that argument with me.
huh?
Well, then
How you gonna argue
tomorrow,
for? How are you arguing for what someone else did and what
yeah,
someone
a
else is saying?
definition.
That's
No, you
weird.
put a period there.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
but
okay?
if you
Look,
take off that period, then that's a problem.
yo, listen, bro. You can write a definition on whatever you want, but when you're talking about something and it's not fitting that definition, and you using this
Then you're
pseudo
wrong. You put the
Aboriginal history,
definition
that's
right there.
crazy.
No.
That
Okay, so here's
that's
the
a
problem. Here's the
contradiction.
problem. No, it's not.
Yes,
If
it
there's a
is.
definition, okay, got you. If there's a definition, that means it's definitive. It stands by itself. Now, if you go misrepresent the definition is still pure. The misapplication, the misrepresentation is piss poor, but the definition is still perfect. Like, for example, I told earlier, there's a famous scientific equation, E equals MC squared. Right now, you could be out your mind, batshit crazy, but on your website or on your walls, writing some crazy stuff on your walls. But if you got that equation and you represent it correctly, that equation stands alone by itself outside of all the weird symbolism that you have on that wall. Definitions stand by themselves. They don't need help. Again, this is easy for me. That's what I say. This delineation thing, anybody want to go there with me, like I'm on the fly, ready, rock and roll. This is gonna be a rough road for anybody, man.
I feel you, bro. I'm not doing no
Because
shit like
people
that.
got to
If I
stand
if
on
I, if
African
I have a
American.
definition,
That's gonna
if
be
I
tough.
have if I'm repping something, and then this is the definition of it, and then I'm saying something else that is going in contradiction to that, that's crazy. That I don't
So,
understand that.
so if IBM says something crazy too alongside the definition, do we supposed to accept that too?
What do you mean if IBM says something different about what?
Yeah. So if IBM had put up a website and
Mm-hmm.
had FB there the definition, and then made some crazy claims about Bigfoot being real, are we now adding Bigfoot to the definition because that's his personal theology, his personal religious belief? Like, no, that's personal. That's separate from a
No,
definitive
that's not what
definition.
he said in that video, son. He showed them pictures and said, "Family, we always was here. Some
And
of
guess
us
what?
was that." No, this is his words. Family, some of us
Yeah,
were always here. That's what he
no
said,
problem.
bro.
And guess what? That's his personal origin story, but that's not
No,
attached to the
he
definition.
wasn't talking about his personal story, bro. Come on,
Yeah,
son.
he
Like, come
did.
on, man.
Okay, if in that definition you don't see family, we were already here. You don't see that. You see descendants of chattel slavery. That's it. Period. Period.
Yo, bro,
That's all
listen.
you see.
Listen, I don't keep track of this shit no more.
I
I'm
do,
not
and that's why I
interested.
take all challenges.
I don't keep track of this shit no more, bro. I'm just telling
We
you that during the height of the Aboriginal shit, when I was going back and forth with them constantly, I was like, why these niggas keep showing Tariq Nasheed video? What the fuck is he's not an Aboriginal? Why y'all keep showing? And then I watched, I said, oh shit. It's not just one video, it was multiple videos, bro. Why would they be showing something about
And
that,
he can
bro?
have a video of aliens. First of all, y'all problem is y'all believe
Nah.
he's some type of leader or somebody. Yeah, ain't no
Say
leader, man.
what? I don't know
I
about
said,
he's
yeah,
the
I
founder
do.
of the term FBA.
Right. And so was Melvin Charles, the founder of the Black American Heritage Flag. Okay, kudos. Kudos. And you got founders of the African Society. You're talking about, are they the leaders of the black lineage? Like, come on, stop. Like, black people always come up with creative ideologies, philosophies, theologies, and sometimes they look like, for example,
Bro.
Elijah Muhammad said, wait, hold. Elijah
Mhm.
Muhammad came with two things like Tariq Nasheed. He said the black man is God, the white man is the devil. Hey, yo, right now in 2026, black people call white man the devil, and they don't believe Muslim shit at all. We take fly shit and we keep it separate
No,
from
no,
the
no,
other stuff.
no, brother. Listen. That's like me saying this. That's like he has the text that says the black man is God and the white man is the devil. And then when he begins to talk about the origins of these people or what those people are, he says, no, the white man is God and the black man is the devil. That's like saying that. That's what that is. That's the
No, well,
context of it. Yo, bro,
no,
you
no.
can't make this aboriginal statement and hold that
Yeah,
pseudo ass
yes,
book
he
up,
can.
bro.
Yeah. He is
All right, bro.
again. He's a
All right, bro.
grown man that
All right, bro.
he can do. He can do. He could also hire a bad financial advisor, right, and advise him to put his money in Bitcoin and lose his money. What they got to do with me? I would never do that. So, but again, like
You
you
wouldn't put no
guys,
money in
is
Bitcoin?
not well, not I won't put it the way he did it. So my point is, you guys want to pretend
Pretend
that the
what?
guy.
What's the
Okay, let
pretend?
me finish. The pretend is that he's some type of leader that dictates
What do you
law and
mean
order.
pretend?
Yeah,
Why you keep saying
pretend.
you guys saying leader? What are you talking about? I'm only talking about what the person said. What do you mean leader?
Right. Okay. Yeah,
What are you
again,
talking about?
I mean, okay, I won't repeat it anymore. But I know that you will never debate me on that right there. The
I
definition
don't
and
care about that.
explanation.
The
Okay,
definite, why
because
would I, yo, son? bro. Yo, I'm not doing none of that. I'm not having a whole long conversation with you, pulling up shit on the fly, and I don't got to show. I don't like doing that, bro. That gets me pissed off.
All right, well, send anybody my
I
way.
take this shit serious, bro. This is
Yeah.
serious to me.
And
This
we
is
do too.
serious to
We
me.
live this. We live this every
And
day.
when I'm
It's serious
saying
for all
how
of us.
serious this is, so how serious is it to
Uh-huh.
you? How serious is it to you?
Well, it's so serious that we got politicians without jargon in their mouth. Pause.
You got
They're
what?
saying that we got politicians on national networks saying foundational Black Americans. That's
Okay.
how serious it is for us.
All right.
That's a great W for us.
That's cool. You got somebody saying, all right, now what's the tangibles behind it? Where's the
Wait,
politicians
no, no,
behind
no,
it?
no,
There
no,
ain't nothing
no,
behind
no.
it.
Right. Well, first of all, let me tell you how it works, my guy. It starts with delineation. So there's actually steps to this. That's what I
Nigga,
say.
stay
When
with this
nobody, wait,
delineation
hold on.
shit, man.
Okay, hold
This
on.
shit is
Wait,
weird,
relax.
bro. Delineate from
I got it.
who?
I got it. Hold on. Relax. There's 3 stages. That's the first stage. The second stage is disaggregation. The third stage is explicit representation. So you guys focus on delineation. Nothing happens without that. So delineation, you got to carve out who is the people being addressed or redressed. So that's
Who?
delineation.
So who is the people being delineated from to find out who they are? What are you talking about?
Okay. This guy, he's playing word games.
I'm
So
repeating what you said.
right now, that's not what I said. U.S. ADOS, all right, DOS, the descendants of slaves in America. These are the people, U.S. descendants of freedom. These are the people that are delineating themselves from other people who said to have African descent coming from foreign land. So
Okay.
we're okay. Hold on, let me add to that. So what we're saying is that we only experience certain traumas, certain abuse from this country, certain deprivations from this country. Nobody else. And
Okay. Our
okay,
history says
so
that already. So okay,
wait,
what's
hold on.
new?
No,
You ain't say
yeah,
nothing new
but
yet.
I don't need to. This is you ain't got to say nothing new. You just repackage it. We're innovators, bro. Innovators don't do shit
You're
new.
not
They
reinnovating
make it
nothing. You're
better
not
and
saying
more
nothing new.
practical. Okay, well, you're right. That it's not two. It's to make it more. Okay, my job is not to do something new. My job is to repackage it where a little kid can understand
Okay, so once you repackage it, what do you get?
it. Mhm.
What do we
Okay,
get now?
we get people that lean carving out a space for their own identity for their own that's separate from anybody on this
All right,
planet.
that's cool. We separated
Uh-huh.
now. All of us of FBA.
Okay,
Now what?
good. Now you form true brotherhood, you form true sisterhood that's coming naturally. And then you have better relationships, better dating practices, kids. Now the whole family, the whole neighborhood, all that stuff comes back into play because you see everybody as you, part of something that you're part of. Right. So all that stuff that we cherished during the 1800s, now what's already happening. Look at me, I'm live right now with a whole bunch of people and
So
at
you
2 a.m., 3
saying
a.m., whatever
so
time it is.
basically you saying
It's
that
already
all we
happening.
got to
Right.
do is say that we FBA and everything is gonna be okay.
Well, so far, we're doing better than all of Africa, all of the Sahel, all of ECOWAS, all of the West Indian movements, the CARICOM.
Yo,
Right
yo,
now, our
listen.
delineation
Yo,
movement is
yo,
doing better than
yo,
every
Ron,
African descent person
Ron.
on
I
earth.
don't care about none of those places you
I
just talked
do. You
about.
asked the question, I do. Right.
Yeah, but
So
I don't
I'm
care
drawing a
about none of
comparison.
those places you just
Right.
talking
It
about.
matters to us, though. It matters to us because
Yeah, but
that's
what the fuck
something
those
we
countries
can
got to
look
do
at.
with us? What they
Okay.
got to do with our problems here? The way
Well,
this
they're
shit
in the
is
way
looking
for
now,
one.
yo, bro, we in the fifth industrial,
Oh
we
shit.
pushing the fifth industrial age, bro. We
I
behind
like
the
the conspiracy
technology.
theory.
Our cities are being gentrified like crazy. You want to talk about delineate? Shit,
Yes,
them
sir.
motherfuckers is delineating in our fucking communities. What we doing, son? We behind, son. Like
Yeah,
that's the
and we
shit I'm
straighten that out.
talking about, bro. Like, what are you saying, son? Are you
I just
not
said
looking
it.
at these economic reports? Are you not looking at
Oh
these
yeah,
job reports? Are you not
yeah.
looking at this
Hey,
shit?
hey, family, that's the other thing too. These African countries can take 1,000 years to get together,
We don't
and the
care.
Caribbean.
Stop
Wait, hold
talking
on,
about
hold
an
on.
African
I
country.
got
Talk
no,
about what
I
we
got
doing
you.
here.
No, I got you. I got to
They
draw the
not stopping
comparison
us
to
from doing nothing. So why
no,
do you keep talking
but
about them?
but sometimes you gotta race people to see how fast you are for your own good and for your family. If you're running by yourself around the track, you think you're the fastest ever. So sometimes to see how good you really are, you need other people there competing with you, or
What that got to do
draw.
with 5% of black people
Okay.
in the tech industry?
Yeah, okay.
What that got
Right,
to
right.
do
Wait,
with
wait,
any
wait,
of that?
Second, fellas. Hold on for a second, fellas. Let
I'll
me say something. I'm
let
leaving.
me
I'm
say-
leaving.
Okay, go ahead. Wait, no. But you can
Yeah,
still speak to 5 minute dissertation. But hold on. Let me just say
no, I'm
this.
not. I'm just gonna say bye, man. I'm just gonna say bye.
Go ahead. Say bye.
All right, listen, RaBorn, it's nice
Yeah.
building with you again.
Okay, go ahead. So you gonna do some
On my
more shit.
first presentation, I beat y'all up. On my
Who's
first
y'all?
presentation,
What
back
presentation? I didn't see it.
6 years ago. You don't remember when I was? Well, I can show it to you. I got the video. RaBorn. And then we're gonna get Doodoo Brown on you. Remember him? The guy Taekwondo Jackson. He was on there with us. This is all a part of my first presentation 6 years ago. If you RaBorn, you did so much, you didn't forget about it, brother.
He rode
You
with
know what I'm saying?
JJ 7000, man.
But listen, I didn't beat y'all up. I done already beat y'all up. So y'all know y'all should have. And I just beat Unbiased up on the immigration, showing him about that.
Wait, but
You got zero debates, my guy.
Who's the y'all? What are you talking about?
You don't remember my first presentation, RaBorn. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You was on there with me at the end.
Come on, man. Yeah, I knew you were gonna do that. I'm trying to finish up on something.
Well, I'm just saying, we can show that sometime, RaBorn. But like I said, peace and love, y'all. I'm just kidding. Peace and love. Keep y'all's head high and y'all's grass low.
Don't leave just yet, because you took forever. Listen to 30 seconds. He keeps saying black, right? But that don't mean shit. He said 5%. That don't mean nothing to us, because we know that black is ambiguous. Who's part of that black? We know that's a racial category in this country.
Oh my
That could be
coming from Negro and Spanish and all that. The Negro and
that's a racial term. That could be Trinidadians. That could be Nigerians. That matters, my guy.
Okay,
and that
son.
Wordplay,
All right, bro. Okay.
They're giving us
Hey, yo,
false
son. Listen.
overrepresentation.
Yo, listen.
And underrepresentation under those wordplays.
So listen. So
but we took that. We adopted that on ourselves, though, y'all. We adopted that on ourselves. We adopted that term on ourselves.
You're playing these fucking word games again. Yo, listen. Are you saying that FBA is not disenfranchised in the tech industry in single digits? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I said that. Well, I know this. I know in 2000 and what is 1 or 7. I know that a lot of these college programs were locking out Foundation Black Americans, but they were giving them to recent immigrants from Africa to be in these Yale, these prestigious colleges, and they were calling this like, see, black people are in these schools now. So we know that as long as that's there, because that 5% you're talking about, that's likely just immigrants. It might be zero for us. And
So
see,
you saying
wait,
that
hold
FBA?
on. Let me just drop this.
Well,
let me drop this last bomb. What I'm saying is, to even say 5% black, that could be misleading. That could be total all immigrants. It could really be 0%, showing more of a dire need to get shit popping. But if 5% can provide the illusion that there's some type of progress, there's something to build on, there's some hope.
I'm not even calling that progress or none of that. I'm saying this, bro.
Yeah, I think
Number one, you don't gotta go to college to be in that. You can get certified with your AWS, your Azure. You could do Cisco. You could do all these things, bro. What I'm saying to you is this: we are behind in this, bro. And this is the thing that's functioning and changing the world. If you're looking at what's going on, how everything is being automated and all these things of that nature, and you look at service jobs and these things, all of these shit, niggas is getting replaced. And you talking about fucking delineation.
What race is majority taking over those tech jobs?
Say what?
What race is dominating those tech jobs, by the way?
Indian and Chinese.
Right. All the shit allocated for us. Right. We're delineating. We're saying, no, this stuff ain't going to these people no more. These Indians.
Yeah, but brother, listen to me. In order, listen. In order for that to happen, son,
we're good.
It has to be something in place where people are studying it and doing it, bro.
It's by design. It's systemic racism, brother. That's
ain't
what it
no
is. It's by
systemic.
yes, it is.
Nah,
It's by
we're not
design
doing
and it's
that.
systemic racism.
He knows that.
Like how
He knows that.
ghettos were set up and how
He sound like a damn conservative right now.
who me?
Nah, I said RaBorn sound like a damn conservative right now.
Oh,
Like,
yeah, this is
what you mean,
systemic
guys don't-
racism. This is by design.
These niggas don't do
Gentrification
shit,
is
man.
nothing but Hold up.
locked up.
Gentrification is nothing but segregation renamed. Okay? You know, just like I said, redlining and all that is the same thing as gentrification. They moving you out of your neighborhoods, and you can't afford to move back.
IBM, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, brother.
Wait, RaBorn, you too. You there, RaBorn?
Huh?
Are you familiar with the 1933 HOLC Act?
Wait. I can't hear nothing, bro. What you say?
1933 HOLC.
The 1933 what?
HOLC.
Nah, what's that? That's the money thing or something like that? Or something? I'm not sure.
Housing.
What housing? Nah, I don't know what that is.
1934 FHA?
Nah. Oh, the Federal Housing Authority joint?
Federal Housing Act?
Hello?
What it was
Federal
given.
Housing Act?
Yeah. Nah, I don't know what that is. I don't know. What's up with that?
Wait, hold on. One last one. What about restrictive
That's after
covenants?
World War One.
Say
Go
what?
ahead, my bad.
What about restrictive covenants?
The what?
Restrictive covenants.
No, I don't know what that
Covenants.
No.
Okay, right. So my thing is the gotcha question. I got this all day now. Now, these were welfare programs for white people that were starving and doing bad after the Great Depression.
Is that after the Great
Right.
Depression?
Yes, because 1929. So
The origins
they would offer,
of the welfare system. Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Nah, facts. Well, it started from 1862, the Homestead Act, where they got 270 million acres of land. Right. So my thing is, you're saying we locked out of, bro. We've always been locked out of this shit. Start from 1862 all the way down to 1933, then the GI Bill 1944,
Hey,
and
yo.
then you got the unemployment insurance. So we've always been locked out. We've never been included. Wait. We have been the only people in this country to ever get shit without any help.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so while they was doing the whole Great Depression thing, getting these HOLC, getting these housing loans with little to no. Oh, matter of fact, the government's backing the loans, by the way. So that incentivized these home loaners to give it to these people with bad credit, no money. So it was backed. HOLC, FHA, all that stuff, man. But anyway.
Yeah, but how is that stopping black people from getting in the tech industry?
Right. That's called
That's what I'm talking about.
Like IBM just said. Right. So you didn't see the connection. They've always been stopping us, but through, like he just said, it's systemic racism, man. It's always been there. It's never been away. Wait. Are you familiar with Soul City, by the way, RaBorn? Soul City.
Say what?
Soul City. You familiar with that?
Soul City?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah, man, you make your Black American up. So in 1979, I forgot what president. Don't get me lying, but they had a project for like 12 cities where they was gonna be federally funded, right? And one it was 11 white and one was black. It was Soul City, and like they was gonna back it with like federal income, whatever. And these are planned cities to be like suburban. So every city was getting federal funding, was thriving. It was I'm trying to say what IBM was saying. White media, well, conservative media, had started to demonize Soul City, the only black city. They called it Soul City for getting these monies allocated to the city for Black Americans to basically do like another Black Wall Street, but it was under federal funding, right? But to create another like a suburban Black Wall Street, white media swooped down, conservatives start to demonize it as this was some like xenophobic. This like they're trying to kick everybody out. It's race based, and all these cities were like obviously you can't be race based. It's 1979. It's post 1968, post FHA, the final straw of the civil rights movement that ended Jim Crow. But this city was sabotaged by white media, right? Demonizing every chance they got. That's called systemic racism. Now, by the way, of course, they defunded it, they left it alone, and they collapsed. But all the other 11 remaining cities, all of them are today thriving in suburban like a motherfucker, producing hella money. So now that's systemic racism post 1968, where
Yeah,
on paper
you hear
Jim
me?
Crow was done
You
in
hear me? I,
yeah.
I get what you're saying. I'm just
hmm
asking you, what is stopping black people
yeah.
from
But
getting
there you
into
go, systemic
technology?
racism,
Okay,
white
so
supremacy.
I'm
Yeah,
I want to do something real quick. Hold on.
yeah.
Allow me to do this real quick before we shut this shit down.
Racial profiling names and, you
Yeah.
know,
Housing discrimination, the loans, all that stuff, man.
Yeah.
yeah.
I get what you're saying,
I
bro,
mean, the
but I'm not
workplace,
I'm
Because
not I'm
workplace,
not
that's
workplace
a conservative
discrimination,
argument, and
workplace
you hear me?
I'm
discrimination.
fucking conservative.
Yeah, workplace
You see my
discrimination.
you see my screen, bro?
Let me see. 'Cause,
See my
I think
screen?
what's not going to help us calling ourselves African.
You see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So this is IC Square. This is one of the top cybersecurity certifications you could get. This is free. You can look at this. You can get this. You can sign up. Boom. All right. Let's do Microsoft Learn. Let's do that. I don't want to sign in, but
Wait. What's this? Microsoft applications?
nah, there's a whole different thing. So like Azure is dealing with cloud technology. All of this is cloud, but this is just the technology in that. So let's say I want to do, let me do AZ 900. So I'm going to put this here, AZ 900. So this is what this is. So this right here, see this? Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, right? So that's the basis of cloud. And if you want to learn this, see how this go here? Practice, prepare for exam. I'm not paying for any of this. You see this? I could just start this and get busy. Self-direction,
Can't see it.
press the button, boom. I'm off to the races. You just got to use your computer. So what I'm telling you, what I'm saying is, it's a reason why they put this out here and
Well, put those
it's
links in the
not
chat then.
promoted amongst us, because this is what them dudes is coming over here doing. Well, ain't
Okay,
nothing
wait.
stopping us from doing this.
Yeah, no, it is. Okay, so you just help me. You help me remember something. So now this
Say
is off
what?
the top of the head. Again, I said you help me remember something. It's off the top of the head.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
so I did some research, right? There research. Because I said, how the hell in New Brunswick? I said, how the hell New Brunswick was like 80% black, where it's like 10% black, and a whole bunch of like Mexicans there, poor people. So I said, gentrification is normally something where wealthy people replace the poor people who can't afford, their city, whatever.
To move back. Yeah, to
living
move
away.
back after
So
they
I
fix
said,
it up.
how the hell can poor people with barely any fucking English or citizenship replace black people who do much better than them? So it turned out, to answer your question, my boy, it turned out outreach programs are suppressed for us in our neighborhood. The outreach programs don't do their jobs for whatever reason. It's suppressed to let us know about things like that you just showed. Our programs don't do that to neighborhood. They don't pass out flyers or talk to people to let us know that these resources are there. But when the immigrants came over, especially the ones who didn't speak Spanish, this is why I'm 100% pro ICE, especially ones who didn't speak Spanish, because when immigrants come over here, you could tell the ones legal from illegal. Because on a rule of thumb, if they're legal, they most likely speak English. Right. That's just probably any race. If they don't speak English, like that's almost like a rule of thumb that they probably came here illegally, because we only get brain gained people, man. We get the best, the most educated people who are educated from other countries. They're going to speak English. They know actually thrive over here. But anyway, so we know that a lot of immigrants came out of our cities that did not speak English, and by doing that, by speaking Spanish, they gate kept the outreach program. So now the outreach programs, when they pushed those same programs out for us that wasn't pushed, it was in Spanish, because they had to do it for them, because and they couldn't speak English. So that's the justification to put it in Spanish. So what you just showed, and let's say other things, other job trainings, let's say internships for construction, all that stuff was put in Spanish. Why put it in English if they can't read it? They put it in, so their outreach program put it in Spanish, and this is how these guys start taking advantage of the things that was there for us, but was never pushed to us. almost, well, I'm gonna say
Using
deliberately
the term minority, which
suppressed.
they used, they used the term minority to, bring these people in, like the white woman,
Wait,
or
so
just say
let me show you
women,
where the
let's say
money goes
women,
now, IBM.
immigrants and all that. That's what
So
they use, the
so
term
the money that was
minority,
allocated for us, it starts to go to ESL programs to teach them how to speak English, right?
under the
So
guise
so
of
almost
minorities.
yeah, so almost all these programs start to target this immigrant group that's now growing, that's actually illegal. So the resources set for us is now being shifted, not even just to minorities now, brother. IBM is now shifted towards immigrants, illegal immigrants, ESL training, how to speak English. You dig? So
The
that's
new
a lot of
prison,
our
the
money
new
goes.
prison fillers, like I teach, the new prison fillers, like I've been teaching for years.
So I'm off
That's
the
what they
top, so I
are.
don't remember every last detail. But I was doing it. I'm gonna finish up this DVD. This not VR, this video series I got on this right here, and it's going to be like kind of like how can a poor illegal immigrant, you can't do that on YouTube, but I'm gonna word a certain way. But the bottom line is how can poor illegal immigrants gentrify black people who are doing light years better than them in every which way in America? So that's the way, bro. We're locked out of certain things intentionally. We're pushed out. We got gentrified by poor, illegal, non-speaking English immigrants.
And the story that you brought up is history repeating itself. We talk about, how they used the media in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Dick Rowland was his name. And in the media that day, they said Dick Rowland had, first to start off, he touched her. By the end of the day, he had, messed with her. And they was calling him Diamond Dick Rowland. That they used the media for that. Same thing. Start off Tulsa, get the white people in an uproar. Before that, in 1898 in Wilmington, North Carolina, when you had all them black people in the government, Congress and the different levels of government, they was all in there, and then they started using the media and saying that they was coming after our white women, just like with Diamond Dick Rowland in Tulsa. But this is 1898, so this is 21 years before that. Okay, they used that same narrative, and the white people and the black people were working together, and the white people was even electing the blacks into office, and then they shut it down, and they used the media to do that. The same scenario,
Right.
same thing,
So
it's a different day.
That's why I said he started to lean towards conservative talking points, saying why we can't get things done, and then that's why it explains what they owe, bro. That outreach
They keep on
program,
doing the same BS over.
yeah,
We just got to
are
wake up
not
to the
being pushed
weapons
at
that's
all.
using against
See,
us in this
now watch
war.
this. Now watch this. Now here's the trick, back. That's why we got to take back black, because the outreach programs, they'll say, no, we give it to your black leaders. Okay, why are you calling him black? He's Jamaican. He's Nigerian. And so now that they're not pushing to us, they're trying to reserve it for other immigrants of Nigerian, descent or Caribbean descent. That's what's going to happen. And Hispanics going to bring it for it. They're going to outreach for Hispanics. And we'll be locked out. So it's like a natural thing to do. It's a natural thing to do is look out for your own people once you're in those positions to hand out resources and money. So but again, that's like a conservative talking point. But IBM, this is Soul City, this gentrification of Spanish people. This is off the top of the head as y'all talking, remembering stuff. This ain't no research. This ain't no looking at no laptop. All right. This is what I do, and like I said, I took it easy, man. And I don't want nobody believing that they can handle me. I took it very easy. But you see that Garvey hit different, didn't it? Yeah, at one point you didn't believe it, now you believe it. See, that's what I do.
Like I always gave you credit for your, knowing stuff. But just like I said, the stuff that I was talking about years ago, now, some of it's coming to light, and everybody's seeing it's true. You know what I'm saying? So, it's just a blessing to me because we're waking up. And, like I said, I might go in and, say I said this and I said that, which I can prove. But, we've always, with RaBorn and Unc and all of us, we've always been on the cutting edge of the topics, especially me, being a top scholar out of all of y'all. that y'all don't want no smoke with. But you know, I love all of y'all. Y'all my brothers. But like I said, we have to talk like this
he hung up
because
and apologized to him for cutting him out.
yeah, my brother RaBorn, you know, I love you, brother. And you know, like I said, regardless what's going on, you know, but you know, like I said, we just have to get to the root of the origins of the thing. We stop somewhere in between, and then we're doing the people a disservice. You know, like I said, you know, when we starting with slavery, we got to start with the papal bulls. Like I've been teaching, Unbiased knows it. You know, he knows I've been talking about that for years. And this is, you know, where we got to start at. And then we got to go to Linnaeus, Blumenbach, Malthus, and all these different people before Darwin. You know?
Yeah. Somebody was in chat, and it was like, yo, because I was like, yeah, let me talk to RaBorn. It was like, nah, you don't want it with him. And I'm like, he's a human being. Like, what? I mean, if he's saying something family, if he's saying something correct, I'm just going to agree with it. Or if I don't know about it, I have him explain it. Like, what's so scary about that? What's so scary about possibly learning something you didn't know? Like, wait, nah, that's the guy I wanted to talk. Like, no, I like that didn't work. Weak chat.
The wise man wants to learn something new every day, right?
Yeah,
the wise man
does. I
does.
want to talk to. Like, if that's your king, that's the guy with the information. That's the guy I want to talk to.
Yeah.
Cause I want to see what he know. He might got something for me. But it looked like, you know, all the information, what you could tell is confirmation bias because it's centered around Pan-Africanism. Like it's Africa is first and foremost. And that's not how I research. Like I research not to look out. I research to look within. And I'm American. I'm Black American. So I'm gonna look for me first. I'm not gonna. RaBorn takes a big picture like without a bunch of people, and he looks for the Africans in the picture, not me. I take a big picture. I look for me first.
Yeah. Well,
RaBorn looks to see if any Africans there. I look to see if I'm in that picture. That's what Unc and all of them do.
But you know what I always say, Unbiased, to that, you know, because they talk that craziness, you know, with science, and, you know, this kind of that. Look, man, let me tell you something. If the Bible was telling you that Adam and Eve started off, the first two people, they had to be black because, you know, according to science, the only people that can have all colors of people are black people, the blackest other black people.
I don't.
But hold on, let me finish. And then,
I said you
listen, dark people. You know what I'm saying? Dark people. Yeah. And then on top of it, to back that up, science tells you that we come from a common ancestor from Africa. Easy work. Who are you dealing with? The master. Like I said, this is easy work for me.
I got off, man.
Hey, look, I'm going to smoke. I'm ran. Nah. He probably fell asleep. Y'all was doing all that, right?
Now look, if Unc was to do it me and RaBorn style, where he talked, had minutes, I had talked, and he responded. If Unc took that format, who believes Unc the last one round with me? Come on, man. That's a ball game. And I ain't picking on you.
But we can't skip by what I just said, Unbiased. That's very, very. We need to know that. If science is telling us that we come from an African ancestor, right? Science says all humanity started off from an African ancestor, a common African ancestor, right? And then the Bible is basically telling you the same thing with Adam and Eve, you know, they started off with. So, you know, and Lucy's been debunked and all this stuff. But, you know, like I said, I've already did all that. But that's what science is telling you. So, like I said, we all have African ancestry if you really want to get down to the get down. According to science, Unbiased.
But this is what I was saying earlier. When he was highly focused on African ancestry, and therefore you got a little bit of ancestry of Africa, and all of a sudden you just 100% African. So I'm like, wait, that's not even math or science. I'm like, so if a Puerto Rican, if it's found out Puerto Rican has like just as much, like 10%, 15%, that's all we got of African. He's African now? And then like they would have to say no. So I'm gonna say, okay, so what percentage of Africa does he gotta have in him to be African?
Right.
And then they just make something up. So see but doesn't he have African ancestry though? Whether it's 15 or 20%, doesn't he have it? Well, you said African ancestry was your African. You never said no, you gotta have 80%. You said African ancestry means you're African. Well, he got African ancestry.
Yeah.
Is he African? No. Okay, what are we doing, man?
Yeah.
So we're not
Look,
African. We
there's
went through an ethnogenesis, and
yeah.
we're new people. Foundation Black Americans. We're no different than
Amalgamation
the civil rights
of a
movement
specific groups,
ancestors,
you
and
know.
we're no different than Frederick Douglass and all the free blacks you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, so what they try to do is pretend Foundation Black Americans is a new organization, separate, trying to make a separate claim from our ancestors who was already here since 1600. No, we're a continuation of them. We're an evolved people from them. We're not making a separate claim. So that's misrepresentation. And I know my phone, Jakey, but
Well, yeah, like I said, the reason why I call myself indigenous, when I named myself indigenous, everybody mocked me. Everybody made fun of me, almost 6 years ago, right? I'm biased. And then now everybody's indigenous. But when I said that I named myself indigenous, it was because I was honoring my African and Native American ancestors. That's why, and then I call myself black also because that was a social construct given to us, but we adopted it upon ourselves.
I don't see Africa in that name, indigenous black man. Where's the Africa part?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Because I'm honoring my Native American and African ancestry. You see what I'm saying? And indigenous people come from all around the world. They're just the first people on that land. It's the same thing as, same thing almost as native and aboriginal. The words are almost synonymous. They're basically meaning the same thing. So when you say indigenous, you're just saying the first people of the land. And this is what they don't understand. They still try to equate it to African American. But when I named myself that, I said, I'm honoring my Native American and African ancestry. And joke them because they didn't even know that indigenous meant that. They were joking me, saying I felt that I was Aboriginal here in America. No, I'm honoring my Native American and African ancestors with this name. The first one in the community. Now everybody's indigenous. But 3 years ago, none of y'all niggas was indigenous. Y'all all was Aboriginal.
So you had just reminded me when he asked when's the first time. What the question you asked about the slave trade? See, now this is a gotcha. That's why I asked him about the HOLC, the FHA. Like, this is all because remember, he said I know black history. Right? So that's why I ran it down to him. Like, yo, this shit is more important than the first time about some slave stuff. Like, this directly affects us today.
Yeah.
Being locked out of the FHA. But what I was doing was, I'm saying, like, bro, we could do gotcha game. We're going to win. We're gonna do in American history. I'm gonna win. Like it's more relevant. Got to get not just random. Who's the first saxophone player? That don't mean shit. HOLC. You got to know what that is. That was important.
Yeah.
That
players.
started the well, it didn't start, but it continued the wealth disparity. The HOLC, yeah, like that alone. Built
the
up
FDA giving home loans to was it the first First World War unbiased, right? It was because the Second World War didn't start till like 1939. So that was after the First World War, and they was giving them to the ones that they wanted to. They was passing them out to to their white people basically, creating those white communities that they didn't at first. They didn't want the black people in, but then they had their grandfather law clauses and all this stuff go along. But then all of a sudden the black people move in and they move out. You know what I'm saying? So it was
you see, and also what was going on was what they call it. I forgot there's a proper terminology for overcrowding. There you go. That's something else that was happening. That white at the same time of the HOLC and that type of stuff, overcrowding and restrictive covenants. Have you heard of that?
I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar. Remind me what's going on with it because I'm not.
What that did was that replaced an illegal practice, which was called this term, where they were they was locking us out of what's the terminology? They was locking us out of like they was marginalizing us. Like we couldn't move to this city or that area. What was that called? That period called? It was outlining red. No, it was like the HLC was the beginning of redlining, but this wasn't redlining yet. This was I think it was kind of like redlining at first, but there was a term for it, and it was struck down in 1917 as unconstitutional, and the restrictive covenants had took its place, where white folks and restrictive covenants were white people buying houses with a secret contract promising that they will not sell their house to anybody of the
Grandfather
lineage.
clauses, yeah. Yep.
See, now this is
Yep.
me, by the way. I'm still off the top of the head. Nothing is flat
Me
top.
too. Yeah. Me
What
too.
I'm saying is, like, what people shouldn't play with me. It's like, don't do that. Like, take me serious, man. All I do every day, I don't play. People should know I love basketball. I love playing chess. I do nothing but study every day. That's what I do. Work
Yeah.
with my kid, but no social life. Just studying, going live, and repping for the family. So that's why family, a sacrifice like that, you dig? Pull up, not live, show up. I don't care if you're not even in attendance. I want that view. It makes me feel like my time is worth something. And folks who donate, I appreciate that too, because again, it makes my sacrifice. It's like my sacrifice being valued. Because I would love to just go. You know what I mean? Nobody want to support somebody repping the lineage hard, debating on the fly, debunking stuff, and there's no value in that. And then, man, I would love to start playing basketball games. You feel me? Going bowling, do what I normally do. Start playing chess. I'll start going live with my chess games. You feel me? Going Twitch, doing chess. But I'm sacrificing a lot of my all of my social life, hobbies and stuff for the lineage to defend. Because as you see, there's people who's trying to debunk us. Tonight was a perfect example. And RaBorn is way more studying it and to learn than revenue, as y'all can see. But where I'm at, right here, right in front of him, ain't dodge, no smoke. Anybody can get it. And now,
Especially when the
I want to
scriptures tell
speak
you that there's going to be false prophets that's going to be all around in the end times, and that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a whole bunch of false prophets of people who's selling you a dream.
Brother Jabari.
Jabari.
Yeah, I encourage everybody to watch Brother Jabari and Laura Abba's video. It's about 3 hours long, but it's entertaining. Watch that video where they were debating, I think, politics, like Republican, Democrat, something like that. It is very, very. It's good information in there. It's relevant because the things that we hear and talk about about almost 4 hours. But man, I think it's good. So I was thinking about doing a recap, but it's just too long. I got to do it in parts.
Yeah, get some timestamps down for the major points and stuff you want to hit on.
But Laura Abba automatically assumed Jabari wasn't FBA. And he was like, hey. He said, I never said it was FBA. He said, my mom is for Guyana. But he said he got some, his father's side goes back to his plantation.
Yeah.
So
That's
he
all it
said,
takes.
because Laura Abba was making a mistake of like assuming. He's like, no, I never said I wasn't. And he said, I never said I was against reparations or whatever Laura Abba was throwing on him. But anyway, that was a great bill. I think if anybody's into like that type of stuff, politician, political talk between black people, yeah, that's it right there. But yeah, it's important to take black back because these stats that people be citing and quoting, that don't necessarily represent foundation. When they say 15% doing this and it's positive, that's not necessarily foundation Black Americans. Like we're probably 1% of that, even with crime and murders. And that ain't really us like that. Like, there's no way to prove it because there's no explicit representation in stats like that. It's just race based. Everybody under Black and African American, this all applies to you guys. But when it's time to get some money, some resources, some jobs, they make sure this goes to Nigeria. Or how about get jobs? I worked at a company where everybody was literally Haitian. It's like I'm talking about in a black Rahway, New Jersey. Rahway, New Jersey is Black American, bro, dominated.
Yeah.
How the hell is it possible? This was a decent job too. How is it possible to get this job and filter only Haitians in here and skip past all these Black Americans looking for a job?
Yeah. Well, what's that? Was it that movement just headed by all immigrants is supposed to be black move? I can't.
But
but them Haitian employees,
Black Caucus, is it the Black Caucus?
Yeah.
That are all immigrants?
Yeah, that's it.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I mean, and they taking, they even taking over the acting jobs and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They replacing our actors.
IBM that I was telling you about, or 100% Haitian, not to cut you off, I just want to finish that. That job will be documented as black employment, black, not Haitian employment, because listen, they know what Black America would do if white media said, "Yeah, man, Haitian employment going up 14%, and ours still at where it is." We'd be like, "What?" Like we will bug out. Like we would have been had they explicitly separated us like that and show like the jobs and opportunities where you could clearly see like Haitians and where they're at and Jamaicans and Nigerians and who's doing better and who's not. That we would have deleted way back then. Like, hey, what? Unemployment going up. Clear. Roy. That's Black America. Like, how is it possible to funnel all these goddamn Haitians in this job, bro? I just couldn't believe it. And yet, this is way before Delineation, FBA, and I'm
Using their numbers to disenfranchise us, brother. You know what I'm saying? And they're like you say, they'll fill in the blank. Oh, these are black employees. Look, this is how many black workers we got out here. And that's all they use us for. They just use us for our numbers. Because even with the with the suffragist movement, they wanted to join that stuff. They didn't want them. These nationalist movements. You take the term and just put black in front of it. We'll look at white Christian nationalists today, right? We talk about them. You know what I'm saying? These are white movements, man. And then you're going to add yourself to it. I'm a black nationalist. We different from the white nationalists. What's the difference?
Right.
The color? The first name?
Right.
See what I'm saying? You just following him behind the colonizer trying to be like him, just like Garvey.
Yeah, so that's why he said, what is delineation going to do? Like, again, that's why I was making a point. Africa got 1,000 years to get it right. The Caribbean got 400 years to get it right. But when it comes to Black Americans, we got to get it right tomorrow. Like, the brother asked questions like, yo, so what y'all doing next week? Okay, y'all delineating. So what you going to do? Wait, why is always a rush for us to make a change tomorrow, but everybody else who's African descent can take forever as long as they want to get it right? See, and that goes back to the talking point that when we defend ourselves, or if it's even mutual, we're shitting on whoever and they shitting on us, why is it only one side of the language? We're attacking them, and when we point out their attacks, it's always justified by, oh, no, so you got to stand, man. They bring us by colonialism. It's always like a therapeutic therapy explanation of, like, come on, man, stop.
I mean, just like I told Stu Peace and them years ago, I said, why don't y'all talk about y'all's homelands and the problems that's going on over there? We want to hear about that too. You know what I'm saying? That would add to the conversation and show, how we're all suffering, sort of like in the same ways. But y'all come over here and tell us. Yeah, they come over here and tell us what we need to do, and your homeland ain't even clean. You ain't even got your homeland straightened out, but you want to come over here and try to tell like Garvey. You know what I'm saying? He gonna run from over there, come over here, tell us what we need to do, try to take us back to Africa, and be the king of it. I mean, come on, yo. Like I said, let us hear about some of the problems that you have going on in your homeland, and talk about them instead of coming over here trying to, justify to us or tell us who we are and what we need to do and how to live and where we come from and all this shit. You know what I said? That's my thing too, telling us who we are, how to live, and where we come from.
Now, I cussed him out by mistake. Like, I actually slipped out. That's because I wasn't even prepared for him to, be dishonest when it comes to Marcus Garvey scamming. Like, he caught me off guard because he kept saying, I take this serious, I take this serious, I take this serious. This is my life. So I'm like, all right, well, I answered the question the best of my. Oh, yeah, let me get back to that question. So, the slave trade, when he asked the slave trade.
That's why you cuss, because you take it serious too.
Right. And yeah, he caught me off guard. He wanted to deny read the actual history just to win a debate, which he didn't do at all. But he asked about the slave trade. I'm like 1580 Because when you say transatlantic slave trade, you're talking about white people and Africans. He said the Ottoman Empire. See, I was hoping he didn't do that. Like, yo, that's what. No, see, this right here kicked it off, bro. You said, yeah, it kicked it off, but it wasn't transatlantic slave trade. I know about the European thing, by the way. They keep asking about, yo, give me the source for that and this. With the Europeans going there down in malaria, getting ass kicked. Well, guess what? The source Unc already gave us on that TV when I kicked Unc's ass. So Unc read a scholarly article on that. So I could say, if I wanted to be funny, I could. Now, if I had my laptop accessible, I would just share Unc's presentation on Sinetta with all of that. Africans kicking their
Yeah.
ass, white folks dying from malaria. It's like, yo, this is common sense when you claim you know Black history or all that type of stuff. This is, hey yo, everything ain't got to be sugar screen. Like if I say, yo, the Houston Texans beat the Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm like I ain't got to share my screen. You dig? That's just a fact. Now, if there's information that's not like familiar, unfamiliar, yeah, you share your screen for that. And I do that often. Almost all of my lives, the whole live is built on me sharing my screen. This phone stuff, this is recent. I'm on the phone right now. This is new. This is like the last maybe week and a half. Start to do this because I realize I'm more accessible if I can just get on the phone. See, the laptop, I gotta be all paused, pretty. I gotta get a perfect thumbnail. I need to get my slides. Like that's how I'm going to prepare it. It sometimes takes an hour or some change to do all that. You
Yeah.
dig? But on my phone, I just press live and I'm here.
Yep. 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 Saves you a lot of drama that you don't have to deal with. But
Anyway.
you heard, see, RaBorn said that the transatlantic slave trade started. I love you, RaBorn, but you was wrong, brother. He said the transatlantic slave trade started with the conquest of. It was started in the book, started by Zazora, and the book was called The Conquest of Zazora.
Yeah. I just went on mute. Like I was good. I went on mute because yo, what I'm doing now, family, and I'm downloaded all of my videos. That's like 6 hours, 8 hours. I got so many, because I had so many call-ins, like in the midst of a stream, a live stream, and I did a poor job of documenting the call-in. So the two I played today was revenue, which I totally forgot about. Revenue and another call-in I had, and even yesterday, like these are call-ins I just found in the midst of a 5 hour video. Somebody called in randomly. I'm like, oh, it's like, and the older brother earlier named Dorsey. He was with us. I totally forgot about. I left Dorsey in revenue, and I just tapped out and let them just get it in. I said, all right, Dorsey, you got it from. I cooked the revenue, so you got it from here. He was cooking revenue, older man. But that's how many callers I got. Like I forgot, so I said, you know what? Let me just go back, sift through all these lives I had, and whoever called in, whether it's for the lineage or against the lineage. So what? I'm gonna isolate those and make it a video, upload it, play it to the family. Because Lex called in a few times on the dolo. Certain people called in. It was just them, and we had like a great time kicking it. And then you had ops call in. I totally forgot about, and I think people, people new here, and they should see that. They should experience that because you guys get to see my growth.
Oh, yeah.
You guys get to see my arguments like last year. You can see how fast I grew from here. Family, when y'all check out the morning lives, sometimes, well, most of the time, it's replay videos. But I want y'all to, but it's stuff you probably never heard before, though. But I want y'all to see my growth and confidence, how I talked back then. I'm stammering, struggling to gather thoughts, and the way I talk now. Y'all can see the growth in just 1 year. Like
I was
forget me
there.
becoming an
I
expert
was
in 1
there.
year.
I was there. One of your first shows that you did. But I forget which platform it's on, but you said I'm back. That was like the first time.
Yeah,
I think that was like a
I
year
think
or
that's when I
something ago.
called you in South Carolina.
Yeah.
I think I was talking to you. Yeah, I was talking to you on the phone, and that was the first time I took it serious, right?
Yeah.
Because I had named the channel FBA Defensive Unit, and I said, okay, I'm gonna go hard. because I kept playing with it. I would dip my toes in the water, come out the water. But I said, you know what? Let me just go hard for the lineage. So I named the channel FBA Defensive Unit. I said I'm going to be the defense for the lineage. So now by doing that, those who are working hard can continue to work hard. They ain't got to worry about the detractors. I'm going to have one. So I was like the reason why I call it defense, IBM, because I was thinking about the deacons for defense. And that's why I said the FBA defense. I'm thinking about like a modern day. You know, I love Robert F. Williams. You know, I love him. So I thought about him. So that channel was dedicated to him. Deacons for Defense. FB Defense Unit, but defensive unit. But the problem is, I can't get flagged by YouTube. Actually, not even like haters. There's YouTube flagging me, and it suspended me for a whole month. Like, I mean, no excuse, no reason. I'm just suspended. I just couldn't believe like how this channel is being targeted. And I had a lot of emotion over it, man. I had a lot of live viewers, man, way more than I got now. So then I got the channel back, and they've been the same after that. So I said, let me start all over. So I literally started this channel in a year, and look how fast we lit in just 1 year. And these guys been online for 1,000 years, and they mad at me for getting it popping in 1 year. Like, yo, no, you got to be down with the Illuminati. Like all these conspiracy theories start to follow. I said, nah. The thing is, I'm honest in my research. You see, I said he got me an HR 40. He got me. Okay, the language appears to be lineage based, but the back door is the African American jargon. So that's the technology. That's the technicality that's going to allow immigrants to get in that language because it's inclusive. That's the slick shit.
Right. We take it, and you know, my question is always, what do I always say? I'm biased for years. What is my thing with African American? You know, I've always said this basically since I've known you. If African American names are colonizers, why are you gonna call yourself either one? Amerigo Vespucci and Leo Africanus.
And that's why at one point we were just black people, but we had to tighten that up because we were thrown into the African American thing, and everybody coming to this country, they became black. So we said, you know what? We ain't gonna forget about the Weezy F baby and throw that F in front of BA and make it just foundation Black American. So you think about
like I said, Negro. What about Negro? They come over here with that. That means black and Spanish.
Right. But check this out. Yeah, because I forgot. So look. Somebody said, "Oh, I'm biased. But the Portuguese spoke Spanish family. Look what they're doing to get a fake nothing burger win.
Right.
Like slip of the tongue. Like earlier, I said Frederick Douglass.
Latin, bro.
Civil rights movement. Oh no, the first one in 18. Oh no, it was the other guy. Okay, bro, is it really that big of a deal? I'm pointing out that I knew that the civil rights first one started during Frederick Douglass' time. Oh, you said the Portuguese spoke Spanish. Oh, is that really a big deal, my guy? The point is, Negro was from Spanish people. Where is the Portuguese? I'm not.
Where does the term? Look, hold up. Where does the origins of the term Spanish? What people would you give the origins of the term Spanish to? Where did that come from? What is the noun in this? Spain? Oh, I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you the answer.
So my thing is.
But they were speaking Latin too, though. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, but IBM. The point was, I told them. I said these. So I made another mistake. I said AAVE was a language, and it's not a language. It's a dialect, right? So I made that slip up. So, but I told my lineage. I said, listen, family, they're afraid to call in. They're waiting for me to do a slip of the tongue, and they're gonna call in to correct me and hang up. AAVE ain't a language. It's a dialect. Bye. Click. Because they don't want to continue the conversation. Like, well, what that got to do with delineation, though?
Yeah.
Like that's a sidebar, but so they're waiting for me to mess up, slip up, which I already said I'm gonna do. If y'all check the early live earlier today, the second one, I said it on the live a year ago. I said, hey man, you know, I sometimes mess up on research. You know, I was basically saying I'm human. I make mistakes too. Because the guy I was debating, he messed up on research, and I was saying it's okay. Like, so I'm actually debating him. IBM. He messed up, misspoke, and I didn't like cook him. I didn't highlight. I just said it's all right, man. It's cool. I do the same shit. I said I make mistakes here and there, but the difference is the ops are waiting to. Oh my! You said it was 2:30. It's 2:31. Click, and they
Yeah,
click me and hang up. You said it's Sunday. It ain't Sunday just yet. It's Saturday, 11:58. Click. Like, yeah, that's how desperate they are to like get a W. Like,
no critique. They just want to get that gotcha moment.
you said spaghetti. It's really spatula. Click. I'm like, oh, thank you, man. Like, you gonna wait to say? I'm gonna say thank you. Just hold on another second. Right? So they're scared. Like, they be so scared of a rebuttal.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, and so you got to ask yourself a question. If you're naming yourself after names the colonizers already had, huh? All right, after this, now if you're naming yourself after the names of colonizers, like nationalists, and also the West Indies Company, it probably played a major part in the slavery, and some way, somehow. We know the Virginia Company did. It had the land over here in America. They was passing out the land. That was what the Virginia Company did. Now we got to talk about the West India Company, and then we got to talk about the ones who made all this possible, which is the House of Orange. But see, we don't go back that far, y'all. That's why you're dealing with indigenous black men, like I said. And we put out the information. You know what I'm saying? Unbiased got information. I got information. I got information that they ain't even talking about. Well, like I said, the House of Orange just started all that shit in the first Federal Reserve over there in Europe, which was the Bank of England. That's come from the House of Orange. But I love y'all. I got to get off here and eat.
I got a question for Breeze. Hey, Breeze, did you enjoy the show? Because Breeze was just so bored when he claimed he was hating the show when I had on here and I had a couple guests talking and stuff. Like Breeze was my biggest troll in the chat. Oh, get them off the channel. Blah, 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 blah. Well, were you entertained now that we took over and you started talking about the regular stuff? Breeze, was that better? All right, IBM. I'm gonna play my latest song I just made yesterday.
All right.
It's the unofficial copy. It's not the. I'm not even done with it. So, like I said, like you guys will know I'm done with a song when you see when the song plays with the subtitles. That's when I'm done with a song. If you don't see the subtitles, it's still in rough draft. I'm still playing with it. Okay, so
I'm
let
going to
me
have
give
to go
you
and
guys.
check out some of your songs. Are they on the...
Yeah, unbiased wrong.
Okay.
So here's one right here. It's a short one. I started to make them shorter because they started to get kind of too long. So this is right here. It's called "Show Me Love." Now I got this because at work they play music, and that song Robin S. You got to show me love. So at some part in the song you're gonna hear, if you looking for, well she says, if you looking for devotion, talk to me. But I'm talking to potential Caribbean people who want to, ride with us because I'm done with Africa. So I'm saying the Caribbean, like they actually were so with us. You did like so these are our real kin. You did like they were so like us. They were put in the islands, but the Haitians and the Caribbean, uh, these are our real family. You dig?
Because they could have
Who were
dropped
so
off
with us.
certain family members and then took certain family members
Right.
to America,
So
And I just say that
let me tell you
they dropped all the ugly slaves off in. Hold on, they dropped all the ugly slaves off in the Caribbean before they came to America. See, that's what happened.
This guy said the ugly slaves. So when you hear guys say like they think we're so anti-immigrant, like where y'all getting this from, man? Well, anti-Caribbean. Like where y'all getting this from? Like we rock with the Caribbean. Like yo, y'all are y'all crazy? We don't like the ones who disrespect us. But nah, like we don't see yo. I'm be dead ass, yo. We don't view Caribbean people nowhere remotely close that we view Africans. We don't see them the same at all.
No.
We see Caribbeans as potentially one of us, somebody who we can share stuff with, be down, around the same causes. But the Africans stop. They sold both of us stop. So yeah, but anyway, this song is for the Caribbean, right? So the song Robin S. If you're looking for devotion, talk to me. I mix the words up. I say if you're looking for inclusion, talk to me. You did. I kind of mix the words up, but check it out. It's kind of fly.
All right. I don't hear nothing, brother. I'm on my television.
Okay, I know. Wait, I know what happened. I didn't share the audio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let me share the audio. I hate. See, that's why I don't like to share my screen. I can't try and tell Rob. I don't like to share my screen because I make those mistakes right there.
Yeah.
I forgot you got this stupid weird button that you gotta
I don't hear nothing, brother.
like, I hate this, man. Okay, so now my fault, family. Let me do it right. Gotta click this button right over. Come on. Gotta click this button right here. Yeah, do you know I was live one time? I didn't click that button, bro. Oh, man. And the live was lit. I had like 160 people live, man. And I was like trying to get to my next destination. So I'm playing the video the whole time. The video's playing, just no audio. I was so mad, livid because everybody started. But here we go.
If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show me trust. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with lies against us. You gotta show me trust. If you're looking for inclusion, then talk to me. Talk to the family tree. We can all ride when it's time to slide on our enemies. And we can all ride when it's time to override these policies. If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love.
Hey.
Come on, riding with us.
Yes, sir. This is a bop right here.
Yes, sir.
If you wanna ride with us,
It's a positive song. That's like my typical song that I'm cooking. It's a positive, olive branch in the Caribbean.
you gotta show me trust. You wanna ride with us, you gotta
Show me love. What's so right about that?
That's right. That's good.
No more rivalizing us. You gotta show me trust. I'm saying like prove it.
If you wanna ride with us, you gotta show me love. No more riding with us. You gotta show me
And I had to code the language.
if you wanna ride with us.
I play the music at work, but I can't
You gotta show me love.
So I had to code the language with it.
No more riding with us.
So blatant in the lyrics.
You gotta show me trust.
Like eat some people. I can't do that.
That's nice.
Or alligator Alcatraz. I got 10 lyrics though. I got 10 out of it. When I got the coded leader, I'm like alligator Alcatraz. I got to pick one out. So family, that is the new single. I made it short and sweet and long and drawn out. What you think? IBM.
That one's going on the playlist. That was tight. I like that. That's inclusion, inclusion song.
Good,
you know what I'm saying? Like I said, But in order to get love, you got to give it. You know what I'm saying? So that it makes a lot of sense. You know what I mean? And that's where we at. You know what I'm saying? We got to come together. And like I said, we are old reparations, but it's by different people. We all have that common colonizer, but we got to know which one to go at, and we don't need to be talking about each other and what we need. Like I said, if I'm over in Africa, I can't. You seen what happened to them guys in the purple went over there and tried to tell them Africans what to do and got stoned. They went prehistorical on them. They went prehistorical on them, didn't they?
They was like, y'all take out black American over black American, man.
Well, but they come over here and do it to us because we got free speech over here. See, you know what I mean? You can't. Come on, man. You got to play fair, Africans. And if we can't do it over there, you can't do it over here. We should be able to stone y'all too. I'm just kidding.
All that purple, they looking like, yo, what they doing? What they about to say?
Yeah,
You gotta repent. They said you gotta repent. You bushmeat eaters. They like, what?
Take ye
It's
stones
like
with
a
you.
throw. Yeah, y'all wanna be Old Testament Hebrews? Well, remember the stoning process?
Yeah, we gonna go Old Testament on you and stone your black ass, because that's what you're supposed to be. If you still under the law of Moses, we'd all be stoned right now. That's why Jesus had to come. That's why Jesus had to come, because if we're still all under the law of Moses, we'd all be stoned or in the line to be stoned right now.
Yeah,
but I love y'all.
I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad RaBorn called in because I had got a better challenge than what I was receiving lately. Yeah, but I want that AAVE guy to call in because I want to say, okay, you corrected me. All right, now what? You did. Now, okay, you correct. AAVE is not a language. It's a dialect. Okay, you got me. Now, how does this debunk anything that I stand on? Nothing. You just slipped up. Okay, cool. I slip up all the time, man. Like, what's good?
You're going to make a whole show about me slipping up. I admitted I slipped up. Now let's move on to the next topic. Let's question your mix.
Yeah, so I got to remember to make the original back and forth me and RaBorn did public, so they won't chew me out for that. But I'm telling you, IBM, trust me, man. When we talked the first time, bro, it had no sense of direction. It was no debate. It was just he was talking like how he normally does. He talk about history. I'm just following him until I disagree with something. And then we go back and forth a few moments. Then we go back to talking about history. You dig? So some things he said I agree with. Of course, the Pan-African part of the stuff he was going over, I didn't agree with. So every time I said no. Now, but I wanted to ask him, what if the free blacks were majority the ones saying they're African? I forgot to ask him that. What does that mean? Okay, like let's go with that. Let's go with that angle. Let's say a large portion of the 500,000 free blacks were saying they're African. So, okay, we're not saying we're okay. That's what they said at that time. We got more information. They didn't know about ethnogenesis. We do. So we're saying we're not African. Now what? You know what I mean? It's like they have a right to their opinion. That's the whole thing. Like, yo, that don't mean because they said that in 18,000 years ago, we got to stay with that. No, my guy.
Yeah.
That works, man. And that's why people need to get out their comfort zones and have these dialogues with like people like myself who's gonna stand on 10, you know what I mean, and swing. You dig? Because that's the best time to grow and make sure your information is correct. Because I'm definitely gonna, if I think that shit garbage or if I think it's questionable, I'm definitely gonna call you on it.
Well, that's what we need, though. We need to combat the lies that have been promoted and propagated throughout the community for years that we continue to put out into the community. You know what I mean? We got to challenge them. We still love you, and don't mean that we don't love you, but we won't. So when you lying, we gonna challenge your lie.
So now there's other fish out there who's supposed to be on RaBorn level who's supposed to like be calling me out for this same topic, like delineation and I guess FBA all together, like all talking points. So we're gonna talk Saturday 10:45. I'm gonna send all y'all the link, right? Because normally when I join these panels, I don't send you the link because it'd be usually muting me, shutting me up, disrespecting. But this time, like they promised to like moderate it better and blah blah blah. So like even the Pod Live, I didn't share the link because I felt like something was gonna go wrong and I didn't feel like they did. But this 10:45 Saturday, they supposed to have like a panel full of hungry sharks, where it's gonna all be light work. They're gonna say the stupidest shit. I'm just ready for the most ridiculous. So Tariq he ate popcorn, and popcorn got acid in it, so he promotes eating acid. So if that's your leader, why you gonna die? He's like, what are you doing? So I'm already prepared for the Tariq Nasheed arguments. Oh, he did this. That's your leader, and I gotta respond to that stupid stuff. But they're supposed to have a big fish. I think I told you in private. No, don't say it public.
Okay.
I said it in private because I'm gonna surprise people. So he's supposed to be a big fish, and he's gonna like he's their champ, and okay, all right. Like I said,
Yeah.
everybody is smart until they come over here. They're gonna look normal as hell. But I'm going to their channel because I pop out, and that's what I'm saying with the Shawns, the Mashi Word Clan, the Kofi, Pasa. Like these guys are so intimidated by me, man. Even Teddy Ruxpin. I'm known to pull up on people panels 1v10. I did it on Unk, did it on Sonetta, did it on the pot, and I'm gonna do it again Saturday at 10:45 Eastern Time. I'm gonna join a panel versus a bunch of hostile, many of them, like 10, 12 hostile Pan-Africans and feathers. You dig? Because
Yeah.
once you really feel like you got the truth, you don't give a damn how many out there. You're like, these are
That's
this
right.
is 10, 12 liars. There's 10, 12 liars I gotta beat up. As opposed to one or two.
That's
But
how I
yeah, so
cut.
I'm gonna keep y'all posted with that.
That's how you.
Yeah,
That's how you sharpen. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going. And it ain't nothing wrong with being challenged. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Because the truth doesn't mind the critique. It's the liar who hates critique.
Right.
The truth will welcome you in. The truth will say, "Come on in, sit down. Let me make you some hot chocolate. Now let's talk about this." Because the truth knows that it's the truth. But the liar, he's the one who has to, avoid critique, because then you're going to see the holes in his argument.
This is why people like to talk long and don't want me to ask questions back. That's why I'm not gonna let nobody ask me a question I can't ask questions back. Because listen, I got gotcha questions too, and I think I got more than most people. But I don't use them because I feel like I could win without gotcha stuff. Because I do catch myself using the gotchas, and I hate it later. Like, oh, I do that. I'm bigger than that. Damn gotcha question. Gotchas don't mean nothing.
Right.
So Pete Donnie, yeah, so 10:45 Saturday Eastern Time. RIP whoever calls in. The RIP whoever calls in. Nobody's gonna beat me on delineation, bro. Nobody can make sense that it. Nobody can make sense that it doesn't make sense. And they think they can, and they just gonna be added to my ass kicking list. But peace to RaBorn, Unk, and everybody who joined the panel. Oh, somebody else joined the panel. Some that's RaBorn fault. Somebody joined the panel. Some HBD type of dude came on the panel. But RaBorn went to go into all this. And remember, I told RaBorn we could do delineation tomorrow, right? But he wanted to do it tonight. Kind of met now. I'm going to bed. I had 2 hours of sleep last night. Now I got 3 hours of sleep. But just notice, IBM, wait till I get all my notes together. Cause my notes are all scrambled everywhere. Like all my notes, all my research. Wait till I look my stuff over. My argument's little ain't so crisp because I've been like debunking Dr. Ruxpin because he comes with a whole different angle. So all my notes don't apply to him because he's trying to come up with a brand new argument, some goofy stuff. So,
but they're trying to add race to it too, but you got to bust them in the head with that too. You know what I'm saying? Hit them with the Johann Frederick Blumenbach and
I got
you know what I'm saying? That stuff, because like I said, Johann Frederick Blumenbach, the one who created craniometry. You got to go to Carl Linnaeus, who created taxonomy. That's the taxonomy guy. He's the one who broke us down. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm saying. He classified us. Go ahead.
That's interesting because Dr. Ruxpin was trying to minimize ethnogenesis as that's a racial construct. Oh, that's not science. That's so because it's made up by human beings, it's not science. Therefore, it's really it's really nothing. So now watch this. So now this is what I'm gonna do to him. Oh, so racial constructs because it's made it by humans, they're fake. They don't exist. That's the white supremacist talking point. Because if that's the case, isn't race a racial construct made it by humans? It ain't scientific. It doesn't exist. So therefore, if you're saying that, then you got to be saying racism. Racism don't exist because that's also a racial construct. It's not science. It doesn't exist. So therefore, you're denying racism. And guess what? White supremacy also a social construct. Money is a social construct, right? Money. It's fake. Right, but it's a social construct. So that argument is a rabbit hole that leads to nothing.
Or you could say it was coined. Make sure you say it was coined because the term race existed, but it just meant an athletic event. A race.
Yeah, no,
you know what I'm saying?
We're talking about in an anthropological
Yeah. Well, that's where anthropomorpha comes from. Call Linnaeus unbiased anthropomorpha,
Let me get out of here.
brother.
Let me get my hands in bed, man. Thank you. Hold on.
They don't want this smoke.
Let me give DJ Lucky a lineage wrench in the building.
Let me say goodbye real quick. Oh, go ahead.
Not gonna say this tomorrow. We pull up tomorrow.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
And like I said, y'all keep y'all's head high and y'all's grass low. Stop lying to our people. And, like I said, keep up with the good work, you know what I'm saying? Because the arguments is needed from both sides. In order for us to come to a common ground, we have to have critique from one side and the other. That's any good argument, any good debate. It takes two, and you have two sides to every argument, whether it be science, religion, whatever it is. Everything is two sides to every argument. We need to have both sides representing, and in that way we can come to that common ground that we need to get to. So I love y'all. Y'all keep y'all's head high. Y'all grass low. Stop lying to my people. Thank you, unbiased, and I'll be